on my oldest son's YouTube channel. This is Mystic Gwen. Be advised, I am not an FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant for a year. I've been illegally detained within my own home for over 300 plus days by the North Everett Precinct in Everett, Washington. The address is 2120 Highland Avenue. I'm in Unit 105. They've been using Unit 207, the condo directly above my home, to stalk and terrorize me and perpetrate over 250 plus crimes for over 2.5 years. On top of illegally detaining me for 300 plus days, I also reported every single felony that they had left, from kidnapping to breaking and entering to unlawfully committing me to entering my home to plant evidence, even their final plan, which they are actively attempting now, which is to commit murder that will be deemed suicide at a later date. They've been hacking all of the devices when not destroying them, and using their root access Cisco network, the man-in-the-middle network that they are utilizing, wherein every Wi-Fi around me is controlled from them directly upstairs, to terminate the ability for a live stream so they can break down my doors. That's a quote from them. Break down my door. And be advised, not only am I an FBI informant, but every felony that I reported is viewable in case number 105005934 at Snohomish Superior Courthouse, including the conspiracy to commit murder that will be deemed a suicide. They've been waiting for days because, you see, this is not my YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com/mysticgwen, a channel they've prevented me from accessing since I returned from their kidnapping, made actionable less than 36 hours after they terminated my internet illegally and criminally, as was premeditated and also reported in August 2024 in that tort claim, in order to facilitate that kidnapping of me. While kidnapped, they criminally and illegally entered my home, stuck USB drives in all of my devices, and have blocked any ability to live stream on any other platform, particularly YouTube. They've used their Linux machine and allowed list internally as well as partitions in order to prevent any sort of exterior contact. After over 2 years of intercepting mail and packages and stealing from me with nearly every transaction, they have prevented me from acquiring any sort of groceries or food or anything of that nature. I can't log into any accounts at all. Their plans hinge on the immediate next couple of days, apparently, to break and enter and to kill me in a way that will be deemed a suicide. So if you don't see another YouTube live stream, please report this to the sheriffs, the Department of Homeland Security, or the FBI. They've blocked my ability to report to the FBI or Department of Homeland Security directly, using partitions and cookies, and blocking the access and ability to contact them from web browsers. I've been sending SOSs anytime I can and having to create new email addresses at great length. Be advised, if you go to the Gemini AI servers, you will have all of the forensic data and analytics you need to confirm everything I've said about the CISCO network, the man-in-the-middle network, and the North Everett Precinct's involvement. Those, you need to look up the following email addresses, and Google has stated they will be retained for 10 years. The email addresses, there's many of, due to the fact that they keep rendering each email address useless. If I sign out of any device, they power wash the device, then they force me to create a new email address. Now they've resulted in doing that while blocking the access of any sort of applications that would normally come on a Chromebook, instead replacing them with their corrupted applications. Again, to perpetrate the one and only remaining felony, which is to murder me in a way that is deemed a suicide. They've also been trying to starve my cat and I to death, resulting in me having to knock on my neighbor's door while holding the camera with me and beg for cat food, on top of the tens of thousands of dollars they've stolen from me, their stalking, their extortion, their kidnapping, their abuse of my disabled minors, their use of co-conspirators such as my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, my property manager, Anne-Marie Bauer, who for over 13 years has threatened to evict me from the home that I've paid the closing cost of over 5+ times. Their kidnapping of me, drugging of me, etc., all concluded with a motion for dismissal so it can be used in their looming prosecution. So if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally telling you the end time, be advised that they terminated it and that their plan as of the moment is this week to break in and murder me or to kidnap and assault me again. Again, I urge you, if you're watching this, to pass on this information and this YouTube live stream to the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Seattle Field Office, the Snohomish County Sheriffs. Again, the only crime remaining they haven't perpetrated is to commit murder in a way that is deemed a suicide. I have zero intention of shutting off this live stream over the next 12 hours, but based on the criminal conduct, the hacks, and their control, it's very likely they will terminate it sooner than that. And the address, once again, is 2120 Highland Avenue, number 105, Everett, Washington, 98201. And they are in the condo directly above mine, Unit 207, sometimes utilizing both of my adjoining neighbors in order to place devices like Meditech, Google Sidekicks, Sony Kicks, and instructing them what to do or not to do in order to aid in their stalking and domestic terrorist organization. They are a domestic terrorist organization. They became one on August 6th when they began illegally detaining me. Prior to that, the FBI has stated they were an aggravated criminal conspiracy from day one, and they're about to go to prison for the rest of their lives. But according to the FBI, some of them still believe they're going to get away with it, and the FBI wants to see who they're adding conspiracy to commit murder to the indictments of. So I hope that someone sees this and can reach out. And keep in mind, they will terminate this live stream immediately as soon as they are able to. Now, I do have it currently set to unlisted. Once I set it to public, if it's like last time, they'll either terminate it immediately or they'll be prevented from doing so, or they'll come over here on the live chat using usernames such as unassisted suicide to threaten an FBI informant that they've been retaliating against nonstop since their inception. All of the crimes reported by me, the major ones, were also reported to the FBI in 2017, which you can see on youtube.com/mysticgwen. One of the public videos where I'm wearing like a tan collared shirt / dress, I addressed the threats from officers such as Jared Irving, who thought retirement would prevent his detainment and arraignment, which included every felony that's huge that they've perpetrated, again, minus murdering me in a way that's deemed a suicide. So let's set this to public now. It's now 9:33 a.m. And based on their past pattern of criminal conduct, it's very likely that within 10 minutes of that occurring, they will terminate the live. Here we go. Visibility is now set to public at 9:33 a.m. And again, this is my eldest son's YouTube channel. So if you're watching it because you're a YouTube subscriber, then you're likely my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who is going to prison as well, as he is a member of their domestic terrorist organization. Or you're a friend of my son's, and be aware that I don't have his permission to be doing this right now, but since he's been kidnapped since August 20-something, August 23rd, since August 23rd when he was kidnapped, we've not been allowed to talk. He was used to facilitate breaking and entering and felony child endangerment, which all of the officers upstairs are looking at being convicted for. Again, these details sound way out there. They're not. Go to youtube.com/mysticgwen and search for the 2:16 3 a.m. debrief. Also search for the December 30th debrief, or just search North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters Part 1 and click on the December video. You've got about 4 hours of recording information. Listen to all of that and be advised everything that's in that has occurred. The only exception is what's remaining. And the reason they've been actively attempting in any way, shape, or form using those same tools already told to you to try and prevent that. Now, the Google servers that have all of the forensic details regarding their man-in-the-middle network, their root access, their Cisco, all of that shit are the following: unit blocking sign-in, unit blocking @gmail.com. Unit blocking sign-in, unit blocking @gmail.com. The other one is North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. Those Google servers will hold that for about 10 years. There's also been a litany, dozens and dozens of email addresses that have had to be created, like federal felons in unit 207 at gmail.com. The real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com. All of these have Gemini conversations, which the FBI intends to use in their prosecution, as well as Google reviews they thought they removed from fellow co-conspirators, such as the attorneys, of which there are many who are going to prison for the rest of their lives, such as a couple at the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office who have been aware since April Fool's Day that the motion for dismissal from their last kidnapping, which was used to insert their USB drives to facilitate the final act of murdering me / breaking down my door to kidnap and assault me again, has now rendered them to be convicted for those kidnappings and unlawful committals, which I invoiced them for last year. Before they began illegally detaining me, it was reported last year. The invoice on that was millions and millions of dollars, which they will be paying in full. The question is, how much more will they be paying in punitive damages? And will I be a millionaire with a gunshot in my head? All right. We'll just let this roll right here in the living room.
Then brandish the receipt dramatically in court.
That was the best $200 I ever spent. You got to have some fun. What's the purpose of all this? I mean, if the whole purpose was just to defend people, I mean, that's just not as much fun. I mean, I will say, if you can gore the man, you know, put your finger in the eye of the man a little bit, that's just gravy.
Maynard told me that his former boss, District Attorney Birgit Flatiger, had long considered Carson a problem that needed removing, and she was gathering information with the hopes of crippling his legal practice.
They wanted him to be prosecuted by the state bar. They wanted to have his license taken away.
Maynard had his own problems with Flatiger. At one point, he sued her, claiming she'd forced him unfairly out of the DA's office. A judge threw out the suit. But he says Flatiger's concerns about Carson were well known at the office.
She would gather 5 or 6, one time there might have been as many as 10 people in a room, and have them talk about, tell the Frank Carson stories, and try to gather data, to try to gather intel to encapsulate into a complaint with the state bar.
The California bar says there's no record of discipline in Carson's file, so any complaints against him didn't go anywhere.
We weren't trying to get Mr. Carson disbarred. He did on occasion treat people horribly, including crime victims, right? Witnesses who they just happened to witness a crime.
This is Birgit Flatiger, who is in the middle of her 4th four-year term as DA. She made her name as one of the prosecutors in the trial of Scott Peterson, a case beloved by the tabloids. Flatiger helped send him to death row and would campaign in the company of the victim's mother. She says she never sent complaints to the bar about Carson. However, she did ask people to document his behavior.
He would be really verbally abusive. And so I have an obligation to protect my staff, right? They don't deserve to work in a hostile work environment.
Flatiger has stayed out of Department 2, where Carson is on trial. And there, the case belongs to her deputy, Marlisa Ferreira.
So you think that whole good old boy thing was just a ruse or a shtick?
It is a shtick. I've watched him do it. I've watched him turn in a minute. I've watched him get up in the faces of my investigators, calling them names, screaming and yelling at them. I have tapes of him screaming and yelling like a madman. like something switched in his body, you know, and he would change over to this other person. I mean, it's not my opinion, it's the evidence, it's what's there.
Get out of my office! Get out! Get out! Shut up!
That's Carson trying to get detectives to leave his office when they arrived without a warrant to question him in the first year of the investigation.
I watched him in the courtroom, I watched him calling the judge all kinds of names. I mean, just things where you're like, wow, I can't believe he's doing this, you know? So do I think it's a shtick? It absolutely is a shtick, and it's worked for him all his life. It did work for him all his life. And he gained a lot of traction by acting that way and being like that.
You think it intimidated people?
Absolutely. I know judges that were intimidated by him. I know he made judges cry. He would lie all the time, all the time.
It was not long after Corey Kaufman disappeared in early 2012 that investigators suspected he was dead.
He kind of did his own thing because he wasn't real close to nobody. You know, he was kind of a loner.
Shadow Pickett was 23 when investigators came to talk to him about his missing half-brother. He lived with them on South Johnson Road in Turlock. He said Corey smoked meth daily, but didn't do it in front of him. He was describing Corey's tattoos, ghouls and ghost faces, plus a heart on his arm.
It's an outline of a heart and it's shaded inside and it says Terry. That's my mom.
What you're hearing was recorded by the investigator, and it became part of a vast trove of evidence in the case.
Does it have his name on him? Yeah, on his chest. I do believe it's his left hand, but it's spelled wrong. There was a K-O-R-Y. It's supposed to be K-O-R-B-Y.
People had been calling Kaufman's family, saying they'd seen him around town. But if his body turned up, these tattoos, including his name misspelled on his chest, would help to identify it. Corey Kaufman was a man with no political power, no important contacts, and no profile in the civic life of his community. In a meth-ravaged county with 25 to 35 homicides a year, the case of a missing thief and addict was not a predictable basis for a multi-agency task force, a 3-year investigation, and a marathon prosecution. There was a detail about Kaufman's disappearance, however, that elevated it to one of serious interest for local law enforcement. He was last seen in a friend's home on Lander Avenue in Turlock, where he was supposedly heard planning a solo raid of the big fenced-in lot next door. For years, junkies and thieves had been finding property to steal there. They called it the antique store. It was owned by defense attorney and longtime nemesis of local law enforcement, Frank Carson. Hans Jachtensen would represent one of Carson's co-defendants.
I think the reality is that Mr. Carson won a lot of trials. They, the DA's office, don't appreciate him being so successful. So, therefore, what can we do then? We'll charge him with murder. He's been a thorn in the DA's office side for the last 3 decades, and now it was their time to get him. And they were going to get him.
The Trials of Frank Carson is written and reported by me, your host, Christopher Goffard, for the Los Angeles Times. Our producers are Lori Galaretta and Sabrina Fang. Alex McGinnis is our composer and sound designer. Misha Stanton is our mix engineer. Our editor is Steve Cloud. Our executive producers are Ben Adair at Western Sound and Abby Fentress Swanson at the LA Times. Special Hi, this is
The
Christopher
podcast
Goff.
I'm listening to
I'm at
is
work
a
putting together
podcast
a new
called
narrative
Crimes of the
series set to
Time.
drop in the fall.
This is the first time
In
I've
the
listened to
meantime,
it.
I wanted to reintroduce you
This
to
is the
trials
second
of
episode
Frank
in that
Carson,
story we were listening
the
to.
story
It came
of a
out
criminal
today.
defense attorney
Again, it
who
is
was put on
Tuesday,
trial
June
for murder.
10th, 2025.
Thanks for listening.
And this is a consensual
please rate
recording
and
of
subscribe.
Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the
Kevin
FBI,
Pickett
but
had
I've been
been
authorized to
posting
state I'm
flyers
an
around
informant
town trying to
for a
locate his
year.
missing stepson, Corey Kaufman. In his calendar, day after day, he wrote, "No Corey." Now, weeks had gone by, and he was trying to explain to a Turlock detective that his stepson had never before been gone this long.
Does he do any drugs?
Yeah. Kaufman was a methamphetamine addict who roamed the town, scavenging for scrap
We'll do a
metal.
tour of the house too in a bit.
Wire down, up and down the road track.
Okay. It doesn't matter what Corey was doing, what Corey was about to do, or what Corey did in the past. It doesn't matter. Okay? We want to find him. That's our goal here.
I'm wondering if I'll go either be brain hurt or something and don't know what he's doing or where he's at.
Okay.
Corey Kaufman was a tenacious thief in his hometown here in California's Central Valley. Thieves made enemies. More than one had expressed a desire to do him harm.
What do you think happened, Kevin?
I believe he got in something and somebody hurt him or
Do you think so?
trapping or he broke in something and he shouldn't have. I could not tell you. I really don't know. If I knew, I would already been checking.
What are the rumors out there? You can tell me.
Well, the rumors are that he's been beaten to death.
Pickett sensed that he was a suspect when the detective, Frank Navarro, returned to question him further.
You guys think I could have something to do with it?
I really do. I think you know something happened.
Well, of course something happened. He's not here.
But you're not telling us the whole story.
I'm telling you exactly what I know. I have not heard my son. Okay. We don't mean to offend you. I'm one that called. I'm one that, I've had Corey ever since he's a year old. My kid. I don't have nothing to hide from you guys now.
Okay.
So I want to find my son now.
You know how many people we've been talking to?
Oh, I can imagine.
Okay. And you know the problem is that they're all drug users. You're doing the best you can, I understand. But that's the problem with this case.
There would be many problems with the case, but the detective was hinting at the maddening murkiness at its heart. Corey Kaufman had moved in Stanislaus County's violent netherworld of dope fiends and dealers and thieves, hustlers and parolees and snitches, all scrabbling for survival and advantage. It was a cauldron of drug burns and long simmering grudges, desperate narcotic need, weaponized rumor, and frequent betrayals. It was a busy den of what one cop called prankster talk, shreds of hearsay filtered through one unreliable vessel, and then another, and then another. This shadowy milieu would furnish many of the witnesses in the murder case against defense attorney Frank Carson. From the Los Angeles Times, this is the Trials of Frank Carson. I'm Christopher Goff. This is episode 2, A Disappearance.
Hey, my name is Kirk Bunch. I'm an investigator with Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office. Today's date is 4/28/2012. It's approximately 21:15 hours in Turlock. Making contact with a Michael Cooley related to a missing person.
Initially, police did not show extraordinary interest in the disappearance of 26-year-old Corey Corndog Kaufman. On April 2nd, when his stepfather went to police to report him missing, authorities dutifully logged it in, but the report was brief, noting that Kaufman was a known meth user. Another tweaker in the wind was not likely to quicken any cop's pulse. They disappeared and reappeared all the time. So why was a veteran investigator from the DA's office, Kirk Bunch, now taking a sharp interest in Corey Kaufman's fate? Bunch would be a central figure in the whole case. I tried to get him to talk to me, but he declined. Throughout this podcast, you'll hear recordings Bunch and other cops made of their interviews with witnesses.
Corey was my best friend. I mean, we would like steal coffee and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. To make money and I know you went over in that backyard and I know he did something.
Michael Cooley was in his 50s, a thief and addict and parolee. He'd been a veteran of the drug scene for decades longer than Corey Kaufman. He was 6'2" and 220 pounds and went by the nickname Big Mike.
I never had a friend in my life, and one night we was over there looking around. He goes, you know something, I can be my best friend.
Cooley had cycled in and out of the California prison system for decades on convictions for burglary, theft, and parole violations. According to police reports, he was a collector of knives and a user of black tar heroin, a former member of the Aryan Brotherhood prison gang, whose tattoos included the words, "White
And
Pride,
just for the whistleblowers to
wanted,
know, I know you're probably wondering, well, you
ladies
said you weren't
love
going to get onto
outlaws."
the Indigo's YouTube
Now,
live
he
stream
was telling the
until
DA
we came.
investigator about the last time he
That's
saw
true.
Corey Kaufman,
I'm following the
an
Bureau's
account that
instructions.
would
They want me to
seize
run the live stream.
authorities' interest. By Cooley's account, Kaufman had been at his house on Lander Avenue in Turlock late on Friday night, March 30th. They had a small beer party and were tossing horseshoes in the dirt pit behind the house. Their gaze drifted to the big, junk-cluttered lot next door on 9th Street, on the other side of a chain-link fence. This was a graveyard of rusted old cars, an ancient double-decker bus, dilapidated tractor parts, a bathtub, a rusted wagon wheel emerging from the weeds like a Civil War battlefield photo. The DA's office took great interest in the lot's owner, Frank Carson, 57 years old, a well-known name in Stanislaus County's legal community and in its criminal underground. Among the junk and weeds on Carson's lot stood a long wooden warehouse crammed with dozens of antique cars and a series of big shipping containers teeming with vintage signs, rare books, and furniture. Carson thought of it as a kind of bank account and spoke of selling it all someday when he quit the law. He would tell his wife, "This is our retirement." The lot and all its treasure sprawled alluringly beside the property of Big Mike Cooley. By Cooley's account, there was a new temptation on Carson's lot that Friday in late March, and one his young buddy Corey Kaufman had found irresistible.
We looked over that fence out there, and there was like 15 irrigation pipes.
Right.
They're solid aluminum. Corey was going to come back that night, and we were going to go over there. Well, Corey showed up. We were sitting right there on that couch. We got a pizza, and she tapped me on the leg. She goes, "Hey, bro, I'm going to come and I'll be right back." And we never came back.
Whether these aluminum pipes ever existed would be hotly contested. Police would never produce any photographs of them. Carson would insist he had no such pipes on his property, that he had no use for them.
The last thing in the world you'd ever want to use is a brittle aluminum pipe. That whole thing, I can just tell you, is just an absolute fabrication.
Carson had been vexed for years about the repeated thefts and knew Big Mike Cooley and Cooley's circle had some responsibility for it. Carson had complained repeatedly to police. When the DA came knocking, Cooley claimed that Carson had threatened to kill him, and a neighbor said he overheard Carson threatening to bury Cooley where no one would find him. Cooley's relatives and hangers-on also claimed to hear Carson making threats. Carson denied this. Defense attorneys would portray these witnesses as part of a drug-fueled Cooley clan, or as people hoping for a break on criminal charges. Carson would acknowledge he did confront Cooley with the message that he'd send him to prison as a third-strike felon for stealing from him. I wanted to ask Big Mike Cooley himself about this, but he didn't get back to me.
The way things are kind of piling up, it's starting to look pretty suspicious. We should probably
switch our gears and investigate as a possible homicide.
This is Investigator Bunch talking to Cooley. The DA investigator finds it necessary to reassure Cooley about his own motives in case Cooley might harbor any doubts.
My thing is on this, it's not because it's Frank Carson. Okay, it's because of Ford. Yeah, I'm going to try to piece it together and see what happened, try to, put the puzzle together.
In a report, Bunch laid out the official rationale for what would soon mushroom into a massive investigation, including the DA's office, the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office, the Turlock Police Department, the Modesto Police Department, the Department of Corrections, and the State Department of Justice. In the report, Bunch wrote, quote, F. Carson is a well-known criminal defense attorney. The possibility exists that F. Carson may be involved with the disappearance of K. Kaufman. Bunch called for, quote, thorough and objective investigation, and added, quote, because of F. Carson's current standing as a defense attorney, it is important if the evidence suggests
Okay, let's do a tour.
to exclude him as early as
On the
possible,
outside, we have
so that
signs that
F.
had to be
Carson's
put up on the
caseload
inside because when they
remains
kidnapped me,
unaffected.
they removed all the signs on file at the
In this
courthouse.
report, Bunch
In legal
does not
filings
suggest the
like that tort
possibility
claim,
that
the
someone
last page, you'll
besides
see a
himself
photo.
might
Those
be
signs
better
predated
suited
the
for this
kidnappings.
assignment. He leaves unmentioned
They were directly
that he
addressed
has
to the
been a
North Everett
special
Precinct.
target of
Anne Marie
Carson's
Bauer,
wrath
Richard
for
Garcia,
years.
the Owens.
7
al.
years earlier, Carson
The new ones
successfully
simply
represented
say,
former Modesto
these idiots
mayor
have been
on
illegally
corruption
detaining me from
charges.
the North Everett
An
Precinct via
investigation
Unit
Bunch had
207,
led.
Garcia, Anne Marie Bauer, Owens et al., the neighbors Andy and Kelly. After over 2.5 years of stalking me, stealing from me, perpetrating frauds,
Carson had attacked
perpetrating
Bunch
crimes
in
against me 5
blisteringly
days a week
personal terms.
from
Carson
September
had accused Bunch of perjury, of
2023
misrepresenting his employment
until the day they
history,
began
of
illegally
trying to
detaining me
intimidate.
on August 6,
In
2024.
2010, Carson
Since
even
then, it's been every
memorialized
day.
his contempt for the DA investigator in a written court
And again,
declaration,
they've
which he
since
offered other
perped
defense attorneys for
every
use in
single
cases involving Bunch. Carson wrote, quote,
crime
"Among local
already
attorneys
reported.
familiar with his work, he
From
has
breaking and
survived as
enterings,
dishonest
attempted over
and
55 plus
unprofessional.
times,
What I was going
actively
at was
enabling
that
and
they committed
participating in the
fraud
stalking of me,
in
attempting
becoming
to
a
starve
district
me
attorney
since I
investigator.
returned home
The
from
DA
their
would
last
maintain that
kidnapping,
the
which was
animosity
used to
went
plant
in just
evidence and
one
try to create a
direction, from
non-existent
Carson
retroactive
to Bunch. Asked in court
federal
about Carson's
defense
relentless
for their
attacks on his
premeditated
work and
crimes, which
character,
backfired with
Bunch
that
would
motion
call
for
them
dismissal.
baseless, and he would insist
They
they
entered
had
the
not
condo
affected
illegally
his
and shoved
sterile,
USB drives in this
unbiased
device and that
judgment
one
as an
to
investigator.
control with their CISCO network, their kernel, their root access. They attempted to terminate over
Bunch and the other
100
investigators would
YouTube live streams on mysticgwen.com as the, or youtube.com/mysticgwen to facilitate that kidnapping in March. They couldn't do that, so they illegally and criminally shut off the internet altogether, then perpetrated that crime within 36 hours, having police officers go upstairs in their uniforms to discuss tactical maneuverings and what fraud to say in order to protect their domestic terrorist cell, which again was originally only an aggravated criminal conspiracy. Some of these officers have been getting paid for 3 years to do nothing more than stalk me, steal from me, perpetrate fraud, assault me, kidnap me, and the list goes on. The signs also very clearly say, arrest your fellow co-conspirators in domestic or embrace your prison sentence. Smile for the fucking FBI. Again, the Bureau wants this live stream rolling right now. I believe, and I can only speculate here, it's to see if those who've blown the whistle upstairs want to add conspiracy to commit murder to their indictments, or if it's just the individuals that are stupid enough to believe they're not going to be facing the full consequences and force of federal law here real shortly for their 3 years of terror.
Everybody said he got hurt in my
And
coffee.
counting.
I was not with him. I did not go with him that night. He was supposed to got beat up in my backyard, got taken away. Then we was over there at Frank Carson's place. He got shot. I wish that would have never found that place over there because it caused so much fucking trouble and I lost my best friend that I ever had. If I could go back, I would change it all.
I ran YouTube live
But that
streams
kid left my house. You
24/7
know,
on
that's
youtube.com/Mystic Gwen.
People back there.
It did not prevent them from perpetrating every felony again, except for that final one to break down my door and shoot me in the head and have it deemed a suicide, of which requires no video and audio footage.
Hi, my name is Mary Knopf, and I'm a producer for Crimes of the Times. We are here with
When they
Joanne
ripped off the
O'Neill,
signs for
Director
the
of Customer
kidnapping, that was
Programs
done
at
in order
Clean Power
to
Alliance. Hi,
fulfill
Joanne.
this
Hello.
final breaking
Can
and
you tell us
entering
a
as
little
well.
bit about Clean
Just
Power
like it
Alliance?
locked me out of all
so
of my
Clean
accounts,
Power
so I
Alliance
can't get
is
any
the
food. They've
not-for-profit
actively been
electricity
trying to
provider
starve
for
me
3
and kill
million
my
residential
cat
businesses
for
across
months.
Los Angeles and Ventura counties.
In the instance of the cat, as you can see in other YouTube live streams since
Clean Power
November.
Alliance offers customers a series of choices between
I'm surviving
green
on
power,
2+-year-old
clean power, or 100%
expired
green
cereal.
power to ensure that people have the option to choose a rate that's right for them and maximize their renewable energy.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, Joanne.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take the next step in building a more resilient and clean energy future for Southern California. To learn more, please visit cleanpoweralliance.org/power-response. Again, that's cleanpoweralliance.org/power-response.
I've seen a lot of stuff over 30 years, some very despicable crime and things that are kind of tough to wrap your head around. And this ranks right up there in the pantheon of Rhode Island fraudsters.
I've always been told I'm a really good listener, right? And I maximize.
Oh, I don't think I gave a good view of this.
Listen to Deep Cover The Truth About Sarah, wherever you get your podcasts.
Detectives would insist they diligently examine the myriad theories of how Corey Kaufman disappeared. The feud over the horse trailer, the stolen marijuana, the Hells Angels connection. These were dead ends, they would decide. Defense lawyers would question whether detectives looked hard enough or in the right places, or whether they had already fallen victim to a tunnel vision obsession with Frank Carson. Robert Jacquiche was one of the many local thieves who knew about the treasure trove of antiques and junk on Carson's lot. He told investigators he'd once sneaked into the car barn and had to hide when a man he couldn't identify came in to catch him. He never saw a gun, but he thought the guy had one. He managed to pry open a hole in the barn
This is
wall
the
and
sign
climb
I've carried
out.
out when
He
I've
said a man
gone
he
to ask
thought
for
was
cat
Frank
food to
Carson
keep my
grabbed his arm, but
Cadillac.
he broke free and ran. Jacquiche suspected that Kaufman had been killed on Carson's lot. To set an example to other thieves, he told police.
It's currently
This was the
stationed
essence
so
of
that
the
anyone who
theory
breaks down my
crystallizing
door
among
will see it
investigators.
first thing.
Maybe Corey Kaufman had sneaked onto Carson's 9th Street lot and been unable to escape. Maybe Carson, frustrated to the point of homicidal rage with the endless thefts, had someone waiting for the thief. Would Carson have performed vigilante justice himself?
Also,
or
my
rely on
address and
someone
all
else?
pertinent details are in the
Who would
description
Carson have enlisted
of
for
this
the bloody
video.
chore?
Unless they've changed this. In which case, Google
For
servers
this,
will have the originals
investigators
as were
focused on
typed
the
at
Pop
the
and
initiation.
Cork liquor store a few blocks
For
away
10
from
years.
Carson's lot.
Just like the
It
Google
was run
reviews
by
Unit
Baljeet,
207 tried to
Bobby
get rid of on the
Atwell,
prosecutor's
and his brother
office.
Daljeet, or D.
How are you? Good, how are you?
The Pop and Cork had been a fixture in the neighborhood for decades, and the brothers were well known. They were conspicuously muscular weightlifters who frequented the local gym. As young men in India, they had played competitive kabaddi, a rough contact sport with elements of wrestling, rugby, and tag. The brothers sponsored local sports teams and went to customers' weddings. Many of their longtime regulars worked at the local dairy and almond farms and the Foster Farms turkey processing plant down the road. People came in for chew or coffee, booze or lotto tickets, and lingered for the conversation.
Anybody live in Turtle, they all come to Pop and Cork.
This is Bobby Atwell. For years, he would open the store at 6 a.m. It was easy to put in an 80-hour work week.
I'm happy to come here and see my all the old customers, talk to them over 20 minutes, 30 minutes, feel like I'm home. This is my village. Salt Lake City is like my village. It's just like I know everybody. It just feel so safe, like you're safe here. People are friendly, and the high school coaches, a lot of police officers, lots of regular customers. People come here. Sometimes they know that they don't have a wallet.
Also, when they
left their wallet
vandalized
home,
my
they have no
house,
money,
kidnapped
and
me,
they know where to go.
re-entered to
Guys,
plant
I'll be back in
evidence
30
and to
minutes.
gain
I'll be
root
back tomorrow,
access
next
in
week.
order to cut off
There's
any
so many
video
people that
surveillance
attack.
of their final breaking and entering and murder of me,
Customers were
to
used
be
to the
deemed a
sight of the
suicide,
Poppin Cork handyman
following suit
Robert
with their
Woody,
prior criminal
stocking
conduct of
shelves and
officers
chatting with
agreeing to
customers in
perpetrate
the
fraud
parking
and to
lot.
violate civil
His
rights and
presence
to
made some people
be a
uneasy.
domestic terrorist, amongst
He had
other
a rough
things.
way of speaking inflected with the
They also
streets.
took shit from the
He'd
inside
been
of
on
my
and off
house and
drugs
threw
for
it
years,
outside and
and
moved
he
all
was
sorts of
grateful
things
to the
around. And the
brothers for his
FBI instructed
stability
me
the job
to
afforded.
leave it exactly as it is because they're going to be charged
what
for
was
that
the Poppin
too.
Cork's connection to Frank Carson?
That's why
Carson
the
had
news signs have
represented
been
Bobby
hanging in the
Atwell on some
interior
minor
for over a
charges
month.
years back.
For a
And
month.
right around the time of Kaufman's disappearance, he'd represented Robert Woody on a stolen property charge that he got dismissed. One day, both Atwell and Woody
It's
were
also
at
why the
Carson's
outside of my
office,
home looks
and the
disgusting.
lawyer asked the men for a favor. Would they keep an eye on his frequently pillaged property down the block from the Poppin Cork? This request happened nearly 2 months after Kaufman disappeared, but it was a mistake that would come to haunt Carson. Big Mike Cooley, the ex-con with the Ladies Love Outlaws tattoo, was one of the men Carson suspected of stealing from him, and Carson's suspicion was correct. Cooley and his associates would climb through a hole in Carson's fence and carry away everything from signs to furniture, as Cooley would admit later in trial. Cooley told police that Bobby Atwell and Robert Woody had confronted him in front
Now,
of his
per the
home.
FBI's
And so police now
instructions,
speculated
I'm to
that the
let this
Poppin
live
Cork
stream
crew
run,
had
and
been
it should run for
patrolling
12
Carson's
hours, or
property
they'll be
as,
gathering
quote,
evidence to use on
centurions,
people's
and had
indictments.
served as Carson's muscle.
These
the night Corey
individuals
Kaufman
terminated
vanished.
criminally and illegally over 200 YouTube
By
live
late June
streams on
2012,
youtube.com/Mystic
detectives got a
Gwen,
warrant
again, to
listen to
perpetrate
Carson's
that
private
kidnapping.
conversations.
But since
Many
they were
of them
unable to
concerned
do
his
it,
87-year-old father, Phallus Tex Carson,
they
who was
cut
in
off the
final
internet
stages of
criminally and
cancer.
illegally.
When his father died, they listened
Then
as
they
Carson and his mother Val
unlawfully
made
entered my
plans
home
to
and
run
shoved
the
their USB
obituary.
drives to
So
gain that
that's okay,
Cisco
it'll come
network
out
root
tomorrow.
access
How much
kernel
are
and
you
complete
doing?
control over my devices, in
What
addition to their
investigators were
man-in-the-middle
not hearing,
networking.
however, was Carson admitting to any role in the disappearance
Now,
of
they
Corey
frequently,
Kaufman.
particularly over the last week, just crash the entire operating system and remove
Among
Google
police who use
and any
electronic
other
surveillance,
applications from functioning
there
in
is a
any way,
common
shape, or
technique
form.
called the tickle. This is meant to nudge suspects into unguarded
So,
talk, making them panicked enough
friendly
or angry
reminder,
enough to get on
just
the
as
phone
was
and
the
say
case
reckless
previously,
things.
any and all
Sometimes a
attempts to
raid will
terminate
provoke
this
this
live stream,
response,
the single
and
act,
sometimes a
is a
face-to-face
few
visit from
felonies.
police is
It's
enough.
obstruction of
Okay,
justice.
today is
It's evidence tampering.
July 12, 2012.
It's retaliation
It's
against an
11:26.
FBI informant. It's impeding a federal investigation. And currently, it's engaging in a crime and conspiracy to perpetrate
Carson's one-story
murder.
law office in downtown Modesto was a working lawyer's office, gritty and shop-worn
Plus
and
more.
functional in feel. A longtime sole practitioner, the thrifty son of depression-born
And I
Texans,
say that because these
Carson had
individuals have it
furnished
in their
an
mind that
eccentric
they'll be
swap meet
perpetrating
with
that
the
crime
a
before
vintage model
Saturday
train,
is
an
over.
antique service bell on the secretary's desk, an old ranch sign
They
offering
crash
a
the
reward for
entire
chicken
system
feeds.
routinely
The
and then
hallway was
prevent
lined
the
with law
ability to
books
log
in a row
in
of
and block the
mismatched
utilization of
some of which
any
had
sort
come
of
with the
apps,
building
even
when he
upon
bought it.
login, with allowed
The
lists
law books were
internally,
not merely
partitions, and
decorative.
cookies.
Carson,
Seeking
the
devices
old-school
using
attorney,
Google
actually
contacts
consulted
as
them
well as a
rather
variety
than
of other
rely on
Google
LexisNexis.
things.
Carson was mulishly
They've
low-tech.
got their man in the
He
middle
wrote his
network
legal
and all of my
motions in
devices
pencil for his
configured to something
secretary
they
to
call
type.
Google
He
Jacuzzi.
had an email address but never used it.
And the only
He
reason
owned a
they've
flip
not been
phone but never
arrested right
texted.
now is because,
Carson
according to
had
the
reason
Bureau,
to be
some of
wary
them
when
are
detectives
still so
Frank Navarro
stupid,
and Ken
they believe
Behringer
they're not
entered
going to
his
prison for
office.
the rest of their lives.
He knew detectives had been conducting interviews around town, asking about him.
Now, that does not negate
He had
that I
prior
am literally
experience
at
with
any
Navarro
moment in
and
time expecting my
despised
door
him.
to be kicked down
But
and for
Carson
someone to
came
pull
out
a
to
gun
greet
at
the
me and then
detectives
perpetrate a
cordially
fraud while the
and
video
led
has
them
been
down the hall to
terminated.
a conference room.
Like they've premeditated updated
There,
plan
he
since
did what he would have
2017,
advised any client to do,
in
which is
2021,
to offer nothing
and
they might use
2022,
against him.
in
The
2023,
conversation curdled
in
fast.
2024.
Just like to talk to you about this. I'm working on it. Well, here's my idea. I'm kind of excited.
As recently as all fucking week.
Nail them here. Oh, yeah. You know what kind of question? Or what kind of any question?
It's the only crime left that they haven't perpetrated that was recorded.
And whatever it is.
And it is the only reason they don't want video and audio footage.
The father died. Oh, sorry. His funeral was Saturday. He returned Monday. We're still doing that.
Carson was a career student of police techniques, and it's hard to imagine any detective would reasonably believe he'd throw open his doors and submit to their questioning. Still, Navarro persisted.
One of the main reasons, Frank, that I came here is because during the investigation, we spoke to Baljeet and the lead law, the order of popping court, and they brought up your name. That you gave them some orders of taking care of some problems that you had over on your property on 9th Street. If you have a question, put it in my head. So you don't want to talk to me about it? No, I've told you to put it in writing. Right, but I'm asking if you want to talk to me about it. You tell me you put it in writing. Whatever the questions you want. I've tried to be simple for you. I understand that, right? I'm in the middle of a bunch of other stuff. And I'm in the middle of do whatever investigation you can do. Do whatever you're going to do. That's not me or help. We just need your help, Mr. Carson. Put anything in writing you want. Put it in writing. All right? Okay. You're not involved in this, are you, Frank? Put it in writing, whatever your problem is. And don't talk to me. You just have to really work here. Put it in writing. Are you okay? No, I buried my father Monday. Okay. I'm not interested in whether I'm okay. Put it in writing and go. Okay.
You think you'll be able to help us out?
Put it in writing.
Okay.
By my count, Carson tells them 17 times to put their questions in writing before they leave his office. His behavior was, quote, very unusual and unreasonable, according to one investigator's report. But if you're a defense attorney, you are following an ingrained professional reflex as basic as a prizefighter's instinct to cover his face. Not cooperating with authorities in such a context is high on the list of first principles. For decades, you have harangued hapless clients, guilty and innocent and everything in between, about the foolishness of having talked to the reasonable men with badges at your door. If investigators were hoping by their visit to stimulate a confession from Carson on their wiretap, they were disappointed. That day, July 12th of 2012, they listened secretly as he spoke wearily to his older brother, Terry. Again, Carson was talking not of Corey Kaufman, but of his dead father.
Well, I'm going to drive out to the cemetery today, and I want to see how things look out there. But it's just, anyway, it's just one more thing I got to deal with.
Investigators waited another 3 days until Carson was out of town to raid his properties. They used bolt cutters to sever the locks from his big trailers and storage containers. They used a battering ram to get through the front door of the house where his stepdaughter lived, beside the junk-filled lot. They were looking for anything to connect him to the disappearance of Corey Kaufman.
This Deputy Ken Behringer, Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department. We're going to be with DOJ at this time. It's going to be several members of DOJ assisting in a search of the residence, a search warrant. The residence is owned by Frank Carson. We're going to attempt to set up a search of the property with cadaver dogs.
There was no sign of a struggle that had killed Corey Kaufman. No physical evidence that he'd ever been there. Nor did they find Kaufman's remains when they raided another Carson property on West Main Street. Instead, they encountered his mother, Valley, who promptly called her son to let him know. Here's what police recorded on their wiretap.
Hello, Frank. Frank, this is your mother, and we're over here at West Main, and there's a whole bunch of the sheriff's guys here wanting to search this property, and we told them they would have to talk to you. They want to search the property.
Look, Mama, we don't have anything to hide. We don't have a thing to worry about. I can tell you that, Mama. But
I know that too, right?
whenever we get time, I'll tell you more. But don't you worry.
Yes, okay.
All right. I'll be back in a minute. So I'm going to load up everything. I'll be back.
They talked again a little later, and Carson seemed to strongly suspect that he was being listened to, and that police timed the raid so that he would be out of town.
They just left, and they should have a search warrant, and they had the dog, and then they took the dog back there, and then he knocked on the door and said they did not find anything. And I knew they wouldn't find anything because, we would have seen where something had been moved or something. But
I don't know what they think, but I haven't buried anybody, or I assume that's what they think, or,
yeah.
That's just stupid.
Yeah.
The day after the raid, Carson called his wife, Georgia, who had been out of town with her daughter, Christina. He warned her the house would be wrecked when they returned.
Let me bring you up to speed. The cops have come commencing yesterday, and with dogs, I guess body sniffing dogs, and they searched West Main because we've worked over there, and then they went over to 9th Street. So I guess the front door is broken, the back door may be broken.
Did they find any bodies?
No. Hell no. There isn't any.
Are they done with us then, or?
No, I don't think they're done with us by a long shot.
Jan Marsalek was a model of German corporate success.
It seems so damn simple at first.
Also, it turned out, a fraudster.
Where does the money come from? That was something that I always was questioning myself.
But what if I told you that was the least interesting thing about him?
His secret office was less than 500 meters down the road.
I often ask myself now, did I know the true Jan at all? Certain things in my life since then have gone terribly wrong.
I don't know if they followed me to my home.
It looks like the ingredients of a really grand spy story here, because this ties together the Cold War with the new one.
Listen to Hot Money, Agent of Chaos, wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever woken up with a funky symptom and immediately Googled it to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you really need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty. Once you find the right doctor, you can see their actual appointment openings, choose a time slot that works for you, and click to instantly book a visit. I just used ZocDoc the other week and I got an appointment the same day. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/crimesofthetimes and find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/crimesofthetimes. ZocDoc.com/crimesofthetimes.
The investigation dragged into August with no arrests, no trace of Corey Kaufman's body, and no good leads as to where it might be. About 6 p.m. on August 9th, an officer stopped by Frank Carson's office and dropped off a letter with 58 questions. They asked if he would take a polygraph test. They asked if he reported all the thefts on his Turlock property and if he made any threats to suspected thieves. They asked if he had an alibi for the night Kaufman disappeared. They must have suspected Carson was unlikely to give them answers, and their concluding question seemed designed less to gather facts than to provoke an incriminating response. What did he think should happen to those responsible for Corey Kaufman's disappearance? That day,
It appears in Indigo's inbox
Navarro and a Modesto cop named John Evers
that Unit 207 criminally and illegally erased all of the messages
anyone who knew Carson even a little
from me,
might grasp
all of the
the
SOSs, all of the legal filings.
especially after his properties had been raided. So it's worth asking why, in the recording you're about to hear, the detectives ignored his dozens of unambiguous demands to leave.
Hey, Frank, Mr. Carson, how you doing? Get out. I'm Detective Everett. Are you here? You have a warrant for my arrest or anything? No, I don't. No, I don't. Get out. Get out. Is it open? Get out. We're here. Hey, Georgia. Come here. We're here to talk to you. Get out. Get out. Get out. Calm down. Right, we're ordered off the property. You should calm down. No, we're also investigating. Get out. Get out. Get out. You need to get out. Get out. Get out. I want you help here in 911.
Having ignored Carson's many demands that he leave, Bunch now said, "Don't be aggressive, Mr. Carson." At this point, Carson did something of outsized brazenness. He called an emergency dispatcher and tried to perform a citizen's arrest on the cops.
911. I need help here at 911.
What's wrong there?
These people won't leave. Get out!
What people, sir?
Get out!
We did try to
Place them under arrest. These guys are armed. They're armed. It's in my business. Get out!
We really like the flying force squad.
Get out!
What you're hearing here is two conversations.
Get out!
We didn't do anything.
Get out!
Carson on the phone with an emergency dispatcher and his wife Georgia fielding questions from detectives.
But we have some information that
It's false. You've gotten dirtbag information. You believe all those heroin addicts.
No.
She tells the cops that they're getting dirtbag information from heroin addicts.
But we have specific information.
No, one's got a
Corey was over on
got
the
a gun
property.
in her shirt.
And we just have some
And I've asked
questions.
You know we live in the
several
desert.
times.
Pardon me?
You live in the desert.
Yeah, this is the property
Get out.
on 9th Street.
They were now about 2 minutes into the confrontation, and by my count, Carson had already used the words "get out" 28 times. He kept urging the 911 dispatcher to send someone, even as detectives continued to question his wife. Later, Prosecutor Marlisa Ferreira would argue that Carson's 911 call was an attempt to thwart the police investigation and showed his, quote, consciousness of guilt. The prosecutor would argue, quote, the very first thing out of his mouth when the officers come in is, "Do you have an arrest warrant?" Who asks that? Most people would say, "Can I help you?" Carson would call this claim absurd, an attempt to characterize as criminal his exercise of basic constitutional rights.
He's got the gun. He's got the gun. I see the gun.
Frank,
Just go, get out.
calm down, Frank.
He's got a gun. I see that it's on his right hand side. He's got a black holster.
Georgia, this thing's going to be all bad.
I'm ready.
If you are inclined to sympathize with Frank Carson, what you may hear in this exchange is detectives harassing an innocent man in his place of business after hours, hoping not for information, but to needle him until he loses his temper and does something stupid. If you take this view, you may have bristled to hear the cops remark that Carson's office is open to the public, as if they were standing in a park or on a sidewalk, rather than on his property, uninvited, with no warrant. When investigator Kirk Bunch used the words, "It's gonna be all bad" to Carson's wife, Carson's anger intensified.
Wait a minute. He just threatened my wife.
It's all going to be bad.
Wait a minute.
He's not.
Bunch has just threatened my wife, saying it's all going to be bad.
Are you being aggressive?
Get out.
This isn't doing good.
Get out. Now he says, now you're being aggressive. Now, if they advance towards me, you need to get a police officer in here, because if they won't leave, I'm going to place them both under arrest. In fact, I've already done it.
I don't know.
So, pardon? No, have them leave, but I don't have to be armed. I can place them under arrest.
About 4.5 minutes into the encounter, the cops were ready to leave.
Close the door.
You're not,
Get out.
You're not going to answer him.
Get out.
You're not
Get
gonna,
out.
You're not
You
gonna help.
shut up.
You're not going to
Get
help.
out.
You're not going to help.
Get out. You don't talk to me.
I can talk.
Get out. No, you don't. Get out. You're under.
Can I tell
You
you
know
why
what?
we're here,
You're
Frank?
both under arrest for trespassing.
Frank, can I
Well,
tell you why we're here?
place you both under arrest. Get out so we can lock the door.
Can I tell you something real quick?
Get out. No. I don't want to hear anything. I'm tired of your abuse and your threats.
All right, Mr. Carson, it's not going to go
No,
away.
you're going to take.
It's not going to go away.
Close the door.
It's not going to work.
Let go of my door.
It's not going to work this time, Mr. Carson. You're under investigation. We'd like to talk to you.
By the time Carson succeeded in getting police off his property, 6.5 minutes after they walked in, he had used the words "get out" 50 times. The year 2012 ended with no sign of Corey Kaufman and no arrests. On missing posters around town, he was still smiling at passers-by with a pair of straight white teeth. The next summer, deep in the mountains 70 miles away in Mariposa County, hunters found a human skull at the base of a tree near a dry creek bed. There were other bones nearby among thick leaves and pine needles. A femur, a pelvis, tibias, fibulas, a scapula. In a hollowed-out tree, a rib bone, 3 vertebrae, a clavicle. There was a battered zip-up sweat jacket, a pair of Wrangler jeans, a ring of keys, a gray t-shirt that said "Loose Cannon," work boots, a headlamp. A Mariposa detective studied the skull and observed that it had good-looking teeth. She thought it might be the young man from Turlock. The Trials of Frank Carson is written and reported by me, your host, Christopher Goffard, for the Los Angeles Times. Our producers are Lori Gallaretta and Sabrina Fang. Alex McGinnis is our composer and sound designer. Misha Stanton is our mix engineer. Our editor is Steve Cloud. Our executive producers are Ben Adair at Western Sound and Abby Fentress Swanson at the LA Times. Special thanks to Shelby Grad, Julia Turner, and Kimi Yoshino. If you like what you're hearing,
Unit
become a Los
207 is
Angeles
actively
Times
trying to
subscriber
prevent
to
emails
get
from being
special
sent on
bonus
Indigo
episodes
James'
of this podcast.
email account. Just said there was a network connection disruption. They're
Hi,
stomping
it's your
around
host,
upstairs.
Christopher Goffard again. Here's a reminder that LA Times subscriber support makes podcasts like this one possible. Subscribe now to get exclusive bonus episodes that will give you the story behind this show. We will share interviews with experts who will weigh in on the case, and we will play extra tape that sheds light on important parts of our story. Subscribe today to listen. Go to latimes.com/exclusive-podcasts. Thanks.
Climate change is battering California. Wildfires, heat waves, droughts, floods, sea level rise, they're all getting worse. That's why the Golden State is burning less oil and gas and investing in renewable power. I'm Sammy Roth. I've been reporting on energy and climate change in California and across the American West for a decade. I've seen firsthand how these stories touch lives, livelihoods, and landscapes, sometimes for worse, sometimes for better. From the Los Angeles Times, this is Boiling Point. I'll be asking scientists, politicians, activists, and journalists the same questions. What are the challenges we face to building a better world? And what are the solutions we need to embrace, even when it's hard? Boiling Point will be available everywhere you listen to podcasts, starting January 16th.
Unit 207 is confident that on top of all of the evidence they attempted to destroy unsuccessfully, that the emails I just tried to send to Joel, Matt, these are coaches at Indigo's high school wrestling team with my SOS, as well as North Middle School and Everett High School, won't be retrieved because of the females upstairs that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. It's 10:31 a.m. I took a screenshot of them cutting off the network. It's 10:32 a.m. Dirty John.
Who you marry might be the most important decision of your life, but it can also be the least rational. Maybe loneliness plays a role, maybe lust, maybe forces we don't grasp at all. It's guesswork and blind intuition.
He was quite excited and kept saying, I can't wait to be married to you, and just, I'm so in love with you, and so on. I was a little more nervous.
Deborah is a successful interior designer. She tells everybody about the handsome doctor she met online who seems to live only for her.
We would take a walk, he would hold my hand and want to hear all about my day.
John makes her feel alive again.
He came off as the perfect husband.
But her family doesn't like John.
To be honest, his story about having the 3 cars and the house, it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I called BS on that.
Like, why does a practicing anesthesiologist never seem to have any money? When he leaves the house in his blue surgical scrubs, where does he go all day?
I would try to look him in the eye, and he would try to look away. So that just kind of says something about somebody.
John tells her the problem is with her children. They're spoiled, trying to sabotage her happiness. They want her money. And her psychologist tells her she needs to establish boundaries with her children. But is there something about John's past he's trying to hide?
I opened the mailbox, and it was a letter from a guy from jail. I thought, why is he getting a letter from someone from jail?
Devil's got your boyfriend. He's got no one who said he always loved you. He'd never leave you. The devil's got your boyfriend.
From the Los Angeles Times and Wondering, this is Dirty John, a new podcast premiering this fall. I'm Christopher Gofford, a reporter with the LA Times.
I got a big smile on my face. You know why? Why, John? Because trust me. Just trust me. Guess why? It doesn't make any sense. Well, it don't have to. You will understand when the time comes.
Dirty John is a story about seduction and deception. It's about family and forgiveness, and the borderland between love and death.
It's the kind of thing where you look at somebody and you swear you can hear, you can literally hear the seething cauldron that's inside their brain.
Trust you what? Just trust me.
Subscribe to Dirty John on Apple Podcasts or your favorite listening app.
Climate change is battering California. Wildfires, heat waves, droughts, floods, sea level rise, they're all getting worse. That's why the Golden State is burning less oil and gas and investing in renewable power. I'm Sammy Roth. I've been reporting on energy and climate change in California and across the American West for a decade. I've seen firsthand how these stories touch lives, livelihoods, and landscapes, sometimes for worse, sometimes for better. From the Los Angeles Times, this is Boiling Point. I'll be asking scientists, politicians, activists, and journalists the same questions. What are the challenges we face to building a better world? And what are the solutions we need to embrace, even when it's hard? Boiling Point will be available everywhere you listen to podcasts, starting January 16th.
A listener note: this story contains adult content and language.
There are a total of 13 stab wounds which have penetrated the body. They are all arbitrarily numbered from 1 to 13. There are 8 wounds noted in the left side and upper back, in the shoulder and scapular area, where wound number 1 is on the top of the left shoulder.
I'm sitting in the office of a man who prosecutes murders for a living. His name is Matt Murphy. He's a veteran assistant district attorney who handles homicides out of Newport Beach, California.
All of them have a small amount of blood.
If you're from somewhere else and have a mental picture of Orange County, about an hour south of LA, Newport Beach is probably part of that image. It's the side of the county that the tourist guides want you to see. Pacific Coast Highway runs through it, luxury shopping, piers and surf shops and plastic surgeons, yachts and cliffside mansions. I used to cover the city as a crime reporter for a local newspaper. There weren't a lot of murders, maybe 1 a year, 2 or 3 in a very bad year. Greed or lust figured prominently in the most memorable ones. These days, if you're one of the rare people who meet a violent death in Newport Beach, Matt Murphy is the prosecutor who will hear about it. The homicide case that landed on his desk in the summer of 2016 was particularly violent, and it was unique in his experience.
Number 5 is on the left, more to the upper arm area. Number 6, 7, and 8 are close to the midline region of the upper back. All of these stab wounds are superficial wounds. They have all been sutured by metallic staples.
Murphy is reading the autopsy report, which is part of how he assesses whether there's a prosecutable offense. A homicide is the killing of one human being by another. He had to decide whether it was a crime.
Wound number 13, which is the fatal wound, is the upper left eyelid, 1 centimeter in size. Only wound number 9 has some bruising around it, and another bruise noted around 12 and 13. So when you review something like this, what it tells you is this young woman fought like hell.
From the Los Angeles Times and Wondery, this is Dirty John. I'm Christopher Goffard. Part 1, The Real Thing. In the fall of 2014, Deborah Newell was flipping through profiles on Our Time, a dating site for singles over 50. 84 strangers wanted to get to know her. She took a chance on 3 guys. She had coffee with one, dinner with another, breakfast with a third. They were older and less handsome than their profile pictures. There wasn't any chemistry. Deborah Newell has hazel eyes and high cheekbones and wavy blonde hair. When she was in her 30s, a man threw himself on the hood of her car, begging for a date. For years, attracting men had been as easy as walking into a room. Now she was 59, married and divorced 4 times. Her 4 kids were grown, and she had a flourishing interior design business. She wanted a man to travel with and share her success with. She worried that she was too old for another chance at love. She tried the site again. Someone else wanted to meet her. This guy checked every box.
Looked very successful, according to everything in his profile. He posted a few pictures, said he was a physician. So I thought, interesting. Seems safe. So we started talking.
John Michael Meehan had thick, dark hair and a big, warm, friendly smile that invited trust. If you saw his smile on a billboard, you'd want whatever he was selling. He looked a little weathered, but he might have once been an All-American quarterback on a trading card. They exchanged texts, then phone calls.
He said, "You're so my type." And the last guy I was with said I was his type. I thought, oh, I'm so his type. Well, okay, good. That's a good thing. He sent me pictures of him as a little boy. Said he was Christian. Said that he had gone to my church. Said I go to Mariners. Where'd he go? He goes, that's where I go. Said that I had 4 kids and grandkids. He goes, oh, how lucky you are. I would love to meet them.
She lived in Irvine.
Hi, it's your host, Christopher Goffard. Thank you so much for tuning in to the first season of Crimes of the Times. While you wait for season 2, please enjoy a special featured episode of my show, Dirty John, the story of a Newport Beach family whose life is upended by a manipulative predator who is not what he seems. This is episode 1 of Dirty John, The Real Thing.
A listener note: this story contains adult content and language.
There are a total of 13 stab wounds which have penetrated the body.
Sounds
They are
like at
all
least one
arbitrarily
email did
numbered
go
from
through
1 to
today for
13.
the SOS.
There are 8 wounds noted in the left side and upper back, and the shoulder and
Unit
scapular
207
area,
is now
where wound
upset
number 1 is
or
on the top of
acting
the
like
left
they're
shoulder.
upset.
I'm sitting in the
That
office
at least
of a
one
man who
SOS went
prosecutes
out.
murders for a living. His name is Matt Murphy. He's a veteran assistant district attorney who handles homicides out of Newport Beach, California.
All of them have small amount of blood.
If you're from somewhere else and have a mental picture of Orange County, about an hour south of LA, Newport Beach is probably part of that image. It's the side of the county that the tourist guides want you to see. Pacific Coast Highway runs through it, luxury shopping, piers and surf shops and plastic surgeons, yachts and cliffside mansions. I used to cover the city as a crime reporter for a local newspaper. There weren't a lot of murders, maybe 1 a year, 2 or 3 in a very bad year. Greed or lust figured prominently in the most memorable ones. These days, if you're one of the rare people who meet a violent death in Newport Beach, Matt Murphy is the prosecutor who will hear about it. The homicide case that landed on his desk in the summer of 2016 was particularly violent, and it was unique in his experience.
Number 5 is on the left, more to the upper arm area. Numbers 6, 7, and 8 are close to the midline region of the upper back. All of these stab wounds are superficial wounds. They have all been sutured by metallic staples.
Murphy is reading the autopsy report, which is part of how he assesses whether there's a prosecutable offense. A homicide is the killing of one human being by another. He had to decide whether it was a crime.
Wound number 13, which is the fatal wound, is the upper left eyelid, 1 centimeter in size. Only wound number 9 has some bruising around it, and another bruise noted around 12 and 13. So when you review something like this, what it tells you is this young woman fought like hell.
From the Los Angeles Times and Wondery, this is Dirty John. I'm Christopher Goffard. Part 1, The Real Thing. In the fall of 2014, Deborah Newell was flipping through profiles on Our Time, a dating site for singles over 50. 84 strangers wanted to get to know her. She took a chance on 3 guys. She had coffee with one, dinner with another, breakfast with a third. They were older and less handsome than their profile pictures. There wasn't any chemistry. Deborah Newell has hazel eyes and high cheekbones and wavy blonde hair. When she was in her 30s, a man threw himself on the hood of her car, begging for a date. For years, attracting men had been as easy as walking into a room. Now she was 59, married and divorced 4 times. Her 4 kids were grown, and she had a flourishing interior design business. She wanted a man to travel with and share her success with. She worried that she was too old for another chance at love. She tried the site again. Someone else wanted to meet her. This guy checked every box.
Looked very successful, according to everything in his profile, he posted a few pictures, said he was a physician. So I thought, interesting. Seems safe. So we started talking.
John Michael Meehan had thick, dark hair and a big, warm, friendly smile that invited trust. If you saw his smile on a billboard, you'd want whatever he was selling. He looked a little weathered, but he might have once been an All-American quarterback on a trading card. They exchanged texts, then phone calls.
He said, "You are so my type." And the last guy I was with said I was.
That guy upstairs is on the phone.
I'm so his type.
Telling people what just happened. The girl upstairs said shit.
And he sent me pictures of him as a little boy. Said he was Christian. Said that he had gone to my church. Said I could marry.
Some other people up there.
Because that's where I go.
They don't have anything they want to add to the conversation. I'll say that.
Kids goes, "Oh, how lucky you are. I would love to meet them."
She lived in Irvine, about an hour south of Los Angeles. They met at her penthouse. She grabbed her Chanel bag, and they walked down the block to a casual dining restaurant called Houston's, where they found a place at the bar. John was 55, 6'2", with broad shoulders. He had flawless teeth, a strong jaw, and hazel green eyes. He focused on her intently. Deborah wore black Gucci stiletto
This seems like a
heels
good
and
time to
designer
go over.
jeans.
Remember, never
John
forget
seemed
the
to care
unofficial
almost nothing
FBI
about his
motto,
clothes.
stolen from an FBI
an
agent's
overgrown
YouTube
college
video
guy
footage of a
with
police
his
officer harassing him and
preppy
threatening
shirt
him,
and his
unaware he was an
shorts
undercover
and-
FBI agent on private property in a
Like a
parking
Frank
lot.
Underground.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Exactly.
Ready?
What's he look like?
Do I
He was
need
smart
to
and
answer
charming and
any
articulate.
of
He
your
was divorced with
questions?
2 daughters. He said he had houses in Newport Beach and Palm Springs, that he was an anesthesiologist, just back from a year in Iraq where he had worked with Doctors Without Borders. He told stories about being on the front line, jumping out of a helicopter.
We just talked about what we wanted out of life. He asked a lot of questions about my business and how it works. I thought it was a good trait that he's more interested in me than himself. I think it's healthy when the conversation goes back and forth.
She was still stung by her last boyfriend, who had complained that she put on some weight. But John told her that she was beautiful, that she stopped his heart.
Remember him rubbing my back?
As you're sitting side by side.
Yeah, he moved very fast.
They kissed that night back at her place. He wanted it to go further. He did not want to leave. He even threw himself on her bed and said, "This feels incredible." She was getting uncomfortable. She had to insist he leave. She had to kick him out. The next day, she was back at her office, a little sad. She tried to lose herself in her work. There were always deadlines. She'd spent 30 years building her business, Ambrosia Interior Design, and she was a name in her field. She supervised a team of devoted designers, marketers, and project managers. She liked to hire single women and mothers because she could remember how it felt to be alone, with one child and another on the way after her first marriage broke up. She took me through her storage warehouse in Irvine. It's as big as a supermarket and crammed with sofas, modern art, mirrors, frames, and 1,000 other furnishings. She drums her fingers on an elegant object in the shape of an inflated blowfish. It looks to me like a vase, but she calls it a ceramic decorative ball.
If it's a white and cream scheme, they pull one of white. If it's a gray, more of a restoration look, they pull those. So it just depends on the scheme.
When people walk into one of Deborah Newell's model homes, they're invited to imagine their futures in them. She calls them approachable dreams. Her warm, flawless rooms are like glossy ads in upscale lifestyle magazines. No kids' toys or dirty dishes in sight. None of the messiness of actual living. One whole section of Deborah's warehouse is shelf after shelf of hardback books coordinated by color, because books make nice furniture in perfect homes. A little nod to culture, though the pages inside might as well be blank. Can you explain the books again? Because
We pull by color. Like, let's say it's a blue and beige scheme. Cream will pull blue and beige and cream books. So depending on what the color scheme is.
And where do you get them?
Libraries. I go around on Saturdays with my books. I love to read, and it's really become something that's a little bit of a hobby of mine. Go around find books.
So aqua books, blue books, navy books, white, gray, yellow, brown. And the books themselves don't matter.
Well, we don't want anything that says death or sex on it. So we have to stay away from those. And then the guys on.
Did you make up those rules yourself?
No, the builders did.
It's like the face you show someone on a date. You're inviting someone to fantasize about the piece that may complete his or her life. If your eagerness or loneliness or desperation show too soon, you're done. Maybe that had been John's mistake. One of Deborah's daughters was working with her on the day after her disastrous date with him. She told her about it.
I thought, what a jerk. So I can eliminate him.
Later that day, John called her. He told her he was sorry. He knew he'd overstepped. He just wanted to spend every minute with her. Would she give him another chance?
I was still attracted to him.
Leave the review alone if you're.
I was curious to hear what he had to say. And of course, he persuaded me.
John had some idiosyncrasies. He showed up for dates in his faded blue medical scrubs as if fresh from surgery. He even wore them to a formal dress cancer benefit she invited him to. Some people snickered, but she thought, busy doctor. By the second or third date, he was telling her he loved her, that he wanted to marry her. 2 weeks after they met, she emailed him, "So you are the real thing," with a smiley face emoji. And he replied, "Best thing that will ever happen to you."
Gentle and sweet, I feel out my feet every time I see him. Handsome, handsome.
He began spending the night regularly at her Irvine penthouse. This alarmed her 24-year-old daughter, Jacqueline, who lived there with her. Jacqueline thought he looked homeless. She remembered the first time she saw him at their place.
Well, the second I opened the door, I just kind of looked at him head to toe and thought to myself, oh, this loser. He didn't carry himself very well. His body was kind of moping around. He looked very focused. His eyes were going from one corner of the room to the other as if he was scanning, thinking pretty hard about something. He had a lot going on in his mind, but he was pretty calm.
Even at a glance, Deborah Newell's penthouse reflected money. There were black velvet dining chairs, a glass cocktail table, fine art on the walls, including 2 original Salvador Dali paintings. Jacqueline had a collection of expensive bags and purses.
I have a safe where I keep Birkin bags and like my nicer purses. And I had it in my office area, and he walked in and said, "What do you have in
Leave
safe,
the
girl?"
reviews, son.
And I said, "None
If you
of
blew
this."
the whistle,
And
I'm
I
telling you,
slammed the
nothing
door
I'm
closed
doing
behind me.
is
I
nearly
believe
as
that was
pressing
my
as you
second
think.
interaction with him. And then I told my mom that she better get this creep out of the house, or I don't plan on living with her.
Deborah wasn't surprised by the criticism. She often exasperated
I left
her
the
kids with her
Snohomish County
taste in men.
Prosecutor's Office review
found
of my
something bad to say
SOS
about anyone
message
she
that is
dated.
written in the description and
They
title
see
of
her
this
endure
video
one
again.
bad relationship
I can
after
see that
another.
once again, Unit 207
Over
has
the
criminally
years,
and
men had
illegally
yelled
erased
at
all
her,
reviews
hit
left
her, and
there
taken her money.
previously.
Soon, she and John were quietly looking for a place together.
Left with this
They found a
account,
house on the
Games
boardwalk
101
on Balboa
player,
Island in Newport Beach. The rent
i.e.
was
my eldest son's
$6,500 a
account.
month. She put down a year in advance. He didn't want his name on the lease. Tax problems, he said.
Current time is 10:55
After
a.m.
Jacqueline's overt hostility, Deborah wasn't about to tell her kids that John would be moving in with her. She knew what they'd say, that she was moving too fast, acting with her heart, repeating old mistakes. What her kids didn't see was how well he treated her day by day.
better than her husband's had. How he brought her coffee in the morning and got her groceries.
Also,
How he took
whistleblowers,
her
if you're
Tesla and
seeing the
Range Rover in
SOS
for
message, it
maintenance.
has instructions that
Sometimes he
you
even carried her
need to
purse
follow.
for her. She was convinced that they'd understand how wonderful he was once they got to know him. And she knew that if any of her kids would give him a chance, it was her youngest, Tara. Tara Newell was 23 and as quiet and non-confrontational as her sister Jacqueline was assertive. If Jacqueline was the streetwise family rebel, Tara was the pleaser. The first word people used to describe her was sweet. Tara was into dogs and zombie shows, church and country music. She had Psalm 23 tattooed on her foot. She had her mom's blonde hair and soft manner. She was an avid hiker, fit but physically small, with a gentleness that made her seem smaller still. She was living outside Vegas with her boyfriend. They'd met at a pet store where they both worked and had bonded over The Walking Dead. Tara was taking online dog grooming classes. For years, Tara had watched men come in and out of her mom's life. She knew her mom liked to take care of people and tried to see the best in them. Sometimes she trusted too easily. So Tara felt protective of her mom.
She liked Christians, and some men would lie and say they were a Christian just to charm her. And they would go to church with her, but they wouldn't be involved or have a personal connection with the Lord.
Tara wondered why a guy who sounded as good as John would still be single. She wanted to have a look at him. A few days before Thanksgiving, Tara and her boyfriend Jimmy Grobb drove out to Southern California for a few days. John was helping Deborah move into her new rental house on the water. At 6'2", John was physically imposing, and he towered over Tara by a full foot.
My first impression of this guy, we walked in, and he just didn't really want to say hi to us. We tried to say hi to him. He gave us like a quick hi, and we tried to help him move and stuff.
She had her 3 dogs with her, including her miniature Australian Shepherd, Cash.
We went into the house. We had the dogs there and stuff, and they were roaming around. They were very anxious, picking up probably from my energy from John, and John's energy just, he wasn't thrilled to meet us. I just thought maybe he might be shy or something else might be going on.
Jimmy thought John's behavior was odd. He huffed and strained as he tried to move Deborah's queen mattress single-handedly.
He tried to throw the mattress a few feet in front of him, wrestle it downstairs and onto the car. It wasn't taking any help. Me and Tara and someone else were there, and we're looking at each other like, is this guy for real right now? Like, he's just really overdoing it for no reason. It seemed like he was trying to impress us or Debbie or both. Just some kind of ego trip that he had.
While Tara and Jimmy were staying in Deborah's spare bedroom, Deborah was trying to maintain the illusion that John wasn't really living there. He'd moved in after knowing her just 5 weeks. Here's Tara.
About the second day we stayed there, I went into her bathroom to get some Q-tips, and his stuff was just all there. And then I questioned her about it. I was like, why is his stuff here? You told me he wasn't moving in because he only known her for 2 months.
And she couldn't shake a few questions. If he had houses in Newport Beach and Palm Springs, why had no one been allowed to see them? Why was he always driving Mom's cars instead of his own car? Why did he seem to spend all day playing Call of Duty on the 70-inch plasma TV Mom had bought for the house? If he was a doctor, why did he seem to own nothing but a few old clothes?
I value sleep more in my 30s than I ever did in my 20s. A bad night's sleep can affect both my mood as well as my physical health. If I toss and turn all night, I really feel it in my neck and shoulders. I'm cranky, it's bad. That's why I'm so excited to share something that's made a real difference in my life, Beam's Dream Powder. Beam Healthy Nighttime Blend is packed with science-backed ingredients shown to improve sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. whether that's going to work or solving a cold case. Dream is made with a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, epigenin, and melatonin. It's designed to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up feeling amazing. Beam has already improved over 17.5 million nights of sleep, helping people across the country wake up and feel their best. Here's the deal. Beam is giving my listeners their best offer yet of up to 40% off. Try their best-selling Dream Powder and get up to 40% off for a limited time. Go to shopbeam.com/crimes and use code CRIMES at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/crimes and use code CRIMES for up to 40% off. Solve the case of your bad sleep by trying Beam today.
I was just confused because, to be honest, the story about having the 3 cars in the house, it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I called BS on that.
Tara was looking through a closet when she found a box of John's stuff. There was a nursing certificate with his name on it.
I don't know the medical field that much, so I just thought he had a nursing certificate on top of the anesthesiologist degree or whatever. And I said, oh, I found his nursing certificate to my mom. Like, how do you think he's not moving in here? And she told me he was getting his stuff, or she was getting his stuff framed for him. And that's why I was there.
Tara wasn't satisfied with the explanation, and she did something Deborah was not accustomed to from her quietest, most docile daughter. For the first time in Tara's life, she lashed out and screamed at her mother. Why was she lying? Why didn't she just admit that he was living there?
My mom came up before him, started questioning me, why are you asking me this and stuff? And then he came up right behind her and just started screaming at me.
I'm in the back bedroom and I just hear a bunch of yelling, and all of a sudden Tara runs to the back bedroom crying hysterically, and John isn't too far behind, bursts into the room, and it just happens so quick, just like the flip of a switch.
He was accusing me of wanting to take my mom away from him, and also accusing me of snooping through his things, which I didn't. But because he said that, it made me question, what is he trying to hide? I screamed back because I didn't like the things he was saying. And when someone's screaming at you, it's hard for you not to have a reaction out of that.
He was yelling that she shouldn't have been snooping through his stuff, and that his kids would have been punished for this, being spanked and smacked. He definitely was trying to take control. He was definitely sticking his chest out, trying to take a commanding position. You know, I had a broken hand at the time, so it was just kind of felt like I couldn't do anything in that moment except stand up for Tara. And he definitely didn't like that. I could tell that she was more scared than anything because he was a very brooding, male dominant, personality type. Before that, we hadn't really seen that. We'd seen this, kind of cool, suave, Newport Beach looking guy. Debbie and John kicked us out that night, and it was just a very emotional, very scary, event, especially on Thanksgiving. You'd expect that family would be brought closer together. I even remember telling Debbie as we were walking out, I thought Thanksgiving was about family and not boyfriends. And I can tell that got to her because I think she was starting to realize who and what she was giving up just for this guy.
And we were not welcome there for Thanksgiving because he didn't want us there, and he was living there. So that truth came out that he was living there. Yeah, I yelled at her too because I told her, I was like, how can you let this guy talk to me? But I said it way differently. I screamed at her. I said, how could you let this guy talk to me like this? This is your home. I'm your daughter. I just met him, like, what's going on? And you're gonna let me leave over him? So, that day was very hurtful.
John had explanations for her kids' hostility to him.
They were jealous. They wanted her money. They were waiting for her to die so they could collect. And he had an explanation for why he had a nursing degree but called himself a doctor. He said he also had a PhD, which earned him the right to the title, and he had advanced training in anesthesiology. The day after the blowout, the family gathered for the big Thanksgiving party at the Balboa Island house. It was impossible to ignore the sudden fissures in the family, impossible to ignore Tara's absence. But others were willing to give John a chance, like Deborah's mother, Arlene. She adored him.
We were standing at the window looking at the ocean and looking at the bay, I should say, and I was just kind of quizzing him, and he was very nice, very nice. But he never really dressed up. He was just kind of tacky looking. I thought for Thanksgiving Day, we always dressed up in our family and made a real special day, and here he comes down and just looking pretty sloppy. But I thought, well, he worked hard, and that's okay for him to do that. And we just kind of talked about little things, and I told Debbie later, I said, oh, I think he's a great guy. You know, he's just very nice and courteous and very kind to me.
When Jacqueline showed up, her cousin told her John wanted to have a private word with her in the alley behind the house.
I was like, oh, hell no, this is not happening right now. I have nothing to say to you. Anything that he wanted to say to me, it could have been said in the house in front of everybody. So I did not appreciate that at all. And that prompted me to say some bad things about him. Like, I think he's the devil and he's just a loser piece of shit. That's what I told everybody. And then I left the home.
To John, this was more evidence that Deborah's kids were spoiled and out of control. His words tugged at Deborah's anxiety that maybe they were. She thought she could use a professional's objective advice. She found a psychologist, and the psychologist told her that her kids didn't have a right to run her life. She was 59. If this was the man she'd chosen, it was her business.
So then the psychologist starts working with me to have boundaries with the girls. So I was told that I have to give them rules, that if they're going to come over, they have to be invited over. They can't just stay without calling first, that I have a right to hang up on them if they're going to yell at me. Tell them that I deserve happiness just like you do. You're not going to treat me that way or I'm going to hang up on you. She was just teaching me to not allow them to have behavior like that towards me. And John loved it. Like, yeah, I agree with you. This is great.
Well, devil's got your boyfriend. He's got the one who said he'd always love you. He'd never leave you. Devil's got your boyfriend. He's got the one that he'll never let go.
Their house on the boardwalk had floor-to-ceiling windows that made you feel you were sitting atop Newport Harbor. It had a rooftop deck where they could watch the sailboats and the great yachts slide over the waves. John liked to wear baggy sweats and sweatshirts with the logo of the University of Arizona, where he had gotten an undergraduate degree.
Everything said Arizona. I thought, oh, we're 55 and we're wearing.
So basically he thought he was a mess in terms of his wardrobe.
Yeah. And he had the baggiest pants.
She took him to buy a closet full of new clothes. They went to Brooks Brothers.
He would try things on and I'd say, no, go back. And come out and some of that. I like that. Let's get that.
She bought him some shoes, designer jeans, dress shirts, slacks, a black tweed sport coat, some form-fitting cashmere sweaters, deep burgundy, navy blue.
He looked better in darker tones and pastels. Guy with darker hair looks better with true colors, blues. He didn't look good in red. More winter tones, jewel tones.
You got a blank canvas with this meeting?
Yeah, he said, dress me. I wanna please you. So yeah, I dressed him. It's like my new doll. He said everything was stolen when he was in Iraq. So
Every day now, he was begging her to marry him. She resisted. She loved him, but she knew her kids would be furious. In early December, she was driving to Vegas on business, and he was tagging along. Why not drop by the courthouse while they were in town?
He was quite excited. I was a little more nervous and kept saying, I can't wait to be married to you, and just, I'm so in love with you, and so on. I felt that this was an opportunity to love again.
Deborah, will you take John to be your wedded husband to live together and bond the marriage?
There's a video of the ceremony. They're standing in a dreary room against a wall with a plant-covered trellis. It has the look of a spur-of-the-moment decision. John is wearing jeans and an untucked shirt, kind of sloppy. Deborah is in stylish slacks. He's beaming down at her. He chuckles a little as he tries to get the ring on her finger.
Oh my gosh.
Afterward, they celebrated with lemon drop martinis. They had known each other less than 2 months. No one had been invited to the wedding. She didn't tell anyone. It was all a secret. She kept it a secret as the weeks passed and Christmas approached. The family planned to have their traditional Christmas get-together at the home of Deborah's eldest daughter, Nicole. Jacqueline refused to go. Tara was torn. She desperately wanted to spend the holiday with her little nieces and nephews, but she didn't want to be around John. Here's Tara again.
Me and my mom went to therapy to try to work things out and be able to have a Christmas together. And we worked out that John was not to be around the kids. So I just wanted to be involved in them. And then I got there hanging out for a while with them. And then he shows up with my mom.
John was still just her boyfriend as far as anyone knew. He bustled in with his arms full of presents for the children. Dozens of presents Deborah had bought.
He went up directly to the kids and started opening presents with them. And I felt very offended by that because that wasn't what we discussed.
As Deborah remembers it, he didn't do anything wrong. He brought in the presents and sat by himself at the dining room table, and the kids came up to him. Who could blame him for that? And he was good with kids. They brought out the playful side that she found so endearing. Everyone agrees what happened next. Tara began crying hysterically, making a scene.
Terry, you just need to handle this. You don't have to hang out near him. Just, go hang out in the other room. And she was fit to be tied. And she said, you promised that he wouldn't play with the kids. I go, what am I supposed to do? He's sitting right there. I go, it's sort of a tough situation. You just have to let it go.
Tara's grandmother didn't understand why she was so upset.
There was Tara sitting in the family room by herself, just crying, her eyes out, trembling and crying. Oh, and she was hysterical. She would not, she said, I just want to leave. She said, and I was getting upset with her for doing that. I thought, this is terrible. All of our family meeting for Christmas. And she was just sitting there shaking and just crying.
Tara knew what people were thinking. There she goes again, being over-emotional. She was the youngest in the family. Her dad had left the house when she was young, and she'd been looked after by nannies during the years her mom built her business. She knew some people still thought of her as the little girl who needed attention. It was sometimes a fight to be taken seriously, and she would question the intensity of her own feelings.
She always kind of got upset about things. And so I sat down and talked to her about that. She said, I don't care. I don't like him. There's something about him I don't like him.
In early 2015, Tara was back home in Vegas with Jimmy and their dogs. Tara wasn't talking to her mom. She just hoped John would go away. She wasn't like her sister Jacqueline back in Orange County, who had decided to take aggressive steps to make him go away.
Vacation season is nearly upon us. This year, I'm treating myself to the luxe upgrades I deserve with Quince's high-quality travel essentials at fair prices. Like lightweight European linen styles from $30, washable silk tops, and comfy lounge sets, with premium luggage options and a stylish tote bag to carry it all. The best part, all Quince items are priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. By partnering directly with top factories, Quince cuts out the cost of the middleman and passes the savings on to us. I pride myself on being able to fit more than I should be able to in a carry-on. So I've got my eye on Quince's carry-on size suitcase. The only reason I haven't purchased it yet is because I'm torn between 3 different colors. For your next trip, treat yourself to the luxe upgrades you deserve from Quince. Go to quince.com/crimesofthetimes for 365-day returns plus free shipping on your order. That's QUINCE.com/crimesofthetimes to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/crimesofthetimes.
Jacqueline was angrier and more suspicious by the day. More than once, Mom would call and ask if she borrowed cash from her wallet. Money was missing. Jacqueline told her to keep a better eye on it.
And I was like, no, I didn't go out of my way to your office or anything like that to go take or borrow money from you. How many places did you bring your purse today? Not only could it be that loser you're dating, but it could be anybody. It's just she has a lot of little opportunities that people that you can't trust will take advantage of because she's so nice. She doesn't protect herself very well. She doesn't see the danger in a lot of situations.
Other unsettling things were happening, like the texts Jacqueline would receive from her mom's number.
And I knew that the replies were not coming from my mom. It wouldn't even be the way that she would type out her text message. He would misspell his words or he would use slang. And my mom, she's a pretty proper person and she's text messaging. She uses capitals, periods, and such. Like on Christmas, I was talking to my mom and she said, turning phone off, Merry Christmas. I was like, that's weird that my mom doesn't want to talk to me on Christmas.
Jacqueline thought her mom had no idea who this man was. She decided to find out.
I just had such a hatred and such a good intuition about John being an evil person that I felt like I needed more facts and more evidence, because just me not liking him and thinking that he's an untrustworthy person isn't enough to tell my mom. It could look like, oh, people are just jealous that I'm happy, or it could be taken into so many different contexts.
She started watching John's movements. John would leave the Balboa Island house in the morning in his medical scrubs, driving Deborah's Tesla, and come back in the afternoon. He said he wasn't affiliated with any particular hospital, that he traveled between clinics and ORs, doing anesthesiology work as needed.
So I asked my mom what he was doing all the time with her car, and she says, I don't know. I don't know where he goes during the day. He puts on his scrubs and he goes to work. And I said, are you sure? Would it be okay if I put a tracker on your car one day to find out where he's going? She said, sure, put a tracker on my car if you want to put a tracker on my car.
Deborah says she doesn't remember agreeing to this, but Jacqueline insists that she did. She showed me a picture she took when she attached the tracker. The photo's timestamped 11:34 p.m. on February 2nd, 2015. John had been in her mom's life about 4 months at this point. She says she bought 2 trackers online, actually, and put them in rotation. One would be on the car while she charged the other. She could monitor John's movements on her laptop or iPhone. She began studying the strange routes he took around Southern California, looking for patterns and clues.
I just found that he would go to different doctor's offices, and then he would go to a warehouse, and he would usually go to a post office. It was usually fast food. He would always pull over and get shit food. And then he would go to the gas station. And then he would go to one or two doctor's offices, not in the area. It wouldn't be in Irvine They would be sometimes Mission Viejo, or one doctor's office looked like it was in San Diego. And then the Tesla would come all the way back up the coast, sometimes like be at a charging portal. So I couldn't figure out what he was doing. I thought that maybe he was getting scripts for OxyContin or like drugs that, and probably selling them on the street, or maybe keeping them in a storage facility. So I couldn't figure out all of that, but I was definitely trying my hardest.
None of it amounted to proof. None of it was necessarily incompatible with his story. These were fragments of a puzzle. Jacqueline knew she had to be careful about what she told her mom. It could get back to John. She didn't want to be dismissed as a meddler in her mom's business.
Did you let anybody else know that you were trying to? Did you tell?
I mean, my boyfriend, but he thought I was crazy. He was like, you shouldn't get involved. This guy's scary. Like, it'll all pan out and your mom will find out. But I was like, no, you don't know my mom. She's so sweet. She needs some help.
There's something else you should know about the Newell family. A homicide more than 3 decades old that haunts the subtext of this story in ways large and small. In 1984, Deborah's older sister, Cindy, had been trying to escape a bad marriage. She told people her husband was controlling and possessive. One afternoon, he pressed a handgun against the back of her neck and killed her with a single bullet. It was the reason Deborah hated guns. It was the reason she refused to have a gun around, long after people began warning her that she needed one. On the next episode of Dirty John.
Well, here it is, right here. I have a picture. He had, $500 plus $475 plus $150 plus $3,414. A 6-door. He was trying to get different gun parts. He was adding that.
Dirty John is reported and written by me, your host, Christopher Goffard, for the Los Angeles Times. Karen Lowe is our producer and editor. Audio design by Jeff Schmidt. Executive producers Jeffrey Glazer and Hernan Lopez for Wondering. Over the course of this production, our LA Times team has included Shelby Grad, Steve Plow, Robert Meeks, and Devon Maharaj. You can read the story at latimes.com.
This is a special version of Dirty John, remixed and remastered by Salt Audio.
Hi, it's your host, Christopher Goffard. Thank you so much for tuning in to the first season of Crimes of the Times. While you wait for season 2, please enjoy a special featured episode of my show, Detective Trapp, the story of Anaheim homicide detective Julissa Trapp and her quest to solve a series of murders and disappearances. This is episode 1 of Detective Trapp, All the Missing.
Detective Trapp contains descriptions of violence and sexual content and is not suitable for everyone. Please be advised.
One morning in April 2014, Julissa Trapp woke before sunrise and went to her closet.
I know I probably went through at least 3 or 4 shirts. Just staring at, like, trying to decide what to wear.
She would have to make 1,000 calculations that day. Some of her choices would be right out of the homicide investigation manual. Some of them would be influenced by the small army of other cops who watched her work. Some would be instinctive and hard to fully explain.
I remember thinking to myself, this is just like any other interview. Don't let it get into your head.
Of course, it wasn't just any interview. Soon she would walk into a windowless 8x10 room and sit face to face with a man she had been hunting for the last month. To walk into an interrogation room was to play a character, she liked to say. And that began with the right costume.
It was a strategy and advice I got from an FBI agent when I worked sex crimes, that pink is a soft color, it's very approachable, non-threatening, and so that was something that I traditionally wore. I reached for those first, and it just didn't feel right.
At the Anaheim Police Department, where she worked, Trapp was known as a master interrogator. That depended on finding exactly the right persona for the room. Would she be a mother, a sister, a friend willing to listen?
I think part of it was there was people that told me, like, do you think he's even going to want to talk to you? Like, do you think he hates women?
One woman was dead. 3 others had vanished. Today might be the last chance to get answers about their fate. If the missing women were alive, the man in the interrogation room might reveal where they were. If they were dead, as she suspected, the man might be talked, maybe tricked, into revealing how she could bring the bodies home. Julissa Trapp had missing persons of her own, and she carried them on her skin, so they confronted her when she stood in the mirror, as she did now. They were represented by 4 black birds tattooed in a straight line under her collarbone. They were swallows, the bird that carries souls. She thought of each one as a kind of scar, but also a reminder of the mystery of fate that had brought her here, to this particular morning, and this particular case. For this adversary, she thought it was important to look approachable, but also to project strength.
I'm sitting here trying to decide, like, what do you wear when you're interviewing a serial killer?
She picked an emerald green blouse.
I wanted a color that looked good on me, but also that kind of signified a little bit of power. Emerald green just kind of seemed to hit it. I wanted him to know who was in control of that room.
Detective Trapp put it on, over the swallows, and grabbed her badge. From the Los Angeles Times and Wondery, I'm Christopher Goffard, and this is Detective Trapp.
Ready or not, love, this game's mine too. So follow me lightly to the deep dark night.
This is episode 1, All the Missing. Anaheim Police Department headquarters is in a red brick building that cops call the Barn. It's been a second home for Julissa Trapp for most of her life. She now works at a cubicle on the 2nd floor, where she's the only woman on the 8-person homicide unit, or what she calls the varsity squad. The case that would consume her for years, the case that this story is about, began a few miles away in Santa Ana, the densely packed county seat. Women began disappearing from the streets there in the fall of 2013. Trapp would come to know their life stories intimately, and their faces would stare at her from the corkboard beside her cubicle. But initially, the case belonged to the police department in Santa Ana, where the missing persons unit had just one full-time investigator, a civilian, handling nearly 100 missing persons reports a month. The first to vanish was Kiana Jackson, who had just celebrated her 20th birthday. She had grown up in Northern California's logging country and left home in her late teens. She had been living in Las Vegas and had fallen into the grip of a man her mother came to believe was a pimp.
It wasn't like she got out of high school and said, or as she was growing up, said, well, this is what I want to be. I want to go be this.
Kiana Jackson's mother, Kathy Menzies, raised her in a small timber town with one high school and a railroad museum.
She got thrown into a big city and got swiped up because somebody saw her vulnerabilities.
Menzies says they kept in close touch, talking or texting every day.
She saw something funny and took a picture of it and sent it to me, or she heard this funny joke and wanted to share it with me, or, during the day it was, I'm going to make dinner tonight. How do I make this?
In the first week of October 2013, Kiana Jackson took a Greyhound bus to Santa Ana. When her mother didn't hear from her for a few days, she reported her missing to the Santa Ana Police Department. The person she talked to had looked up Kiana's rap sheet and found she had a record for prostitution.
And I thought, okay, but that still doesn't mean she's an invalid person. She's a human being just like anyone else. She has a right to be looked for. he just said, he goes, just so you know, prostitutes work circuits. From what I understand now is what he was meaning was, you know, they move from town to town. And I said, well, what you don't understand is, okay, maybe she was working circuits at the time she was talking to me all the time, but she talks to me daily. I see something from her daily, whether it's a voice, hear her voice, see a text message, something.
She called Orange County hospitals. She called the morgue. No trace of Kiana. She called the Motel 6 where she'd been staying. Kiana had left her things in her room and not returned. Weeks passed, and the mother's panic and desperation grew. At the Santa Ana PD, it was not considered a high priority case. It would be months before police got a warrant for Kiana's cell phone records to determine where it was last pinging. In the meantime, 18 days after Kiana Jackson went missing, a second woman disappeared. Josephine Monique Vargas was a local woman who moved between family and a room at the Red Roof Inn with her husband. She was 34, but looked older and careworn. Her nickname was Giggles because her laugh had always been irrepressible, even in church. She had dropped out of Santa Ana High School in the 11th grade and worked as a babysitter and house cleaner. She struggled with a crack cocaine habit and had a record for prostitution. She had a newborn but had lost her children to Child Protective Services. Her mother, Priscilla, said they were having a backyard barbecue at the family's Santa Ana home when Josephine announced she would walk up the block to the 98-cent store to buy some extra napkins. She didn't come back.
Right from the beginning, I knew something wasn't right. We called the hospitals, nothing. My kids would say, oh, she'll show up. She'll be here tomorrow. Watch. You'll hear from her. You'll hear from her. The next day, nothing. That's when I went and I reported her missing.
Again, it was months before they got the missing woman's phone records to determine where she had last been. 19 days after Josephine Vargas's disappearance, 37 days after Kiana Jackson vanished, a third woman went missing from the streets of Santa Ana. This was another local woman named Martha Anaya, who was 27.
She lived really close, so she would stop here every day, and like we would always talk. She would always come in my room and we would just gossip about life.
This is her daughter, Melody Anaya.
She always told me I was very bright, because I don't think she ever finished high school. So whenever she needed help spelling something, she would always tell me, and she's like, "Why do I need Google if I have you? You like know everything." She always told me, "When I'm old, you better take care of me."
At the time, Melody was 12 and living with her grandmother. Every other week or so, her mother would come by and take her to Knott's Berry Farm. They rode roller coasters and shared carne asada fries.
That was like our thing, carne asada fries from Knott's.
When she asked her mother what she did for money, her mom pointed to her bad knee and said the government sent her checks. They were struggling to make the rent and pay for school books, and Melody was anxious.
And she's like, "We can. Don't worry about anything. We are the adults." I remember the last day I saw her in person, we ended up going to Carl's Jr. And I remember that day we didn't have 10 cents for this burger, and the lady at register didn't want to give it to us. And so I asked this customer if she had like 10 cents, and she ended up giving it to us. So we were really grateful for that person, even if it was just 10 cents. And we sat down, and I always remember the smile that my mom flashed to me.
Her mother's advice was not to worry about the judgment of other people and not to let people take advantage of her kindness.
My mom always told me, be nice, have a good heart, but don't let people step all over you.
On the day Martha Anaya disappeared, she and her daughter were texting about Nutella.
I was like, I eat it with a spoon. She's like, you don't eat it on bread? I'm like, no. And then that was our last conversation that we had, and she never read the part where I said no. I came home from school, and I saw my grandmother crying, and my aunt was here, and so was one of my cousins. And, like, I remember asking her what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me. So I just went to my room, and I brushed it off. And then I came back, and my grandma was still crying. And she finally told me, oh, your mom hasn't called me. I'm really worried. This isn't like her. I'm like, I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she just has a bigger phone bill or something. So I texted my mom, I called her, nothing. And I was just like, well, this is not like her. She would have came here already. She would have called. I know something's wrong with her.
When they went to the police, the family says, they got pretty much the same answer that the other families got. She had a record for prostitution, and it wasn't so unusual for prostitutes to drop off the grid for a while.
I would cry every hour of the day, and it was just really bad at night.
La policía no quería hacer nada porque decía que
Martha's mother, Erlinda, says she asked for a meeting with the Santa Ana police chief and pleaded for his help, but was told that Martha was probably enjoying herself in Las Vegas. Priscilla, Josephine Vargas's mother, went with her to meet the chief and said he told her the same thing. The mothers hadn't known each other before their daughters disappeared. Now they were searching the streets together. On Sundays, they held vigils at the DMV. This is Priscilla again.
We used to walk that streets at 3 o'clock in the morning. People would ask me, "Are you crazy?" I don't care. They better kill me because I don't care. You know, that's my daughter I'm looking for. Nothing's gonna stop me. Putting the flyers up there. I'd be putting my girls, she'd be putting her daughters everywhere. I mean, we went in areas that you wouldn't be, those motels, man. You walk in and then you're fearing for your life. And at night, yes, it's dangerous. And she would tell me, "You're not scared." No, I'm not scared. I'm looking for my daughter. I'm looking for my daughter. We went looking in cars, abandoned cars. There was a few houses down on First that were abandoned buildings. I would go in there and look, you know, never know. But we did a lot of things, me and her, a lot of things that you wouldn't believe, looking for those girls.
She and Erlinda searched for months.
Every time they had a meeting with me and her, it was always the same story. "Oh, every cop has their flyer, don't worry." I told him if I was a wealthy woman, you'd be looking for her. I go, "But since we don't have money, you don't care." That's it.
The Santa Ana police chief at the time has since left the department, and despite my efforts, I wasn't able to get him on the phone. The department says a variety of factors go into how they prioritize cases, including the background of people reported missing, whether they've been reported missing before, and stable employment. They told me, quote, "Unfortunately, the factors associated with these victims' lifestyle made it difficult to determine whether these females were missing on their own accord or the victims of foul play." Over in Anaheim, Detective Julissa Trapp had been working a terrible case. A young man just out of a mental institution accused of fatally stabbing his mother in her bedroom. Her city got about a murder a month, and she was always busy. Trapp was not aware of the pattern of missing women in Santa Ana until late in 2013, when she turned on the news at home. The mothers were posting flyers and going street to street asking if anybody had seen the women, begging police to take it seriously. A police spokesman said they were looking into whether the disappearances might be connected.
It just came on the news, and it was a story of these women that were going missing in Santa Ana, and I was just looking like, huh, wow, that seems odd. Like, there's definitely something strange about it, right? Like, that's a lot of women going
For those of you
missing
watching that
with
are
a similar
wondering,
MO.
oh, why didn't you log into Indigo's account sooner and use his YouTube live stream? It's because I'm not into doing this.
Vacation
I know my
season
son
is nearly upon us. This year,
will
I'm
be
treating
happy when
myself
I
to
give
the
him
luxe
money and
upgrades I
pay for him
deserve
to
with
do
Quince's
something he
high
wants,
quality
most
travel
likely
essentials
going
at
to
fair
Thailand to
prices.
do MMA for a
Like
month.
lightweight European linen styles from $30,
When I'm no
washable
longer
tops,
illegally
and comfy lounge
detained and
sets.
or have been
With
shot
premium luggage options and
by
a
a North
stylish
Everett
tote
police
bag
precinct
carry-all.
officer,
The best part, all of Quince
while a real
items are priced
officer
50 to
shoots him
80%
and then
less than
rescues
similar
me.
brands. By partnering directly with top factories, Quince cuts out the cost of the
And
middleman
also
and passes the
because
savings on to us. I pride
I was
myself
really
on
hoping
being able
everyone
to fit more
involved
than I
would
should be able
confess and
to
fix
in a
this shit
carry-on.
so I wouldn't be
So
shot,
I've got my
which
eye
is
on
the
Quince's
remaining
carry-on size suitcase. The only reason I haven't purchased it yet is
occurrence.
because I'm torn between 3 different colors. For your next trip, treat yourself to the luxe upgrades you deserve from Quince. Go to quince.com/crimes of the times for 365-day returns.
Also,
plus free
just so
shipping
it's
on your
noted,
order.
Indigo didn't
That's
have live stream enabled, so when I clicked on here, I had to
quince.com/crimes of the
request to
times
do a
get
live
free
stream and wait
shipping and
24 hours.
365-day returns.
The reason why a live stream was begun
quince.com/crimes of the
today, after I
times.
said I wasn't going to be turning it on until or unless the North Everett precinct was at the door, the reason that changed is because of the FBI instructions this last weekend.
When Julissa Trapp drives through her hometown of Anaheim,
But they
it
also
feels to her
instructed
like
me to tell
one
you I'd
big
be
crime
waiting.
scene. Every street leads to the site of a remembered stabbing or shooting or chase, to close calls and hard lessons, to dead-eyed killers and inconsolable mothers. It's a mental map of what the jaded call anacrine, the crowded city of 350,000 people that encircles Disneyland, which serves as an ever-present backdrop in the way that other company towns have walnut groves or anthracite mines. There are blocks menaced by gangs and shadow economies fueled by drugs and sex. Of course, all of this shares a geography with Trapp's most personal memories and some of her happies. Down that street is the little yellow house where she grew up, and down that one is where she first pulled her gun. Over there is her elementary school, and here is where she patrolled in her 20s, a pixie-haired cop so small at 5'3", she struggled to see over the steering wheel of the big Chevrolet Caprice they put her in.
There was a phone book or a cushion or two that might have been used in order for me to look out.
There's Pauline Street, where she worked gang detail, knowing she was not a popular pick for the assignment, and that colleagues were whispering, what does she know about gangs? Down that way, she chased a gunman through a series of backyards and gave the wrong location when she radioed for backup, causing a sergeant to bark, was she trying to get herself killed?
And I remember after that going to another senior officer and him telling me, he goes, on your free time, what you need to do is you just need to drive around these streets and you need to memorize them like the back of your hand. And so that's what I would do, is I would start driving the alleys, when it wasn't busy and trying to memorize which street was which, so that never happened again.
There's the barn, the downtown police headquarters, where she's been showing up since she was 15-year-old Julie Rios, police explorer badge number 8, an Anaheim girl trying to learn her radio signs and begging for ride-alongs with grown-up cops. She was a cadet at 20, working the walk-in counter, and a sworn officer at age 21. To people who have seen her work, she's Hurricane Julie. Some longtime colleagues call her the Cape, because she once flapped around like one when a guy twice her size who objected to his arrest tried to shake loose from her headlock. She drinks the most expensive whiskey she can afford and likes to throw axes, though not at the same time. Occasionally, she swims with sharks off the coast of La Jolla. She's a devout Catholic who prays at every meal. And she had wanted to be a cop since she was 5. Her parents thought she'd outgrow it.
I'm a first-generation Mexican-American. My parents immigrated here. I'm sure that their dream was for their little girl to get married and have lots of children and be a stay-at-home mom and have a good husband, and that just wasn't my path.
Trapp's parents are both from Zacatecas, Mexico. She says she gets her stubbornness from her mother and her work ethic from her dad. Her mother cleaned other people's houses and kept their own immaculate. Her father had little education when he came to the United States in his teens. By the time he retired, he was banquet manager at the Anaheim Hilton, which draws a lot of people from Disney and the massive Anaheim Convention Center.
The easy way for me to describe it, and I always describe it that way, and say, for me to be what I was, I went through hell.
What about a teenager who came to this country hidden in the engine compartment of a truck?
You don't describe hell just as hot. There's a lot of more than that.
We know education because, really, he never went to school here.
Before I went into the food industry or hotel businesses, I worked as a gardener, and then I worked as a dishwasher, and then a shoe polish, and then a car wash, and then a dishwasher, and then a night porter, and then a busboy, and then I moved into, in 1975, I moved into banquets. And I told my kids, and I'm a big believer on that. If I did good, they need to do better.
Julissa Trapp applied 5 times before she got to homicide, and after one rejection, she asked a senior officer, "What do I need to do?" He told her to get experience in one of the precursors, gangs, family crimes, or sex crimes. She put in for all three. She won Detective of the Year in sex crimes, and again after she got to homicide in 2010. On the squad, she developed a rule: there's no crying in homicide, which she abbreviates as no crying in homie. It means not letting emotion paralyze you in a job that confronts you endlessly with other people's pain. At crime scenes, this can translate as brusqueness.
I'm a little rough around the edges sometimes. I don't have time for feelings.
Once she let her frustration show at the scene of an 8-year-old shooting death. The male sergeant on duty kept saying, "I don't know," to her questions until she snapped, "What do you know?" A male lieutenant pulled her aside to chastise her. Had she done anything wrong? Had she broken any policy? No, they were just talking about that elusive and subjective thing, tone. It wasn't the last time. She learned some strategies.
If I add a, "I'm sorry, could you please," so the little softer voice, that it gets the job done just as well. Do I think I should have to resort to that? Maybe not, but I really don't care. It's about getting the job done. If I have to add a curtsy at the end, I'll even do that.
What they call the tone thing became kind of a joke among her partners, like J.D. Duran, who was the longest serving homicide detective at the Anaheim PD. He's a burly, gray-haired, jovial-looking cop in his 50s, whose nickname is Big Pups. Of the 43 partners he's had in his 22 years there, she's one of just 3 women. He and Trapp have a pact that if unnatural death befalls one of them, the other will take the case, which is pretty close to the highest compliment a murder cop can pay another.
I mean, she can juggle a million balls in the air at the same time. She knows what she's talking about. She knows where she wants to go with the case.
I asked him about the tone thing, and he said Trapp has still another nickname, British Julie, a character who appears when, for instance, a beat cop is spitting sunflower seeds at her crime scene. She smiles through her teeth while carefully enunciating syllables of biting disapproval.
She tends to smile when she's like yelling at people or giving her tone, and I think it's comical. So if she's telling somebody like, "Don't you think you should have did ABC 1, 2, 3? The whole thing will be in British Julie."
I talked to another investigator who had partnered with her, Bruce Lynn, who said they got to know each other so well they could communicate with a silent glance. She and Lynn had shared an instant camaraderie. She called him a crusty old white guy, and he made fun of her expensive taste in shoes. He marveled at how hard she hit the bag in Krav Maga class. He was an evangelical Christian and liked to debate theology. He asked her why, as a Catholic, she prayed to the Virgin Mary, and she'd say, "Sometimes I just want to talk to a woman." He liked to argue at length about the concept of purgatory until she finally had to say, "Can we just get back to murder?" He used the same nickname Duran had.
And when she is not mincing she's not mincing words, nor inflections, nor facial expressions. She's mincing none of it. That's British Julie. Yep, she absolutely wags her finger. Yep. Yep. Not every single time, but yeah, but without a doubt. But if you think you might be encountering British Julie, check for the finger.
I value sleep more in my 30s than I ever did in my 20s. A bad night's sleep can affect both my mood as well as my physical health. If I toss and turn all night, I really feel it in my neck and shoulders. I'm cranky, it's bad. That's why I'm so excited to share something that's made a real difference in my life, Beam's Dream Powder. Beam Healthy Nighttime Blend is packed with science-backed ingredients shown to improve sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day, whether that's going to work or solving a cold case. Dream is made with a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, epigenin, and melatonin. It's designed to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up feeling amazing. Beam has already improved over 17.5 million nights of sleep, helping people across the country wake up and feel their best. Here's the deal. Beam is giving my listeners their best offer yet of up to 40% off. Try their best-selling Dream Powder and get up to 40% off for a limited time. Go to shopbeam.com/crimes and use code CRIMES at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/crimes and use code CRIMES for up to 40% off. Solve the case of your bad sleep by trying Beam today.
In the early 2000s, when she was still Julissa Rios, the department gave her a new partner, a burly SWAT cop of German ancestry who had grown up surfing in Newport Beach. They rode in icy silence, disapproving of each other. He had heard rumors that she was tough to work with, and she thought he was full of himself. One day she got back from surgery a little too soon, and he saw her struggling with her equipment bag across the parking lot. He carried it for her. Something changed between them then. Soon they shared a friendship, and then she was in love with Eric Trapp and had his surname. They were both foodies and filled their shelves with cookbooks. She took him to her uncle's farm in the Inland Empire and introduced him to pajarete, a drink which combined cocoa powder, tequila, and a jet of milk right from the goat's udder. In their own kitchen, they made elaborate 5-course meals, a whirling duet with Le Creuset cookware, and a working patter right out of the squad car. Who's the primary on this dish and who's the backup?
Hey, chef, how much longer do you want to cook your chorizo?
She was in her early 30s and still working gangs when they decided to start trying to have children. Her dad had been one of 9, and her mom, one of 20, would tell her, "You shouldn't wait." But when it didn't work, and still didn't work, Trapp found it hard to figure out God's plan for her. She researched her church's stance on in vitro fertilization. The Catechism of the Catholic Church called artificial insemination, quote, morally unacceptable. But the department chaplain reassured her that she'd be doing God's will by building a family. Meanwhile, her mother convinced her to see a sobadora, or fertility masseuse.
I had the means to go to a phenomenal doctor here in Orange County. I remember walking in and meeting him and walking out thinking, what a arrogant guy. And Eric and I looking at each other, we're like, that's the guy we want. No bedside manner, but we're like, that's the guy we want. And, you know, very high success rate, awesome clinic. And you're going through all these tests, and Mexican mama's like, you don't need all that. You don't need all those fancy doctors. You just need to go to the crazy lady in downtown LA, in some crazy part of LA with a chicken running around in the room, who put some egg on my belly, and I don't know what crazy voodoo she did on me.
Well, because we try to help her and we try whatever they tell you that it's going to work.
She endured a physically taxing, emotionally draining gauntlet of needles and doctor's visits. The doctors retrieved her eggs, fertilized them, and implanted them. The pregnancy failed. They tried another doctor, and this time she carried to 8 weeks. She went into her bedroom closet with a bottle of tequila and raged at God.
Every baby stroller, every pregnant woman, every baby shower you get invited to, everything that is baby, just, it's cruel. And it's not their fault. So then magnify that by being in a job. And then you can't understand why here's this particular person who is abusing meth and is dating a guy who is high on heroin, and they live in a motel room, and they are not in the best living conditions, and they just had a child. And they're not taking care of it. You can't grasp why that's possible if you can't. I'm eating healthy, I'm doing everything I can, I'm going and spending $1 bajillion with the doctor, and I can't do what this woman on methamphetamines is doing without trying.
She liked to be in control, but the world of IVF stripped away every illusion of it. Didn't her whole career prove the link between obsessive focus on a problem and the conquering of it? She was in homicide about a year when they tried again. She stayed home on bed rest, crocheting a baby blanket as the embryo grew. They looked through baby name books. If it was a girl, she'd pick the name. A boy, and Eric would pick, provided her mother could pronounce it. They heard a heartbeat. She carried for just 10 weeks. It felt like a basic compact with her creator had been broken.
So I remember one time she came to me and I said, Mother, what is the God that you told me that is up? Look at what happened to me. So why? I know she was very angry. She don't say, no, I don't believe in God anymore. I was so angry. I don't want to hear nothing about God.
By then, the Trapps had spent $100,000, pretty much their entire savings. Eric was willing to borrow if she wanted to try again, but she was tired of feeling like a failure and of being angry all the time. They talked about being foster parents with an eye toward adopting, but she had friends who had to give up their foster kids, and she was sure that would hurt too much.
I finally got to a place where I didn't recognize myself. I looked in the mirror and I was just like, this isn't me anymore. And I just knew at that point, I couldn't do it anymore. I was losing myself in this pointless battle to have a child. And I just finally had to tell myself, if the man upstairs wants me to have a child, it's going to happen. And it hasn't happened, and I just need to accept it.
She had always been dedicated to her job, her grim and unique task in the universe, but it acquired new meaning now. And she wanted to be a mother, but now she thought, maybe that's not who I am going to be. Maybe I'm the woman who finds answers for other mothers. She had 4 swallows tattooed under her collarbone, one for each child she had conceived but had not been able to bring into the world, and whose soul she hoped to meet when she died.
So thank you guys very much for having me. It's always a highlight for me to come talk to kids. I'm here to talk about...
On the morning in 2014, Trapp's life intersected with the missing women in Santa Ana. She was doing something she loved. She was talking to a room full of students. She does it whenever she can, and here she is on a recent morning at Sycamore Junior High.
Oh, I want to apologize in advance. I tried really, really hard. I know you guys are all kids, but I am a lady, but I do have the vocabulary of a singular. So if an occasional bad word pops out, don't hold it against me. Don't call attention to it either, right? So hopefully your teacher doesn't hear it. Do you want a detective that gives up because it's not easy to solve? Or do you want a detective this is hard, but they still keep going? What do you think, Miguel? One that keeps going. So that's kind of the kind of person you need to be.
She tells them about a key lesson from her stint in sex crimes, where the victims were often too young to speak.
Sometimes they can't talk because they're 2 years old. And they can't tell you what's happening. So who can you talk to that can tell you what's going on? Parents. No. Maybe parents don't know. Nope. Thank you. Right girl right there that pops up. Now, the person who's doing it. Who do you tell your secrets to? Your friend. Your best friend. So this is where I learned how to talk to bad guys. I learned that in order for bad guys to talk to me, I had to become their best friend. When I show up, when I get called and someone's been murdered, should it matter who's lying on the ground? No. No. I'm going to treat that case exactly the same, no matter who my victim is. I learned very quickly in my homicide career that if I made a promise to a mother, I better keep it, right? Because if I don't keep that promise, is she ever going to trust law enforcement again? No. Does my murder victim care that I'm sick? No. Does he or she care that I've got the killing things to do at home? No. Do they care that I'm fighting with my husband? No. Do they care that my mom's upset that I haven't visited her during 3 weeks? No.
On Friday morning, March 14th, 2014, Trapp was giving a talk very much like this one at another school. About 11:15 a.m., her cell phone buzzed. It was the text from the homicide squad that would summon her into the lives of the missing women in Santa Ana and their families, into the case that would possess her for years to come. It was a case in which she'd summon and weaponize all she'd gone through and would demand more of her than most cops were prepared to give. Trap cut her talk short, thanked the students, and walked swiftly to her car. The text told her to get to Republic Waste Services on North Lugum Street. It said, possible human.
I called him madman because the things he was proposing to do I thought would get him cooked like a French fry, and it may do that. I have, thanks to my producer, Heather Wade, located Madman. We've got him secreted away to a very special location where he can do an interview. That's right, Madman Markham. Mike Markham is here. Thank God. Frankly, I thought he had toasted himself, and of course you can't ever rule that out with this young man. So that's where we're going tonight. We're going to interview Madman Markham. What an incredible, incredible find. Just
I was with a new lover making out on the couch when things got a little heated and my penis came out and she jerked that.
This game, you're not ready for it.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, how did you all? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, around the world. Each and every time zone covered like a big blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It is my pleasure to be here. And I've got a number of housekeeping things I want to cover with you. First of all, no bad language. We have two rules. No bad language and only one call per show. That's easy, right? Easy peasy, as somebody says. I want to thank Cellos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, and listen to me, everybody. This girl was born with a phone to her ear. If you have somebody you want to suggest as a guest, somebody who would be really good, then you're going to want to get hold of Heather Wade, my producer. So how do you do that? She is producer at artbell.com. Not real hard. Stream guys, lv.net. Sales, Pete Everhart, of course. Tune in radio, Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. We're the only ones with a separate Dark Matter newscast right in the middle of our show. I don't think anybody else does that. So, listen, I'm going to ask you all a big favor. Coming tomorrow is the big announcement. I think actually tonight, beginning tonight, we are experimentally on XDS. Now, what does that mean? XDS is, it's 3 letters only. XDS means that we are now sitting inside the satellite receivers of about 4,000 stations nationwide. And by the way, it's open. So all you have to do is flip it on. If you're out there in the radio world, let us know you put us on. Actually, you have to let us know, but it is open. Now, the favor I'm going to ask of all of you is, this is still unofficial. Tomorrow night it'll be official. Please call your local radio station. Ask if possible for the manager or the PD, program director, and request Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. I say unabashedly that we have better content, more content, fewer commercials, 6 max an hour, no infomercials, a self-contained paranormal newscast, and we can provide ratings that will knock your socks off. And the stations come on a first come, first serve basis. So it's going to get a little hectic for a while. But if you would all pick up the phone sometime tomorrow and call the manager and request the show, that would be great, because, baby, here we come. All right. So, again, personal news. Asia is better and back in school. Yay. My wife had quite a week, all week long, tending for Asia. Now, to the news that is sort of news. First of all, NASA, the big announcement. Mars has running water. I about yawned. Richard C. Hoagland said that 15 years ago on my show. Back then, people laughed. So there you go, running water on Mars. Liquid water runs down canyons, crater walls over the summer months on Mars. They have concluded that trickles leave long, dark stains, which we have seen for a long, long time, on the Martian terrain that can reach hundreds of meters downhill in the warmer months before they finally dry up in the autumn as surface temps drop and it freezes. Images taken from the Mars orbit show cliffs and the steep walls of valleys and craters streaked with summertime flows that in the most active spots combine to form intricate fan-like patterns. Frankly, any idiot could have seen that it was where water flows. Scientists are unsure where the water comes from. They think it might rise up from the underground ice or salty aquifers, or condense out of the thin Martian atmosphere. Now, of course, they say it is salty. And that, life as we know it could not exist on that water. It does, however, make possible a colony on Mars. Any volunteers? One-way mission. At least we know you got water when you get there. Anyway, I'm unimpressed by the fact that it would not support life as we know it. Who the heck thinks life as we know it is what it's going to be up there? It'd be life as we don't know it. Sheesh. I mean, what if little crawly things enjoy salty water? What if they thrive on briny water? So, NASA does one announcement a decade late. Minimum of a decade. All right, this is going to start to get to be serious stuff here. About 24 years, well, let me begin here. The United States announced today with a video on CNN that we are doing a $1 trillion nuclear weapons upgrade. So what do? Hop into somebody's living room in presumably Russia or Beijing and say, "Hi there, you're screwed." Boom.
Struggling to pay off your debt? National Debt Relief is here to help you with debt consolidation, a solution that can simplify your finances. So what is debt consolidation? It's simple. We combine all of your debts, like credit cards or personal loans, into one monthly loan payment that's easy to manage. And with National Debt Relief, that loan payment can be as low as $323 per month based on an average debt of $29,500. With debt consolidation, you can reduce your financial stress with one affordable payment. We've helped over 550,000 people since 2009. Our clients trust us because we handle the tough negotiations with creditors for you. With National Debt Relief, you get a trusted, affordable solution for your debt. We've been rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau and have thousands of 5-star reviews all across the U.S. If debt is weighing you down, let us help. Click the link below and see how National Debt Relief can make your debt manageable.
We are going to steal your moon!
$1 trillion. We're going to. Do you know what $1 trillion could do for us? Anyway, we're going to make them better, we said. About 24 years after the end of the Cold War, Russia and the U.S. seem to be engaged right now, suddenly, in a nuclear arms race once again that could have disastrous consequences, obviously. Russia's deputy prime minister claims that Russia's nuclear weapons can't be stopped by the U.S. They fire them, they hit. That's what he says. So if a war breaks out, they can stop whatever we throw, or we can't stop whatever they throw at us. In a talk show with the state-run Luisa, that's the television channel there, he claimed that Russia has developed a new technology that could easily overcome the U.S. missile defense system. He's overseeing the modernization of the country's nuclear weapons. Last year, he announced that he would overhaul the country's entire nuclear arsenal by 2020. It is part of Putin's rearmament program that is estimated to cost, say, about $700 billion. So they're roughly spending about 3/4 of what we are, but they're ahead of us now. Russia's deployed nuclear capacity has overtaken the U.S. for the first time since the year 2000, according to a report from the U.S. State Department. Now, this is really serious stuff, folks. What was the Cold War is becoming the Cold War again. I guess you've noticed Russian bombers making close passes by our planes, buzzing our ships, and they are now ahead of us in nuclear weapons, and we're both about, well, we're going to spend more than they will, so I guess we'll be even by then. Maybe. How many times could we blow ourselves into little bits? Well, I wanted to serve up a little bit of a warning. Tomorrow night, we are going to do a program on global thermonuclear warfare. And I serve up a warning because it is legitimately scary, scary stuff. We are going to talk about how a war might start. We're going to talk about how it might escalate and what the use of those weapons by both sides would mean. For those of you that have been busily adding new dates to predict the end of the world, you really might want to listen to this one. That's tomorrow night. And I also reflect a little bit on Dr. Jacobs. I've got to have David Jacobs back, and I'm going to reschedule him. The invasion that he described of the human race, that he believes is underway right now, is insidious. Kind of like, it reminded me when I thought a little bit about it, of Father Malachi Martin's Perfectly Possessed People. Aliens. Kind of like perfectly possessed, I would say, right? Pretty good analogy, think about it. Oh, one more thing. We are still hunting for a wicked witch. That's right, a wicked witch. And when I say wicked, I mean, I guess I can use all the words: cauldron stirring, broom riding, spell casting, mean-spirited. Well, you don't have to be mean-spirited, I guess. But you get the idea. I want a wicked witch. Now, I guess you can be a good person and still be a wicked witch, right? So we're still on the hunt. And if you know of one, and you really need to do a test of wickedness, not wickedness, wickedness. A lot of Wiccans out there. They're not wicked. So you know what I'm after, right? The tough, mean things. The ones that when they walk down the street toward you, you sort of move out of the way because you know if you do the wrong thing, that could be trouble. Okay, I think that gets most things out of the way. We'll go into the XDS thing a little tomorrow. I think we're up there right now, by the way, testing. So on all those XDS receivers sighting. Coming up in a moment is Nick Redfern. He is a full-time author and journalist specializing in a wide range of unsolved mysteries for over 30 years, to include UFO sightings, alien abductions, paranormal phenomena, cryptozoology, and men in black. That'll be the topic tonight. He writes regularly for the London Daily Express newspaper, Fortune Times, Fate, and UFO magazine. His previous books include Strange Secrets, Cosmic Flashes, and the FBI Files. Among his many exploits, Redfern has investigated reports of lake monsters in Scotland, vampires in Puerto Rico, and werewolves in England, aliens in Mexico, sea serpents in the U.S. Really? Redfern travels and lectures extensively around the world, originally from England. He currently lives in Dallas, Texas, and it's really going to be my first line of inquiry to find out why a Brit would decide to settle in Dallas. What if he wears a 10-gallon hat, straps to the side, and all that stuff? Hey, everybody, raging in the night. This is Midnight in the Desert.
She's got something that moves my soul, and she knows I'd love to love her, but she lets me down every time when they come by. 'Cause there's magic in my eyes. I can see for miles and miles and miles and
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Networks. To call the show, please direct your fingertips to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art. That'd be me. Hi, everybody. Let's do it, shall we? I have a lot to learn about Men in Black. Nick Redfern, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Hey, Art. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for being here. And I'm curious, Nick, it just doesn't seem to me that most Brits would pick up and, go to Texas. How did that happen?
Well, you mentioned in my bio that, I work as a writer and also a journalist, and I do a lot of freelance work for other authors as well, like hired research and things like that. And I actually got offered a job which went on for about 3 years, and but it required me to be over here because the person who was employed me was writing a book and needed somebody to do the research for him. But a lot of it was based around the Dallas area, and so it sounded like a cool gig to do. And so I came over and I got the job, and then applied for residency and did all the legal paperwork stuff, just in case Donald Trump's listening.
Actually, you know what? I hear your British accent is fading a bit.
Is it really?
Frank, yes, it is.
Oh, well.
Are you?
It's been 15 years. So.
Are you yet saying y'all?
No, I've never actually got around to doing that yet, and I don't have the 10-gallon hat quite yet. But I like the Dallas area. It's sort of a cool city, and it's got a good, social scene, and not far away from Austin and San Antonio. So, it's sort of central, and as I said, I've been here 15 years. Did all the legal immigration stuff, and
isn't that fun?
It was just I didn't have any problems with it. I mean, it was just a case of filling out the paperwork and just waiting for the return of the paperwork, and then the next document has to be signed and so on. But there were no issues as such. It was just just a process I expected to go through, where they interview you, of course, and background checks, that kind of thing, which is which makes sense. And that was it. Everything was sort of very smooth, cordial, and weren't really any problems at all.
Really glad it went well for you. All right, so it's hard to get started with this kind of thing. I guess you don't get to Men in Black until you get to UFOs. Is that fair?
Well, for the most part, it is, yes. I mean, everybody thinks of the Men in Black, and they obviously think of UFOs. And I think for the general public, because of the success of the Men in Black movies, their first thought is Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in terms of how the Men in Black look and act. But if you look at the real reports of the Men in Black, they're actually very, very different. They're sort of quite creepy and strange, and they're not always tied with UFOs, although for the most part they are. But there's so many different strands and angles to the Men in Black mystery that's what makes it so fascinating, in terms of, well, who are they, what do they want, and where are they from? There are so many different issues and cases and odd quirks in relation to the Men in Black that, I've actually written 3 books on the subject because there's so much information and so many different theories for who or what they are.
Would you guess that their original mission began with trying to stop UFO stories in their tracks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the so-called modern era of UFOs began in 1947 with Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting over Washington State, the Cascade Mountains. However, although there were 1 or 2 early Men in Black reports in 1947 and 1948, for the most part, the whole thing didn't really kick off until 1951. And this revolved around a guy named Albert Bender, who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And Albert Bender was someone who set up an organization called the International Flying Saucer Bureau. There were a lot of small UFO groups, regional groups at the time around the United States, the UK, and a few other countries, such as Australia. And they may have had a circulation of 40 or 50 here, something like that. But Bender's organization, the IFSB, really took off big time, to the point where he literally had circulations in the low thousands, which was really good, for 1951, 52. And the subscriptions were coming in from all around the world, and the magazine that he put out under the International Flying Saucer Bureau banner was doing really well. He's having sighting reports sent to him. He's being asked to do radio shows and even TV shows, and everything was running smoothly until suddenly the Men in Black intruded on his life, and it all went downhill from there for Albert Bender, and it was a very sinister situation for him.
Can you describe what happened to him? Did he describe it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what happened was, as I said, the image that most people have of the Men in Black is from the movies, the idea of a super secret group within government, or some sort of like a black budget program that operates outside of government.
So, in other words, people need to understand that the movies follow the reality, not the reality following the movies.
Well, certainly the movies were based upon, the real reports in terms of how they dressed and the threats.
Right.
But if you read from Bender's experiences onwards, the Men in Black in reality actually don't sound physically and, in terms of what they look like their movie versions. For example, pretty much a good, I would say, 95, 96% of all the cases, and this begins with Bender, the witnesses described them as sort of only about 5 feet tall to 5 feet 5, very strange looking, very pale skin, no blemishes or lines on their faces, almost as if they look like a mannequin in some respects.
I was going to say an alien.
Well, actually, that's one of the things. I mean, you mentioned, for example, David Jacobs. I mean, the interesting thing about the Men in Black mystery is there are some eerily close parallels in some of the things that David Jacobs has written about and researched that ties in with the Men in Black. In other words, very sort of human-looking entities moving amongst us, but when you have a good look at them, there are things about them that just don't seem right. And that's what Albert Bender said, that he would get not so much visitations, but he talks about how he would see these shadowy figures, and in some cases they would even sort of literally materialize in his bedroom. And he described them as having, as I said, very pale skin. I guess today, you know, we would talk about them almost looking sort of overly Botoxed, you know, very strange looking, emotionless, no lines. And Bender said that they essentially spoke to him in a telepathic fashion and warned him to leave the UFO subject. And Bender, like I guess like a good UFO researcher, he did as he was told. He left the subject.
Oh, he did. He caved in.
Yeah, he absolutely caved in. And what happened was that he closed the IFSB down, the International Flying Saucer Bureau, cancelled his magazine, and a lot of people who subscribed to it, as I said, in the thousands, thought this was some kind of publicity stunt. You know, when you see a band and they say they're going on their final tour, so you better come and see us now, and then they come back 5 years later. That didn't happen. That's what everybody thought, though. And Bender was so petrified by these repeated encounters, and he said he saw the Men in Black sometimes following him in the streets late at night if he'd be coming home from the cinema, and they'd have these sort of long black trench coats on and black fedoras and these piercing eyes, and it was sort of very menacing, and almost in some respects his story's not so much Men in Black, it's almost like X-Files meets H.P. Lovecraft. It's sort of like a gothic horror story mixed in with UFO conspiracies.
Well, you realize that his behavior, as you described it, could be described as a classic psychological.
Egg, grocery, and gas prices are going up, but getting an exam and x-ray at the dentist, that's now free for new Aspen dental patients without insurance. Whether you haven't seen a dentist in a long time or want to improve your smile, we're here to make taking care of your oral health easier and more affordable. No pressure, no surprises, just good, dependable dental care when you need it.
One of my biggest dreams was to road trip Europe in a van, and I actually attempted it 2 years ago, but I was mentally in a very difficult place. There's a bunch of reasons why I'm in a better place now, but one of the biggest is my therapist, who I unfortunately cannot name. It was actually a friend, Simon, who recommended therapy after I survived a near-death explosion. Unfortunately, I ghosted my first therapist. Luckily, BetterHelp lets you switch therapists very easily. You fill out a quick survey, and they match you with someone in their huge network. I prefer video calls because it feels like there's more of a connection. But if you don't want a video call, you can always just do a regular call. And if that's a little overwhelming, you can even just text back and forth. I never thought I'd do therapy because my family doesn't really believe in mental health. But the thought process that changed my mind was that people don't go to the gym just because they're really out of shape. People go to the gym to maintain good shape. So for therapy, I don't just go because I was struggling with my mental health, but I continue to still use therapy because I'm trying to maintain good mental health.
Symptom as well of the paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Bender was paranoid. I guess the thing is, you know, was it a psychological paranoia, or was he driven to paranoia, or was it possibly both? And what's interesting, that in terms of Bender's story, it's a fascinating one because he was a very sort of fascinating character with a lot of, you know, facets to his character. In terms of, he was deeply involved in the occult, for example. I mean, heavily in sort of seriously dark occult things. He actually created, for example, what he described as an altar in his attic to travel places to try and summon up supernatural entities. And And he actually wondered if he kind of opened a portal or a doorway to allow something paranormal through. That was one of the theories he looked at. But yeah, I mean, you can look at some of the aspects of Bender's life and see that there were significant psychological issues. By his own admission, he developed OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, but he said that was due to the fact that he became so terrified by this situation. You know, he'd be repeatedly checking the front doors were locked at night and the windows were locked, and then he'd go and check again, and that kind of overtook his life. So, you know, it's a case of which came first, and did one provoke the other. So, you know, it's a fascinating case history of a man steeped in paranoia, and at the heart of it all, these sort of almost gothic men in black.
Well, Nick, I think that it's more than just a theory. I think that if you set up an altar, as you mentioned, if you call upon these things to be part of your life, if you want to be involved with them, that is a very, very strong invitation in the paranormal world for whatever's out there to come and at the very least have a look. And yeah, I mean, you open something, you allow something in, and once it's in, it doesn't always, like a good visitor, leave on time.
No, you're right. And I mean, I've done a lot of investigations and interviews with people who sort of delved into, you know, paranormal phenomena, think it's all cool and exciting. And the more they get into it, they find themselves, I guess, surrounded by entities that they called forth, that they not really sure what they are, but, you know, they cause havoc in people's lives.
Well, they do. All right, Nick, hold tight. Nick Redfern is my guest. We're going to be deep into the Men in Black this night. Well, keep that in mind if you have a UFO sighting, because I guess these guys are still out there working. I'm Art Bell.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up
While midnight sweeps across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278. That so sets the atmosphere, doesn't it? Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Nick Redfern, and we are discussing Men in Black. Actually, a very, very serious subject, certainly was to Albert Bender. And, gee, Nick, I don't know what to say, except if he actually, you know, publicized, told everybody that these guys came to see him, and then really threw it in and never came back, no publicity stunt, then I guess he really met them.
Well, what happened, was that this was sort of 52, 53 when he finally threw in the towel, so to speak. And a guy named Gray Barker, who was fascinated by Bender's story, wrote a book about it in 1956 called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, which told parts of Bender's story, but only the parts that Bender wanted to share. And it certainly didn't go into all the bizarre paranormal stuff that Bender talks about himself. But what happened was he just very briefly resurfaced in 1962 when Barker, who was also a publisher, convinced Bender to write his own book, which he did. It was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And it was a very small book that told the story of how these men in black would sort of appear and materialize and dematerialize. And they had more of almost like a demonic quality to them, I guess. And but then when he put that book out, he said, "Look, I'm done with it." And that was now 53 years ago. And he stayed out of the UFO subject for the rest of his entire life and would not correspond with anyone. He wouldn't even promote the book barely after it came out. He just essentially wrote it because, Barker asked him to, and that was it. And he walked away from the subject. And that's actually not something you see very often in the UFO subject, where, somebody says, I'm quitting, that's it, I'm done. They typically do come back.
Here I am, proof of that, yes.
Bender never did. He just stayed away and said, I'm done with it. In his own words, pretty much, he said he just felt that he couldn't get into that sort of turmoil of dealing with what he initially assumed were going to be government people, and then when he got the visit, so to speak, they were anything but that. They were, as I said, they were far more H.P. Lovecraft than they were the X-Files.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not easy to be visited by people like that, especially ones that communicate with you, my God. So, was that the first Men in Black that you're aware of visit?
Well, there are one or two earlier ones, but that's without doubt the Bender case is the one that really began the entire Men in Black mystery. And it was actually Gray Barker's book that told the story of the Men in Black that coined the term Men in Black. Barker in 1956 was the first person to use the term Men in Black as a specific term to describe these entities. So in that sense, it's a very important case, but it opened the doors for some people who said, well, this is really interesting because I had an experience very much like that, but before that date. But in other words, Bender did prompt some people to come forward who claimed earlier reports with the Men in Black, but had Bender's story not been the first one that got so popularized, those other ones probably wouldn't have come forward.
I wonder if the three wise men were counseled that no, you don't see that star.
Well, that's interesting because, as I said, Bender's book was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And the reason why it was called that is because typically the Men in Black turn up in groups of three. Now, there have been reports of one and two, but for the most part, it's three. So, that's an interesting angle.
All right, so obviously since that time, not the time I mentioned, the one you mentioned in the 50s, following 47, I guess, there have been many incidences of Men in Black. I think even Dan Aykroyd reported them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Men in Black, a lot of people don't realize the sheer number of reports that surface. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning, I've written 3 books on the Men in Black, and the most recent one, which is just called, or actually the brand new one, which came out last week, The Men in Black. What I found is, and I think most authors get this, when you write on a particular subject, people who've had their own experiences tend to contact you on, that subject. In other words,
same exact thing happens to talk show hosts, of course.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And, somebody writes a book on crop circles, people contact them about crop circles. Well, having written, extensively on the Men in Black, I'd probably get, I would say, somewhere in the region of 40 or 50 reports a year, something like that, like 1 or 2 a week, something maybe close to. And the reports I get, sometimes they are older cases, but many of them are literally right up to the present day. I mean, the new book's got cases from 2014 and 2015.
Okay, well, if you're still getting reports of MIB visits, then I am very, very curious because, if I were an entity, let's say a government entity that were dispatching these Men in Black, and that's just sort of a little setup there, I wouldn't be so concerned about it anymore because there are so many reports of flying objects now that to send Men in Black, it seems to me, would just punctuate and enhance the report of the person who made it.
No, that's a good point, and you're right. And I think one of the important things to note is most of the people who report the MIB today, they actually sound far more like what we say with David Jacobs was talking about. That they look semi-human, but they camouflage themselves with fedora hats and black wraparound sunglasses, turn-up collars. And in many respects, the sort of things David's been talking about, you can actually make a good case that the Men in Black could be an aspect of that sort of an infiltration.
Okay. All right. Now you've done it. You've brought up David Jacobs' name, Dr. Jacobs' name, several times, and I've held myself back, but I can't do it anymore. I did a show with him the other night. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Yes, I was, yeah.
One hell of a show, if I do say so myself. And what he described was an alien invasion, Nick, and maintains that we are in the middle of that invasion right now by creatures that are part human and part not human. And that these creatures have the ability to read minds, and that this invasion is going along quite swimmingly. And I wonder if you would care to comment. I found it particularly chilling and surely possible. And I wonder how you feel about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of these situations where I actually take a lot of notice of what David Jacobs has written, particularly like in his earlier book, The Threat. The main reason being because having written about the Men in Black for so long, I've noticed a lot of deep parallels between the two phenomena. And, I mean, for example, in the new book, I've got cases where people have said the Men in Black have visited them. As I've said earlier, they have this strange skin. Some witnesses said they lack pores, or, you know, there's not a single line on their face at all. And as bizarre as it sounds, some of the Men in Black are described as clearly wearing wigs. And in some cases where it looks like they've got sort of like makeup on to even try and make their skin look more healthy and human looking. So you get a lot of really bizarre things like this, you know, and if it's people making it up, I think they would make up something along the lines of, you know, the Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones movie image, because that's a popular culture image. They wouldn't be making up bizarre stories like this, which you can find all across the planet. And so a lot of the stories I get do actually sort of eerily parallel these stories of human and alien hybrids that kind of look like us, but if you're walking down the street late at night and the person or the thing has got the collar turned up and a hat on, you probably wouldn't notice too much. You see them in the daylight and you bump into them by mistake, and for a second or two you get a good look at them, then you might think, wow, has that person got a strange genetic condition or something like that?
So in other words, it's not out of reason that the creatures you're describing, I use that word instead of humans, the creatures you're describing could be very much like what Dr. Jacobs is describing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole issue of the camouflage, the sunglasses and moving about in the streets. I mean, that's what the Men in Black have done for a long time. So I wonder if, we're actually dealing with an almost identical, or if not identical, phenomenon. But there's had different ways over the years of targeting us. Now, the stuff that David talks about is more along, like a large-scale infiltration.
Yes.
Back in the 50s and 60s, the reports weren't on that scale. So that, in one respect, you could make a case, I guess, that the Men in Black were more of like the initial front line that first went out.
All right. Well, imagine this for a moment. Nick. Excuse me. But if their original mission, as we touched on at the beginning, was to squash UFO reports, that's reports of ships in our atmosphere. Now, imagine how important to the same group it would be to squash talk of an actual ongoing invasion of our planet. It seems to me that would be very high on their list.
Well, yeah, you're right. And I think, the issue of these entities visiting people's homes and, the witnesses clearly realizing that these aren't normal-looking people demonstrates a couple of things, to me at least. One may be they're trying to sort of test the waters as to how successfully or not they get recognized for what they are or for what they're not. I mean, the witness response is usually, oh my God, that person was 5 feet tall, they looked anemic and 120 pounds and had bulging eyes hidden behind these big sunglasses. They knew they weren't dealing with, sort of 1950s era G-men as they were known from the FBI. That they clearly weren't anything along those lines. But, the most of the reports, as I said, were extremely strange, and Bender kicked it all off. And then, obviously, through the 60s, it just continued. A lot of people like Brad Steiger, very famous figure in the whole paranormal field.
I know Brad and Sherry very well.
Oh, great. Well, Brad, in the new book I've got out, Men in Black, Brad actually very kindly wrote an entire paper about his own personal experiences with the Men in Black and how they even impacted on his friends and started to threaten his friends. Essentially, to try and get the word back to him, I guess, to leave it all alone. And so even Brad himself found himself infected, I guess, is not a bad term to use when you consider how these things work.
Well, people are funny. I mean, they say, oh, man, he gave in. But if somebody came to you, somebody of questionable...
Bauer Tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer is ready to deliver. Whatever you do, do it for less. Only at Harbor Freight.
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. I bet you get 30, 30, bet you get 30, bet you get 20, 20, 20, bet you get 20, 20, bet you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So, Mint Mobile Premium Wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, and not so.
What kind of coffee do you drink?
Origins, let's put it that way, and threatened you, and even more so threatened your family. I think most people in this audience, especially at the threat of family, would leave it the heck alone.
Well, I think I would leave it alone, maybe. But I mean, I'm the sort of character when if somebody says don't do this, it's like a red rag to a bull, as they say. You know what I mean?
I do. But when it's family, when it's family,
well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to investigate UFOs. It's another thing to have your family threatened. So, I do understand that. Equally, I also think, that I would like to think if they ever sort of knocked on my door, I would stand up to them. But one of the interesting things, and again, with parallel what David Jacobs says, is that the Men in Black seem to have the ability to affect people's minds, not just mind reading, but mind control almost, to where the person essentially becomes like a slave during the interrogation. And
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so, I mean, you imagine most people wouldn't open the door at midnight or 11 o'clock to three creepy-looking little guys with white faces, but people do let them in. And this suggests to me a degree of
control,
something along the lines of mind control, mind manipulation, that makes the person lose control of their sort of self-awareness and also their common sense factors, where it's like everything goes out the window and they just invite these people or these things in, and then they get threatened. And it's almost like the person's in a haze throughout the entire experience, and then when they've left, they start to come out of it as if someone's coming out almost like an anesthetic, and why did I let them in? Why did I listen to what they had to say?
This is why I'm so concerned about what Dr. Jacobs is saying, because what possible defense do we have against creatures who can control our minds, our thoughts? Not much, Nick.
No, you're right. I mean, again, most of the reports I have of when the Men in Black enter people's homes, if not all of them, the first thing that's weird is that, as I said, they turn up usually at night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock onwards, when it's pitch black. Person hears a knock at the door, and even if they look through the spy hole, if they've got one, and they see these entities there, they still open the door and let them in. And what's weird is that the men in black rarely ever come in until they're ever invited in, and that kind of fits in with the old vampire parallels.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you know, and they kind of look like pale-faced vampires. So I do wonder if.
Well, you know what, Nick, maybe when you look through that little peephole at them, instead of seeing 3 little 5-foot guys dressed eerily, they see instead either a friendly neighbor or perhaps a relative. And of course, then they open the door and just say, come on in.
Well, that's not impossible. And, you know, all this makes me wonder if a lot of ancient stories of vampires may have been very, very early reports of men in black type entities. But when they enter the home, as I said, they often ask the most bizarre questions and don't seem conversant with our mannerisms properly. They don't seem to know how to handle knives and forks or cups and, you know, liquid and things like this. They kind of just stare at it as if they're not really sure what they should do with it even. And so it all gets very strange. And as I said, there's no doubt there's a degree of mind control involved with this entire phenomenon. That's why I think they're so elusive, because...
You know, Nick, you just said something that, again, parallels exactly what Dr. Jacobs was saying. He was saying that many times these creatures that he described, these mixes, are unable to do the simplest things and have to be taught that they can sit back. I think he used the expression of sitting in a couch, and they had to actually be instructed that they could lean back because there was a backing to the couch. And that's very close to what you're describing now.
Oh, it is. I mean, there are a lot of reports. There was actually a famous case where a man in black was given some Jell-O and couldn't figure out how to eat the Jell-O, tried to do it with his fingers. And, I mean, it sounds bizarre, but when you find, as I've got, I mean, literally, well, now, hundreds of reports from all across the world where, you know, people clearly don't know each other, but there are certain little bits of data which fit in, like, you know, they're acting strange, not understanding something that would be so easy for us to understand. And even, you know, the issue of the lack of any lines on their skin and not really being sure if they're entirely human or not. And, you know, just there's so many interesting parallels like that where you can clearly place these things here, there, and everywhere. And that is the scary thing. I mean, I've investigated cases from the US, from Puerto Rico, from Canada, from the UK, from Australia. I've got a couple of Russian reports and a few from Mexico and a few from South America. So, you know, that's pretty much 2/3 of the globe.
Has anybody ever reported a man in black?
Nobody's ever audio recorded one, but back in the 60s, a couple of researchers, Tim Beckley and Jim Mosley, actually photographed one. Now, I actually include the photographs in my second book on the Men in Black, which was called The Real Men in Black, and that one includes the photo. And there is this guy, he's got like a long black trench coat, black fedora, black sunglasses, and he's just staring oddly and outwardly. He looks just sort of zombified, you know, in almost like a blank state. Mm-hmm. And the reason why they took the photograph was because for several days, for like an hour every morning, he was stood outside the Jersey City home of a UFO researcher, or two researchers, Jack and Mary Robinson. And Mary got frightened when Jack went to work one day and this character turned up, and Jim and Tim Beckley raced over and managed to get a photograph of it. They literally drove past during rush hour where he was just standing in the recess of this old building in the shadows, staring right at Jack and Mary's apartment window. And if you see the picture, it does look really weird. It kind of looks just totally emotionless and flatlined almost. And but you know, this like a well-dressed zombie is the best way to describe him.
Nick, have you heard of any physical confrontations?
Oh, what do you mean, like altercations, that kind of thing?
Like that, yes.
Yeah, there's a few, but not many. And that's interesting because if people are able to sort of break out of this mind control state, occasionally some of them have stood up and found themselves actually, you know, their mindset returning to normal, as if they'd broken the spell almost. And they threatened the men in black to leave, or they threatened to call the police, etc. And instead of, responding with violence, the men in black quickly made their excuses and left, as if they didn't want a confrontation.
All right, hold it right there. We're at a break point, and we'll be back. Nick Redfern and Men in Black. That's what we're talking about. It sounds eerily like the interview we did the other night. This really is eerie. I'm Mark Bell, Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night.
Riders of the storm, into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art. Here I am. Riders on the storm. We're not riders on the invasion. I really do. I'm beginning to wonder, frankly. Nick Redfern is my guest. We are discussing Men in Black. And they sound eerily like the things that were described the other day. Nick, welcome back. We were talking about the possibility of there having been physical altercations.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, because the men in black come across very menacing and threatening and intimidating, but a lot of it is sort of very much psychological, and it works, as the Albert Bender case shows, and as many cases show. However, there have been a few occasions where the person has felt almost under some sort of hypnotic spell, but they've been able to break out of it, and their sort of common sense factors have come back to them, and they tell the men in black, get out of the house, I'm calling the police. Now, given, their sort of menacing approach and the way they look, you might imagine the MIB would sort of just put on the fear factor even worse. But that doesn't happen. Typically what does happen is that the MIB quickly find a way to leave the house, as soon as possible. They actually don't go in for physical confrontation. They make their excuses and leave.
In other words, once they do not have control or realize they don't have control of you, they're out of there.
Yeah, and that is an interesting thing, because it suggests to me the reason they place people in a mind-controlled state is because physically they're quite vulnerable, because, as I said, they're sort of 5 feet 5, 120 pounds, look sickly, they don't look well. But while they have you rendered into an altered state, they're fully in control. You break out of it, they're the most vulnerable things in the room, and I think that's an important factor to remember, that they always ensure to find a way to be in control of the situation. And if it breaks down, they quickly know enough that it's time to leave. So I think, those patterns are important as well.
Is there a link, Nick, between Men in Black and these reports I've been hearing of black-eyed children?
Yes, well, there actually is. I mean, again, in the new book, Men in Black, David Wedderly, who wrote the book Black-Eyed Children, David wrote a paper for me for the book discussing the parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. There's some really interesting ones. For example, I mean, for the first thing is, of course, the clothing. Now, the Men in Black, wear black suits and black fedoras. Well, the kids, they wear black hoodies, so the colour of the clothing's the same, and they also wear something on their head to partly mask their face, or on the head, so the Men in Black fedoras, black-eyed children, hoodies. Most of the reports of the black-eyed children, they try and find ways to force their way into people's homes. Can we use the telephone? Can you give us some money or some food? Things like that. There's always some sort of way that the black-eyed children try to get in the house. Typically, they look pale, and also, which is the same with the Men in Black, and also they typically surface at night, which is also classic aspect of Men in Black encounters. So, in other words, there are 5 or 6 extremely similar parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. And again, I kind of speculate that the whole situation is based around mind control. Find a way into the person's home, and then when you're on their territory and you're sitting or standing right opposite them, then they can, make the mind control angle work. And David makes, in this paper he wrote for me, he makes a lot of very good sense in terms of demonstrating that the Men in Black mystery and the black-eyed children mystery are actually sort of 2 components of one bigger issue. And of course, this brings into other things that have surfaced in the last few years, sort of paranormal type things, like the shadow people, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, and they all, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, the shadow people, they all kind of seem to come from sort of the same body, if you like. They all have their deep similarities, even though there are, some differences as well.
Okay. Well, I've had a shadow person experience, which honestly scared the tar out of me, Nick. I'm sorry, but it terrorized me. In my hem shack at the main house, about 2-3 weeks before the show, doing research for the show, late at night, and there was one. I looked to my right. I guess something caught my eye. I looked to the right, and here was this. Now that you mention it, probably not very tall at all, about 5 feet tall, a human body, not arms extended. Arms would be down, but you could tell it was a human-like or humanoid type body. That's about as far as I can go. You could actually see through it partially. And I startled, and I started to turn around, and the damn thing was behind me, and again, I could see through it. And then I'm, at this point, really freaked out, and I turned my left, which is where the door would be to get the heck out of that room. And there it was to my left. It eventually just went kind of like that, and it was gone. But it was real. I'm telling you, Nick, it was a real something. I don't know what. But are you saying there is a relationship between these sort of shadow people or whatever they are and Men in Black?
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the interesting things that just stood out for me, what you just said, that, you saw this shadow person when you were doing research for the show, etc. Well, this actually ties in with this paper that Brad Steiger did for the book, where Brad was looking into things, and it was as if the Men in Black knew. In other words, in the same way that he was doing research and they seemed to know and began threatening him, and also via his friends, you were looking into something and they seemed to know, in the sense that they appeared or one appeared. And I get that so much in Men in Black and Hat Man and Shadow People type reports, where it's like when you kind of think of them, they seem to have an awareness that people are thinking of them, and they can lock onto the people who might, if you like, be looking for the answers, and then they can target them with a potential threat. But I mean, within the shadow people controversy, which again I talk about in the book, there's this sort of subcategory known as the Hat Man, which looks like a shadow person in the sense that it's shadowy, but like the Men in Black, it's typically seen wearing an old style fedora, but often it's described as like a black silhouette, rather than having sort of a substantial form. It's sort of a cross between a physical entity and a spectre, if you like. But the outline looks like a Man in Black. And then there's another one which is often seen in like a black suit and often a fedora hat as well, known as a Grinning Man, where it has this sort of macabre grin on its face, almost sort of just static, unmoving, as if that's its only the only impression, the only sort of face it has. And they're sort of amongst the sort of creepiest stories of the Grinning Man, that people have seen these things. They'll wake up in the middle of the night unable to move, and there's this very often tall and thin. You know, actually the opposite. The Men in Black are quite small, but tall and thin, wearing a black suit, skinny black tie, black fedora, white face, but has this sort of really malevolent grin on its face, just staring at the person. You know, those reports are, I mean, I know from the people I've spoken to and written about it, probably, I mean, amongst some of the most chilling ones.
All right, well, would you put these, and I know it's tough to put a label on all these things, but number one, you seem to think they're related. Number two would be the question, do you think it's in the field of the paranormal or just some weird government agency? I mean, somewhere in that range, you must have a point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I would put them in a paranormal.
Rapper NBA Youngboy is out on a $100,000 bond.
Get special offers on select Subaru Sotera EV models going on now.
And go push them down the paranormal pathway, if you like. Now, of course, it all depends on what we mean by paranormal. You know, I mean, we could place certainly some aspects of the UFO phenomenon have some paranormal overtones to them, and certainly Albert Bender's cases with, you know, setting up supernatural altars to open portals and doorways and things like this. And I've got some cases where people, for example, been visited by Men in Black, but there was actually no UFO component, but they've been dabbling with Ouija boards. I've got a few other cases where they experienced, the Men in Black appeared, and then after the Men in Black left, they experienced violent poltergeist activity in the home. So there's very weird stuff like that. So for the most part, I don't dispute that government agencies might, on occasion, have sort of mimicked the weird Men in Black as a means to get information out of witnesses. In other words, so it gets really complicated that there could be more than one category. But for the most part, I think these MIB are something that is totally 100% unconnected to government at all. And I go down the path of something that appears to display supernatural powers in terms of how it controls people, but which is clearly a physical thing, and which is trying its best to look as human as it can, but very often doesn't do a very good job of doing it.
Well, Nick, they're certainly emulating the feds in one sense. I mean, when feds come to see you, they are intimidating. That's all there is to it. I mean, generally they wear dark clothes. They've got the sunglasses. I've had a number of encounters with them. They're not exactly Men in Black, but they're not far off either. So there's a kind of an intimidation in having two guys who look like this show up at your door.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can make a good argument that a great deal of research might have gone into it on their part to find the most intimidating way to approach people. And what better than turn up at midnight with a black fedora, black trench coat, you know, super white skin and sunglasses even, in a group of three, and just scare the living daylights out of people. And it works, you know. I think that motif, that imagery of sort of fedora and the trench coat, it goes back to sort of, you know, sort of film noir type things and Humphrey Bogart gangster movies. People have that image of sort of the chilling, menacing Man in Black, you know.
Well, it works.
It does, and that's our, you know, for us, that's the downside of it all, is that, you know, people find themselves in really dangerous situations. I mean, I've spoken to people who felt their lives were sort of psychologically scarred by these encounters. I mean, one of the reports I included in the new book was from someone who was told this story back in the 1930s, you know, a very old guy now, and he kept quiet about it for years, you know, fearful of, if I say too much, are they going to come after me and
Of
just
course.
on this story? And I get so many like that where somebody will say, you know, I'm 62 now or whatever, and this happened to me when I was 17. And I know what's coming next, that they're going to say, well, I didn't want to talk about it because the first visit was enough and I never wanted to see him again. So I stayed quiet for 40 years.
Well, again, you've had so many reports now, Nick, that I really have to ask, do you notice anything in the demographics? Do you notice anything in the type of people that are contacted? Do you notice any similarities or many similarities in the stories that people tell you, or what?
Well, actually, that's a good point because, yeah, there are certain things you can look for that you do see quite prevalent, you know, through a lot of these reports. One, as I said, is the fact that most of them turn up at night, and I don't think that's coincidence. You know, if you're trying to blend in and you're walking around the streets, the best way to do it is when it's more and more difficult to see it, which is obviously after the sun's gone down. Now, in terms of the people who actually get the visit, this, I think, is one of the reasons why it's been so difficult to predict where and when they might turn up. And that's specifically because it really is at random. You know, if it was just UFO researchers, well, you know, we should all keep a lookout for each other. But, I mean, I've got some reports where it's abductees that got visited or contactees. But then again, I've got other cases where somebody just saw a light in the sky, you know, which could have been, it was no more spectacular than a satellite, but they happened to tell the local newspaper, you know, it appeared in the newspaper, and then they get the visit. But there was nothing substantial or sensational about the report at all. I've got other cases where, for example, as I mentioned, you know, there was the Ouija board connection, and that's totally, you know, totally separate to the people who claimed UFO encounters. So, in other words, it's even I have to grudgingly admit, it's been incredibly difficult to try and predict where and when they might turn up because their activity is so bizarre and as random as the reports are in terms of, you know, where they occur, when and why. But what I can say is that for the most part, the people who get the visit have had some sort of profound UFO encounter, and it's typically been where I guess the person had more like a close encounter, possibly with entities, or, you know, they've seen something land, and, you know, it hasn't just been a light in the sky, or even just, you know, a disc in the sky. It's been something more intriguing, and but, you know, these reports surface everywhere. I mean, literally, you know, the length and breadth of the entire planet. And so we're clearly seeing a program ongoing. And, you know, the other big issue, of course, is the mode by which they ask the questions. You know, it's all very skillfully played out.
All right. How if I might, how often in the reports, Nick, is it vocal versus some sort of telepathic method?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you why. Because the men in black often do ask questions, but they're often asking in a very stilted, cautious way. One witness actually described it, the speech, as something along the lines of a person who might have a bad stutter and who has to really concentrate to, you know, overcome the stutter. So they speak slowly and deliberately. And a lot of people have said something along those lines. Now, what's really weird is that I've probably got 9 or 10 cases where the witnesses, none of them knew each other, but they said something which was almost identical. And they felt that the men in black, when they were asking the questions, that they were saying the words in almost like parrot fashion, in the sense that they didn't understand what they were saying, but they were just programmed to say, you know, or ask certain questions. You imagine, for example, you know, if you heard a 20-second recording of somebody speaking in Russian, if you played that over, you know, more and more times, you could actually repeat exactly what they were saying, but you wouldn't have any understanding of it. You would just be, you know, you would just be listening to it and then repeating it eventually when you got it. And that's what a lot of people have said. As I said, I've got like more than a handful of reports where people said they didn't actually think the Men in Black, for whatever reason, they didn't feel the Men in Black actually understood what they were saying. It was almost as if they were sort of biological robots programmed to perform a specific task and go out there and, interview the people or silence them. One or two people have described it as almost like the Matrix movies, where in the Matrix films, you have these Men in Black that actually aren't real. They're sort of like a simulation inserted into the program to ensure that the secrets of the Matrix, we don't find out we're all living in this weird dream world. And some of the witnesses have said things along those lines, that they felt that the event was almost like holographic, as if it was staged for them, rather than a physical thing. It was almost as if they were in a trance, and the Men in Black were, the program inserted onto the hard drive, so to speak.
Well, it is, to me, here comes that word again, but it is terrifying for me to imagine not having the ability to act on my own thoughts, or for that matter, to have my own thoughts, to have something intervene and create thoughts in my own mind that I would then act on. That's really terrifying. I mean, that's control, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the worst part of these events, is that, I'm sure most of the audience listening now would think, well, if they came knocking on my door right in the middle of this show, there's no way I'm going to let them in. And that's what everybody says, but everybody does let them in. And as I said, there have been cases where people have broken the spell, and I actually think the term spell is actually a quite apt one and relevant one. They feel the spell's broken, then everything goes against the Men in Black. But as I said, they're astute enough to know that it's time to leave. So I think a lot of the mind control is done because physically the Men in Black are quite vulnerable, and they clearly wouldn't win any boxing matches, put it that way. But they don't need to, because they have have far more powerful skills, which essentially plunge us into a state of like an altered consciousness state. And
Nick, have you been contacted?
I've never had that sort of knock on the door from the Men in Black, but what I will tell you, and this gets really weird, is that I've had a lot of strange telephone experiences, and particularly since the new book's come out, and I swear this is not, some sort of odd alternative marketing ploy, it's really not, but both myself and my agent and publisher, Lisa Hagen, we've had a bunch of weird sort of synchronicity type things go on in relation to the Men in Black. I mean, I'll give you one classic example of actually quite a few. I was in my office about 2 months ago, and I heard a bang coming from one of the other rooms. I thought, what was that? I could tell it was coming from the bedroom, so I went into the bedroom, and I actually got a framed painting of the covers of one of my earlier Men in Black books, and it had fallen off the wall, and the glass had shattered. Now I've got like 8 paintings on that particular wall, and I swear that's true. This one picture of the Men in Black fell off the wall, glass was everywhere, and it actually happened right when I was opening the Word documents of the book to put the final edit to it before it went off to Lisa to be published, and that was just like bizarre. But I found that when I'm writing and even talking about the Men in Black, it's as if they kind of know. I know that sounds strange and bizarre, but it's almost as if you look into them, but they have almost like a radar, and these things seem to know when you're looking for them. You pop up on their radar, so to speak.
It sounds like somebody's on their way to see you right now. That's how good our audio is.
I do live in Dallas. The police are always racing around at this time of night.
Sure. Men in Black, I guess, have been known to affect telephone communication, and, as you pointed out earlier, even poltergeist activity, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting you bring that up, because, again, in the new book, I've got in a section from a woman named Claudia Cunningham, who's had a lot of run-ins with MIB types. But one of the things that Claudia talks about in the paper that she submitted for the book was that the tremendous amount of weird telephone interference she's had whenever she gets involved with the Men in Black. And this has ranged from hearing weird electronic noises, bleeps on the phone, to actually outright threats from anonymous sources. And again, they often have weird tones in their voices, and they just don't sound normal. And so for that reason, telephone interference has become a staple part of the Men in Black mystery, and to the point where I won't say we have as many people who've had telephone experiences as have had visitations, but I would say for every 5 or 6 reports I get of just the Men in Black reports, there's probably 1 or 2 where the people have said they had other things going on, like telephone interference, or in a couple of cases, like I said, where furniture would suddenly slide across the room, that kind of thing. So it gets into what starts off like an X-Files thing, like I said, actually turns into something really, really weird and, almost supernatural based.
Well, wow. All right. So they also apparently always drive old 50s, 60s vintage cars, except perhaps back in the beginning with Albert Bender.
Yeah, that's right. The interesting thing about the Men in Black is that you would imagine for the most part that they would want to, go under the radar, stay out of people's minds and eyes. But everything about them does the opposite. It stands out, and is memorable. Everything from the fedora hat to the black suit and the skinny black tie, which obviously wouldn't have looked out of place in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, probably even the early 70s. But today, people would look twice. But that hasn't stopped the Men in Black dressing like that. And you're right, they drive, for the most part, sort of old gangster-era Cadillacs, cars like that, And but again, what's weird is I've got a few reports where people have said that they came out of this sort of weird stupor and rushed to the window and saw the Men in Black going down the drive. And both the Men in Black and the car just sort of faded away into nothing, as if it was never really there. And these are the people who felt that, or actually wondered with hindsight, if the event had been sort of almost holographic, as if some sort of alien entity had taken control of their mind and rendered them into a state where they were almost in like a waking dream. The Men in Black was a real phenomenon to them, and the threat was real, but it was almost like a holographic dream rather than a physical thing. And they
if they suddenly snap out of it, as it were, Nick, and they go to the window and they see the car leaving, an older car leaving, that would indicate to me that they were, completely under the influence of these MIBs, and then suddenly that influence waned as the vehicle took off.
Yeah, that's quite plausible, yeah.
Okay, all right, hold it right there. Mark Bell, this is Midnight in the Desert.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your belongings and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
Well, okay, we're about to open the phone lines, everybody, so why don't you join us? I'm sure you have questions about Men in Black. I know I do. I'm noticing similarities between what Nick is saying and what we said the other night by Dr. Jacobs, and I'm sure you are as well. Creepy stuff. I mean, this really is creepy stuff. Not human, maybe not part human, possibly. And, anyway, let me get the numbers out. If you want to call us, if you have a question, the public number is 1 area code 952-225-5278. Once again, 1 and then 952-225-5278. We are available on Skype as well. It's easy. In North America, Canada, the US, MITD 51, MITD 51. If you're calling from outside the US, we do have a Skype connection just for you. Outside the US, it's MITD 55, as in midnight in the desert, 55. And all you do is get Skype on your phone. When you get Skype, go to the little plus sign and add us. MITD 51 North America, MITD 55 worldwide. Nick, is there any suggestion that these could be time travelers? I mean, they are using old vehicles, 50s and 60s cars.
Well, that's actually one of the interesting theories that, within the UFO field, there is this sort of subculture that takes the view that what if it's time travelers, not extraterrestrials? And I mean, there are some interesting things when it comes to that theory. One being, of course, excuse me, the obviously out-of-date clothing and the cars. They're trying to fit in, not realizing perhaps if they're from the distant future, hypothetically, of course, how quickly our fashions change. And so you'd imagine if that story was true, or that scenario was true, that they would have realized at least by now that they're not fitting in very well. But, I mean, there are some interesting cases. John Keel, for example, who wrote the Mothman Prophecies, as well as a number of lot of good books, he noted that in many 1960s era Men in Black cases, the Men in Black would ask the witnesses what the time was. And they thought, he's asking, well, is it 6:30? Is it 7:45? And Keel wondered if they were literally asking, what time is it? As in what era, what year, that kind of thing. And so you do have a few strange stories like that where you could push it down, a time travel pathway. And of course, this is all dependent on whether or not time travel is actually feasible. But the whole scenario, I mean, you can actually make a case for it. That's one of the interesting things, is that why it fascinates me, because there are so many different facets and theories, in relation to the Men in Black.
Sure. All right, let's go to the phone, and overseas, you're on the air, Charles.
Hello, this is Charlie in Thailand.
Hi there.
Hey, this is Charlie in Thailand, the place where ordinary people believe a lot of extraordinary things as a matter of course. Very pleasant place to live for that reason. I've never seen Men in Black, but it occurs to me that if there is an alien force that wishes to try to shape human life, one of the ways to gain entry would be with simulated humans that would appear much less frightening in black suits. So maybe that would be a way to affect human behavior directly, but without causing a whole huge amount of little green men being seen.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Charlie. I mean, if you look at, for example, sci-fi movies, typically, when an invasion occurs, it's sort of Independence Day style, with, craft in the skies, or War of the Worlds, or The Day the Earth Stood Still. In many respects, to really have a successful invasion, perhaps the way to do it would be to really do it slowly, carefully, and subtly, to where we don't even know until it's a case of game over, and there's no need for huge 200-foot, 300-foot wide craft hovering over every city. It could actually be something that we don't realize is going on, under our very eyes, so to speak, because it is so unrecognizable to most people, because they're not seeing it for what is actually happening.
I have a question for the guest. It occurs to me that the idea that everybody who sees a UFO is crazy and all of that kind of nonsense, it seems to me it's time for everyone just to say, okay, space aliens are real. Let's stop denigrating people and celebrate them for being honest. My question is, do you think the seeming increase in the number of UFO-type TV shows and movies, do you think that's an act, conscious act of preparing human beings.
Well, I know for sure that there have been rumours over the years of sort of, government agencies subtly suggesting to filmmakers and production companies that, hey, why don't you do this? And, there are actually more than a few. We do know also, for example, in the 1950s when the CIA created the Robertson panel to look into the UFO issue, one of the things that they recommended was using the Disney Corporation to create cartoons to, inform the general public, regardless of which way they wanted to go with, informing them. But having Disney on board to assist the government program, so that sort of thing isn't out of the question at all.
Okay. All right, let's go to Cynthia. I have no idea where you are, but welcome.
Hi, I'm in Wisconsin.
I'm sorry?
I'm in Wisconsin.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, what I find this rather interesting because a few days ago when you were talking about the aliens, I didn't make a connection, but several years ago, I had a series of dreams about aliens. And there was one that particularly stood out in my mind where some aliens were going to take my kids, and I started shape-shifting all kinds of fearsome creatures, and it scared them, and they went away.
Well, that's a new one. I think that some of these experiences, Nick, occur to people when they are in or near the sleep state, and more suggestible, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, there actually are a number of sort of the weirder Men in Black cases where I actually do think there's a good chance that they can almost invade the dream state. They can literally manipulate people's dreams, and that might sound far out to a lot of people, but on the other hand, there are more than a few reports like that where somebody, goes to bed and they wake up in the middle of the night and they see this weird shadow type person or the hat man in the bedroom. But it gets worse than that they actually feel that these entities can intrude upon and actually manipulate the nature of what they're actually dreaming. So in other words, you can get a strange visitation in a physical sense, but also these things could possibly visit us malevolently while we're sleeping and actually have the same effect on us, this sort of chilling threat. But it's not done physically, it's done by literally getting into your mind while you're sleeping.
Okay. Here comes a question from Heather who wants to know, is it crazy to ask if the black-eyed children just might grow up to be the Men in Black?
Well, I've heard that more than a few times. And as I said in the new book, David Weatherly, who wrote the book Black-Eyed Children, has done an entire paper on this very issue of the parallels. And, whether they are the child equivalents of, the Men in Black, I don't know. But I mean, what I can say is that if they are, everything about them makes sense. As I said earlier, with the hats, the Men in Black have the black jackets and the black hats. The kids have the black hoodie, which obviously has a hat component to it as well. The skin color, they're coming out late at night, needing to find a way into the home. It's almost like both of them, the Men in Black and the Black-Eyed Children, are working to a set program. And I mean, there's also the theory, are they actually really children? This gets into sort of creepy areas. What if they're sort of biologically altered? We talk about the Greys, which are sort of 3 to 4 feet tall. What if they're actually not children? We think of them as children because they're small, but what if they're actually skillfully altered extraterrestrials, that are designed to look like human children? That would be even sort of more disturbing.
The whole thing is disturbing. Matthew, you're on the air. Hello? That's a lot of noise you got there. Hello, Matthew. I guess that's all we get is noise. We'll try the phone. Hello there. You're on the air with Nick Redfern.
Hello, is it me?
That's you.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to ask Nick, are you aware of any cases of the Men in Black like physically assaulting anyone or anything like that?
Right. I asked that earlier, but sure.
Oh.
Yeah, as far as I know, I personally don't have any cases where they've been physically assaulted, but they sort of infer sometimes that a person might end up dead, or they should be very, very careful about what they say to who, etc., etc. But often it's that threat is enough to where they don't need to actually resort to physical attacks. But I mean, look, as I said, looking at the size of them and the build of them, physically they're not really up to taking us on, and I think that's why they rely on the mind control, because that keeps them in control of the whole situation, which physically they could not do. So I think that's interesting that we don't actually really see what we might expect. We might expect Men in Black, so they're going to they're going to put the turn the screws and really bad for us, but physically they don't do that. They just they rely on sort of inference and threats and things like that.
Well, if they can control us with their minds, then the biggest linebacker is stopped cold. I mean, they don't need physical force.
No.
Okay, caller?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, have a nice day. Have a nice night.
Right, you have a nice night too. That part of it really bothers me, that they can control our thoughts, and it sounds so eerily similar. Have you thought of sitting down with Dr. Jacobs and comparing notes, the two of you?
Well, it would be a good idea. I mean, there's no doubt that this is sort of an area that I won't say it's completely sort of not unstudied. It isn't, but I mean, I think it's a matter of putting all the threads together. I mean, like with the black-eyed children angle and the Men in Black, that's sort of perfect analogy that we've got these two phenomena that in many respects are extremely similar, and yet most people treat them as different and unconnected. And I think that's the danger in a lot of the Men in Black cases, is not seeing the bigger picture. People often view these events as random one-off encounters rather than looking at the bigger picture of how many have occurred, where they've occurred, what's the nature of them, what was going on in the person's life. And I think these are all important factors that come into play. And we might see a lot more parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children the more we look into it. And, I think this, from our perspective, the more we know, it's to our benefit. But
sure.
Whether we're going to like what we know or not, that's a completely
different question. James sends me a computer message through what we call the wormhole. He asks, believe these Men in Black are demons spreading fear for Satan. This kind of statement was inevitable, and I can't rule it out. The one that came to you was to show you, to scare you, meaning me, and to make you talk more about them so the fear spreads. Well, interesting thought. Nick?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are actually some people who do, adhere to the idea that the UFO phenomenon is demonic. I mean, one of them is a guy named Ray Boucher, who I interviewed about the Men in Black and the UFO phenomenon a few years ago. Ray has an interesting background. He's an Anglican priest, and he's also a former state director of MUFON, a Mutual UFO Network. He lives in Nebraska. And Ray came around to the idea that, the phenomenon is sort of more demonic than it is extraterrestrial, or literally demonic rather than extraterrestrial. And, there are a lot of people who actually do believe that theory. I think, from my perspective, I think we're seeing a phenomenon that, it could be extraterrestrial, but it also has the ability to interact with what we might call the supernatural, even if we're not really sure what the world of the supernatural is, in terms of actually being able to control our minds. This whole issue of people invoking them, like Albert Bender did, and sort of opening portals, that has far more of a paranormal aspect to it, but maybe it's something that can be explained one day by science. And so in that sense, I think it's possible that the world of what people call demons and science may one day sort of cross paths. And, it's things like the jinn that people talk about, which is sort of like the Middle Eastern, version of our demon, not that much different. Some people like Rosemary Ellen Guiley, who's written several good books on the jinn, has pointed out that even though they're placed in a paranormal category, that you can actually also demonstrate that, they could well be distorted tales of entities that live in other realms of existence that could be explained by science. So I think, we could see sort of a merging one day of paranormal phenomena and science if we could understand how the two come together.
Well, I am not blind to the fact that, for example, when I saw what I saw, which I call a shadow person, I don't know what it was. I was doing research for this program. Somebody reminded me of that. That's what I was doing at that moment, research for this program, which means I was thinking about things of this sort. And I just wonder if I didn't invite whatever it was on in.
Well, you may have well done. I mean, people get quite disturbed when I've actually pointed that out to people a lot of times. It's, to paraphrase actually from the movie version of John Keel's The Mothman Prophecies, there's a character in there that's based on Keel. His name's Alexander Leake, and Leake is Keel backwards. And he actually, I'm quoting him exactly here, somebody asks him, one of the characters asks him, what's going on? And he said, well, when you notice these things, they noticed that you noticed them. And that sort of gets to the heart of it, the idea that when we think about these things, it's as if they know we're thinking about them, and then they start taking an interest in manipulating us. And I have so many cases like that where it's almost as if we create reality as we go along, in the sense that when we think about these things, it starts to happen to us.
Yes, or thinking about it, I was doing research on paranormal, and maybe that's like an invitation to come through the door. I don't know. Outside the country, Magus, is it?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
In Romania.
Romania, okay.
I was just wondering, I know that a lot of people think about the Men in Black as the cigarette smoking man from the X-Files. The guys behind all the conspiracies.
Yes.
But is it possible that they're the Mulder and Scully part of the show? The guys that just investigate things that the government doesn't want to make official.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, I think most of the Men in Black reports are have really weird origins, but there is a small percentage where I think well, not necessarily the government, but maybe some sort of shadow agency has used the mystery of these really weird Men in Black to cover their own tracks. And so, in other words, some of these agency personnel may well have mimicked the legends, that have been associated with the weirder ones. So in that sense, there could be real government MIB, but actually based on the weirder ones.
All right, we've got a break here, Magus. Thank you very much for the call. And next standby, we'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert.
And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
If you could read my mind, such a romantic song, really, right? But really, if you could read my mind, I wouldn't like it at all. And, that's what we're talking about here. Things or beings or part humans that can read our minds or control our minds. And possibility of an actual invasion. There's no getting away from it. If you heard what Dr. Jacob said, and you're listening carefully to what Nick said, you can mix and match, and frankly, you can come up with something pretty serious. Peter, you're on the air with my guest. Welcome.
G'day, Art, and g'day, Nick. Can you hear me well?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, I just want to put my 2 cents in about what the Men in Black might be. And I'm thinking, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's just a speculation. What I think it might be is that when we get tired, our brain runs low on something that's called neurotransmitters, which is something that enables us to actually think. And I think it's the body generates a apparition of some sort, whether it be a Men in Black or dark-eyed children, in order to scare us. And so what the scaring does is enables adrenaline to be released, which also is a neurotransmitter. And so the brain can continue to function. So the whole idea of them not wanting us to talk about UFOs doesn't seem to work anyway. But something that's in common with all cases is the fear factor. So that's it. That's the idea.
No, that's actually interesting. I mean, there are some cases where, I don't honestly personally think it's all totally internal, but, I do think when you talk about, the brain can create this and create that. I don't dispute that. I think sort of some cases of sleep paralysis could definitely fall into that category. But I do wonder if, like with the Men in Black, some of the Men in Black cases, and granted, this requires like a bit of a leap of faith, if something external can actually invade the dream state. Now, of course, that requires us to try and find evidence for that. But I do believe, that the human mind, can do weird things. There's no doubt about that. I mean, but I do sometimes wonder if even in the dream state, if something can be present and manipulated.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. But
No, it's good we have that debate, to look at it from both angles. I mean, we need that because we're dealing with sort of definitive unknowns. So we need, the down-to-earth approach, and we need the other angle to try and bounce them off each other to see where it all leads, So that's actually good.
Yeah, well, I've had a few paranormal experiences, but some of these things, one of the things I've noticed is that the distinct lack of detail in the entities, if you like, and also the fact that they don't seem to hang around too long, which sort of seems to be they're limited by something. It could be if they're generated by the brain, maybe all the brain can do is to generate this illusion.
Well, we don't think we don't think they hang around long, but if they have control of our minds, I'm not sure we know.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, we really don't have a good idea of time, do we? If they've got control of our minds.
Right. It's kind of like waking up and looking at the clock. Then you know what time it is, right? Otherwise, it could have been 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Yep. I understand.
All right. Where are you?
In Australia.
In Australia. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
The other day about the disappearing watch off me.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Peter, there you go.
All right, Peter. Thank you, and take care.
Peter.
Let's go to the phone. Foley, Alabama, I suspect. Hello.
Yeah, well, I'm actually calling from the Gulf Coast here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. My name is Rex. Hi, Art, Nick.
Hi.
And I remember back in the early 70s reading The Silencers by John Keel. And in one of the cases he was talking about, in West Virginia in 1942, an object had gone down in the woods to the north, and the sheriff got together with a reporter and a posse, and they went out through all of this long hiking, and they found a clearing, a large clearing, and in the clearing was what appeared to be like the fuselage of an aircraft of that time without any wings, tail, propeller, no windows, anything like that. And standing near the wreckage of this object were 5 human-type people, and 2 of them were dressed in some kind of jumpsuit, maybe the pilots or whatever, but the other 3 were dressed in business suit-type apparel. And they went on to talk about how that, their shoes of these people were like always brand new, like they had just left the haberdashers, and, their clothes seemed to not fit quite right, and they were, awkward. One of them was offered a cigar. He tried to eat it. And then the Jell-O incident, the guy tried to drink it, and this is way back in the 70s, okay? When I read this book, and I was very interested in it, and I wonder if you recollect these encounters. There was a couple of other incidents on a mountain where they had arranged to meet with this guy that was researching UFOs and had some incriminating photographs or something like that, and they wanted to meet with him up on this hill or mountain or whatever. And it was a winding road, and they seemed to drive a vehicle that seemed to be the make and model of several different type of older vehicles like you were describing. And when they got up on the road, they noticed one of those vehicles like that with two figures, silhouettes in the front, and they kept winding around, and then it came to a dead end, and the vehicle had just mysteriously vanished. And so he thought he was being, the victim of, they were trying to intimidate him or something like that. But it's a very real thing going way back to the 40s. And that's...
You're right. And I mean, Keel chronicled like a lot of those Men in Black reports, and he was sort of astute enough to realize that it wasn't just a modern day phenomenon. He sort of looked back into history and folklore and found a lot of centuries pushed the barriers back even further, where he felt that, like I said, with some of the old vampire stories and legends, he felt could have been born out of things like Men in Black encounters 300-400 years ago. But I actually have a few, not so much in direct connection with Men in Black reports, but I've got a few stories of people claiming to have seen people with business suits coming out of UFOs, and very strange stories. But again, we're sort of seeing the development of a pattern, and Keel recognised that, and he recognised it was sort of an age-old phenomenon. He didn't feel it was brand new, but I mean, it's interesting that we're sort of seeing these parallels and pushing the barriers back as to when the Men in Black really sort of began, so to speak.
All right, Nick, here's another computer message through the wormhole. Ralph asks, are all Men in Black, or have there been any women? That might explain the black-eyed children.
Early next year, I've got a new book coming out called Women in Black, and it's actually like a full-length study of the women in black. But the book's sort of pretty much all finished now. I've got about another 10,000 words to do, and that's it. But I've actually got an incredible amount of reports of women in black, and they're actually not as exciting as they sound like they should be, in the sense that they actually come across just like the Men in Black. They're very pale, typically wear like a woman's black business suit, very emotionless. Again, they have this really tight skin, looks like as if they've just, again, overdone it with Botox. But they also, they turn up in incidents. And what's interesting is that whereas the Men in Black, just present themselves as they are, very often the women in black present themselves as, for example, census takers, or, they're doing a survey in the area and can they come in and ask a few questions. So in other words, the women in black, what the big difference is, they often have a cover story. And but they're very much like the Men in Black, where their voices sometimes sound stilted. There have been a lot of reports of women in black where they look quite like, the aliens, like the Greys, and they've been seen wearing like long wigs, like a woman's wig, sort of down to her shoulders and beyond, and again sunglasses, and sometimes a beret, something like that on their head. So they're clearly trying to camouflage themselves. But the women in black mystery is sort of really underappreciated one, and that's why I wanted to do this book, because there are so many fascinating stories that fall into that category.
All right, let's go to the phone. Hi, you're on the air. Hello?
It's me?
It's you. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's Ken from New Hampshire.
Yes, sir.
My question is for Nick. Hey, Ken, most what?
He just said hi.
Yeah, hi. What is the most common thing that will draw the Men in Black to a person? Is it more of something they saw, or a specific sensitive topic they out to multiple people. Is there one thing that sticks out more than anything else?
Well, for the most part, when it comes to these weirder men in black, it's when they've had an encounter, you know, that like an abduction or a contact case, or they've been in the wrong place at the wrong time and they've seen a UFO land. Those are the ones who seem to get visited by the weirder men in black. But I do have more than a few reports where guys in black suits, which I think are actually sort of government people, have visited the homes of people when perhaps they've been hiking in the desert or something like that, and they've come across, a fence that says keep out, that sort of thing, or they may have seen something like a classified aircraft being test flown, and they've been visited, but it's clearly by a different sort of, category of MIB. As I said, most of them are the weirder types, and the people who typically get those visits are when they've had a UFO encounter. It's a fairly significant one, but there are some reports which I think are more down to earth, not as many, and it's just somebody from an agency coming along and saying, hey, about that thing you saw in the sky, don't talk about it. But there are also kind of crossovers between some of these stories as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And let's go to, I'm not sure who, whoever's next. You're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, nice to have you back on the air, Art. I just read on the next books last week about Men in Black. As a matter of fact, I tried to call him when David was on because, since I was a kid, I've experienced a full spectrum of like UFO and paranormal stuff. It's led me to do my own personal research over the years. But something you said earlier about maybe they appear as friends, family, that sort of thing. I started having these experiences back in the late 80s, early 90s. It actually led me to learn to lucid dream because I was having waking experiences like shadowy people and like in the blackness. I know you hear some people say you're whispering and murmuring and voices they can't quite make out, things of that nature. I started dreaming about these hooded cow beings, and it was not like a normal dream. It's almost like a battle of wills. And they led me to personally believe that, vampire parallels were there. And a lot of times it appeared as family or friends, and it was like the black-eyed children, where they would try to get you to let them in or let them close to you. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like there's a hypnotic suggestion there. And if you didn't succumb to it, for some reason it didn't work, they became belligerent, angry, the facade would start to slip and they would start to change and their eyes would turn black, and it was almost like their teeth became pointed and fang looking, and they got more gaunt and violent looking. And this led me to start doing some research, friends, family. I found out some of them have been seeing the same things, drawing the same things, even seeing things in waking hours. And it kind of culminated in a waking experience with my brother, where we were out one night past dark. We were standing under a... We hadn't gone inside yet. And I heard boot steps coming down the sidewalk. And this man comes out from under this tree. And I knew there was a friend down the road who was having a party. I thought at first maybe it was somebody coming from that. And as he got closer, he started coming across the lot towards us. And I started to get frightened at this point. I didn't know why. It didn't really make any sense. And I'd done my own research. I'd went out looking for things before. There wasn't a lot that really scared me in that regard. But as it got closer, it got worse. And I couldn't really understand what it was at first. It didn't really register. And as he walked under the streetlight towards us, it finally hit me that even though he was under the light, you couldn't see his face. It was covered in shadow. You couldn't see any of his face. And he started running towards us, and I just had fear at that point, and I pushed my brother, and I told him to run, and he chased us a full block, and of course he runs in, he slams the door in my face. I had to try to get the door open, and as I looked back, he was reaching for my shoulder, and I got the door open, I slammed it behind me, and I turned and looked through the blinds, and there was nothing there. And I went back outside. We lived on a corner of a main highway and crossroad. I looked all around. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. And to this day, that was probably one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had. And then shortly thereafter, in the late 90s, these stories of the black-eyed kids, coming out on the internet and people seeing them in waking hours. And I wondered if Nick had ever run across any sort of similar reports to that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, experiences where, you have experiences in the real world, and then you start having dreams and you feel, that there's something invaded the dream and they're trying to, sort of pull the wool over your eyes, so to speak. I've got a lot of stories like that, that these phenomena, whatever they are, I don't think they're just able to manifest physically. I literally do think they can sort of get into the dream state. And what gets, dangerous for us is that they can sort of take on the guise of various different things, and if we fall for it, then, it just gets worse, and the camouflage that they're using becomes more and more sort of acceptable to us. But I mean, it's interesting that you talk about, that you managed to just get back as he put his arm out to grab you and, he shut the door. Well, that kind of, is sort of symbolic in terms of when the men in black wait to be invited in. You slam the door and it was gone. In other words, you'd taken away its power. It needed you to allow it to enter through the door. And when you broke free of the spell, so to speak, and slammed the door in its face, you essentially took its control away, right? Or you took away the fear because, you became the one controlling the situation. And, I think that's their vulnerability, is when they realize that their ruse has been rumbled, so to speak. That's the important thing to try and do, is to, if you're suspicious of what they are, what they seem to be, try and focus and look through them and see, if there is a ruse, if there's something else going on. And that often is something that makes them back away, because, without that image that they use to project as strength, they've got nothing other than that. And if you see through it physically, they're not able to really, they're no match for us.
Apparently. Marion, somewhere in the world, where are you?
Bucharest, Romania. Sorry for my voice.
That's all right. Did you? That was not you earlier. You're a different Romanian caller. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Two Romanian calls. Two Romanian calls in one night. That's a record. Go ahead, sir.
We are very passionate about paranormal and this stuff. So
yes.
I guess that's the reason. The thing is, I was just considering this so-called invasion as not necessarily being a bad thing. I mean, look at this perspective.
Yes.
Along the history, since ancient times, there's been lots of invasions which have formed new nations. What we are today is the result of countless invasions along the history. So,
but Marion, it depends on their intentions. If their intentions are good, well, maybe. I still don't like losing control of my own mind, but maybe. I admit we're a mess. You're suggesting their intentions are good.
Could be. We have no way of knowing that, but there may be the next evolutionary step in our development.
Nick, any comment on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's always, we need to be very, very careful when, some other force or country or whatever promises, we're going to do this and we'll help you with this, etc., etc. It's very often usually a self-serving approach, even if we don't necessarily see it. And I'm always suspicious of entities like these that don't openly show themselves, that sort of work in the shadows and sort of worm their way into society. And, and I think infiltration is a good term to use. And I think when we use that term infiltration, I find it difficult to see there's sort of anything positive about an infiltration. To me, it smacks of, like I said, a self-serving agenda, which, involves us, but certainly not from, I don't think it's from the perspective of benefiting us.
I do agree, Nick. Marion, do you have any evidence to suggest it's positive?
I don't think that we'll be welcoming them if they come at our doorstep and say, you know, I'm willing to take over and share my mental activities with your own. I don't think we gotta say we will say yes, you're welcome, come in. No, we won't do that. We are water-like race.
Well, Marianne, unless they have control of your mind, and then you'll say, come on in. Thank you very much for the call. Let's go to Roseburg, Oregon. Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Very well, thank you.
Hi. Hey, I was always wondering if there's any kind of report of Men in Black being contacted by law enforcement or anything, or what would happen there.
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. There's actually kind of an answer. Through the Freedom of Information Act, both the FBI and the Air Force have released files showing that back in the 50s and 60s, both the Air Force and the FBI received reports of MIB from members of the U.S. public. You know, people writing letters to J. Edgar Hoover and the Air Force saying, you know, I've been visited by this guy and threatened me and I want some action taken. And the FBI and the Air Force both looked into this to a degree for a while together. And you can actually read the memos where, you know, people saying, well, is this the government? And then you've got the FBI and the Air Force saying to each other, who on earth are the men in black? We need to try and find out. So in other words, what this tells us is that law enforcement clearly knew about the MIB phenomenon because the files have surfaced through the Freedom of Information Act. And the big irony is when so many people in ufology were thinking the men in black were from the government internally was saying, well, who are they? You know, it's not the exact opposite thing we would expect. We would think they would have the answers or it was them. But that's not the case at all. They were actually more baffled. Law enforcement was more baffled by the entire MIB phenomenon in the 50s and 60s than the UFO research community was. They were, you know, because they didn't really necessarily understand the complexities of how it sort of tumbled over into UFOs and paranormal. They were just looking for guys who were using fake identities to get into people's homes, you know, to commit a criminal act or whatever.
Scholar?
Well, you know, yeah, nowadays, you know, with like all this, you know, identification theft and stuff, you know, I was thinking that there would be some kind of protocol for, you know, law enforcement contacting people like that, contacting entities like that, you know.
Okay.
Well, that's actually interesting what you bring up. I mean, if there was a way to figure it out, you know, if we could somehow, you know, access databases, you know, if the relevant agencies release files, we might actually see far more reports that fall into the, you know, the MIB category than we realise. You know, you might get a report where somebody contacted their local police department, said this weird, creepy guy came around, and but then the police visited them, and the police said, well, you know, you didn't steal anything, you know, there's no proof he's been, and they just closed the case down. If we had access to those, we might find, wow, that sounds just like a man in black, but the police, you know, dismissed it because there was no evidence and the case didn't go any further.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. I think we can get one in. You're on the air with Nick. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Gene.
Hi, Gene.
Hi, Nick. I'm a very tangible person, and Art, thank you for having this show. This is one of the more interesting ones. Nick, I didn't meet you, but I saw you this end of May down in the desert, and was there for 3 days. And I liked you on the panel. What I wanted you to address was two things here. I'm a pretty tangible person. I've been interested in UFO phenomenon, and not as much as paranormal, but as a nuts and bolts, you know, a physical reality. And the last 4 or 5 years, especially when Art came back on the air on satellite, and then with some of the programs that are coming out now on digital, I got much more involved. And I guess with the Men in Black, what I'm curious about, I have not myself seen a UFO that I know of or seen anything strange, but I lived through people like you and people that I met at the contact, who I believe, you know, Travis Walt and such, that really these things have happened to them on a physical level. Now that I'm running my mouth so much, I've let in the last couple of years, listening to programs, talking to people about it. I've had people approach me with their experiences, people that, like even at work, you would never think would talk about it, but because I breached the fact that I listened to Art Bell and other programs, they open up to me. So my question is, two things about how you have been over 30 years, if you've ever been threatened and all that, and you've talked to some of that. But I wanted to more specifically, the second part, wonder if you think that the government or law in the United States is trying to work in cahoots with this, because since I've been involved with all this stuff, I received strange phone calls for marketing late at night when you don't usually get them. I've also received a survey from the government in the mail recently that kept bugging me about, oh, it's part of the census, you got to fill it out, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm wondering if that's a way to harass people like me that run their mouth and talk to people everywhere I go, you know.
Well, that's a good question, because I actually have got a lot of accounts from people who have been sort of threatened, and this whole, like I mentioned earlier, like the women in black turning up claiming to be census takers and that kind of thing. When the sort of what seems to be a government component to some of these cases, my personal view is where I differ to a lot of UFO researchers, I actually don't think the Air Force or the government or whoever else guys in this at all. What I actually think is that the real deep and dark secrets that are hidden by some agency of officialdom, I actually think we're dealing with sort of these so-called black budget agencies or rogue agencies that operate outside of, the confines of official government, that Congress isn't even aware of them. They get their budgets through, alternative means. So in other words, it's like a secret government within the real government. And I think that this really weird stuff that goes on, I think is done, by some sort of like a shadow agency rather than by, like I said, the government itself.
Rick, I kind of think that if marketing calls are part of the overall strategy, then I'm absolutely doomed, because I just keep all the time marketing this, marketing that. So I'm not sure that would be an indicator of anything except that your phone number is on a bunch of lists. In the high desert, I'm Art Bell with Midnight in the Desert.
From the kingdom of High in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Nick Redburn is here, and we're talking about MIBs, Men in Black. A lot of what he said resonates back to what Dr. Jacobs said the other night. It really is kind of eerie, frankly. I want to do something just for fun. I have more phone lines than you even know. For example, I think I'm going to open up a first-time caller line right now, just for fun. Here it is. You ready? If you're a first-time caller to the show, call me at area code 775-285-5800. Pretty cool, huh? Didn't even know I had it. Once again, first-time callers only at area code 775-285-5800. The reason I'm doing that is because, number one, you didn't know I had another line, which I do. And number two, I found that it's really kind of nice to get people who have never called the show a way to do so. And while generally having one public line is, just fine, because they roll over, so I have many, many lines at that one number. It's very difficult for a first-time caller to get through. So there's a number. You got it. and you might write it down. So if one day you decide to be a first-time caller, you can be. Area code 775-285-5800. Nick, welcome back.
Thanks, sir.
We already have an apparent first-time caller. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
This is weird tonight, mate.
Is it now?
Oh, yeah. It's quite different.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Australia.
Okay. Anyway, you're on the air with Nick.
Okay, Nick. You have a lot of stories you're telling, but I'm just curious. Are these men in black? I mean, the reports you get, are they really real? What do they wear? What do they look like? There must be more to these stories with what they have, where they come from.
All right. Well, I've had, thank you very much for the call, very similar questions coming through on the computer, Nick, that, you know, these are just stories that you've heard. You're not relating first-person stuff, and they're just stories. What do you say?
Well, no. I mean, like for the new book, there's like 30 chapters. Everybody apart from 2 cases is named under their real names with their websites or Facebook pages listed.
Are people reluctant to allow that?
No, with the new book, I think there are only 2 people who didn't want their names used. Other than that, you know, I never use anonymous sources unless, the person specifically asks for it. But, you know, for people to say that they're just stories, you know, they're not, because, I mean, anybody can pick up the new book and see, for example, like I mentioned Claudia Cunningham, the woman who had the telephone interference. Everybody's named. As I said, in some cases, they even allow them to use their websites and blogs. So they're not anonymous people or anything like that. I never do that.
Okay. All right. I understand. I'm just telling you that people do.
Oh, no, sure. No, I understand that. I mean, I understand people's concerns that, you know, I always try and get people to speak on the record, and I think that's an important thing. I think sometimes the problem we have with the Men in Black mystery is people are so frightened by these experiences that can make them reluctant to speak out publicly. And I do totally understand that, but I always try, you know, where possible to encourage people to go public if they want. And if they don't, obviously, you know, I don't push them. That's, you know, I'm not in the business of forcing people
Understood.
at all.
All right. Understood. Look, first-time caller line again. You're on the air with Nick Redfern. Hi. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, your episode with Juneteenth from the 90s.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite coast to coast, and he talked about the Men in Black. Do you think the Men in Black had something to do with him passing away?
How can I answer that? I don't know.
Well,
that's the very best I can do. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You're very welcome, and take care. No way I could know that. You're on the air with Nick Redfern. Hi.
Hi, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I just was curious if these things have to have permission to, or seemingly have to have permission to access our homes. Why is it that they do not need to have permission to access our minds?
Yeah, good question.
That is a good question. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't honestly know the answer to that question, because you would imagine that, you know, if they take control of the person's mind when they're in the house, why are they not able to do it when they're at the front door?
That's right.
You know, why is it they have to have that invite? I wish I could offer an answer, because, you know, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that. You'd imagine if they have that mind power, they could use it anywhere, when you're in the car, when you're in bed, you know, watching TV, or, you know, cutting the grass outside. But that is what people say. You know, what's kind of weird, I probably didn't go into that sort of too deeply, but what usually happens is that when the person opens the door, the Men in Black don't even say, "Can we come in?" It's like they patiently stand there, and then the person feels compelled to invite them in. One of the things I do wonder is if possibly the mind control is somehow derived from eye contact. Now that's to say that the reason they're not able to force the person to open the door from the outside, or while they're outside, I should say, is because to a degree at least they need to make eye contact with the person, and then when the door's opened, then they feel, the person, that they have the ability then to sort of take over the person's mind. They're not able to do it from outside the door, so to speak.
Okay. All right, Colin?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Right, you're very welcome. Again, to the first-time caller line, this time Anchorage, Alaska, I think. Hello?
It is the Serve Bill?
It is.
Art, what a pleasure. I've been listening to you for years, and you've always been king of late night talk radio and new videos of mine. I am truly honored. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
I'll pose the question. I was in Cheyenne Mountain, NORAD Air Defense Command, probably in the early 80s.
Really?
The magnitude of sophisticated technology beyond most people's comprehension that I saw at that time. And what truly fascinates me is how we can see these observations that seem to be increasing every day around the world, and yet not have the discussion with our government. I am staggered by the sense of denial, disconnection, and perhaps you can. And by the way, one more thing, if I might, up and off here, you need to contact Andrew Rossi. We think he may have discovered some low energy nuclear reaction that's going to breach sometime around March of this coming year. But look, I'll get off of here. This is my Art. I've been listening to you for, God, I don't know how long. Thank you so much for what you've done. So.
Oh, you're very welcome, and take care. Gee, looks like the first-time caller line may be working out. That's amazing. All right, let's go to Skype and Flippy. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
I hear you. Yes. Turn your device off, please.
It's off.
He just hung up. Sorry to hear that. Silverdale, I think it is, Washington.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I'm so glad to talk to you. I talked to you years ago, and I love your program. I'm so happy it's back. I wanted to ask two things. I wanted to ask if there's a reference or any reports of how dogs, particularly, or cats act to these, and also. Years ago, I heard something about how Howard Hughes, that he became terrified of something like this, and it caused him to become such a recluse.
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting question. I'm not personally aware of any responses from cats, but I do know that dogs have responded either with sort of terror or quite violently towards Men in Black. There are a couple of cases where they sort of very aggressively barked as if the dogs were sort of not under the control of the Men in Black when the door was opened. And there are other cases, and there's also a famous black-eyed children case where the dogs acted in a very frightened fashion, and just when the door was opened and they saw them, they just charged under the bed, and just wouldn't come out. So animals definitely have a reaction to the Men in Black. There's no doubt about that at all, and to the black-eyed children. Now, what was the other part of the question?
Howard Hughes. I had heard years ago that Howard Hughes became a recluse because of confrontations with what he thought was aliens, and possibly I was wondering if you heard of anything like this.
I haven't actually heard that one, but what I can tell you is that Howard Hughes was good friends with one of the early famous contactees of the 1950s, a man named George Van Tassel, and he built something called the Integratron out at Landers, California. Well, actually, Van Tassel and Howard Hughes were good friends, and so he clearly was fully aware of the UFO phenomenon, but I hadn't personally heard that, that thing that made him become reclusive.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you for the call. And take care. Let's go to Manitoba. Hello.
Hi, Art. Can you hear me okay?
I do.
Good. This is Sharon calling from Brandon, Manitoba.
Yes.
And I am calling, and by the way, this is, I think, a very important show, a very good show.
Thank you.
And I was in agreement with you when you said this was kind of eerily similar to Dr. Jacob's accounts.
So close, yes.
So close. And I agree, it's insidious, it's sneaky, it's cowardly, and I'm thinking for whatever entities they are to behave like this, there must be a weakness.
Sharon, I also think very successful. You know, aside from the fact that we might be onto it, it's just the most successful way I can even imagine to take something over slowly but surely, and do so with minimal violence or anything else. It just works.
Yes, and I will also say that Nick gives me hope, and this is what made me very curious, and this is what was kind of gnawing at me when Dr. Jacobs was on your show was, there must be a way to beat this thing, because I know that when I'm afraid, or if I'm fearful, at times I will get angry. Now, stupidly, I may get angry, but did these people who were able to shake out of this, Nick, of this mind control, or whatever it is they have, and the human spirit or a human being can break it, what causes them to break this? Because obviously these entities are not infallible, they're not omnipotent, there is a weakness to them.
Yes.
Now, that's actually a good question. For the most part, when people have actually been able to break out of this sort of mind-controlled or mind-manipulated state they're in, it's generally due to like a surge of anger and fear combined, you know, that sort of, you know, that whole scenario of fight or flight, you know, do you run or do you, you know, stand and fight? And it is very often the case that the person is so terrified, you know, very often people are terrified and they fall into this state where they're completely controlled. But when it's terror mixed with anger that, you know, something has forced its way into their home and they're fearful for their family and they get angry, that etc., then it's like the anger can break the spell. Or it may just be, it's like a high state of emotion that sort of creates a glitch. You know, that's a possibility as well. It may not just be due to anger. It could just be that they want us in a really calm state, you know, so we're non-threatening. And anything that's sort of suddenly different, threatening or anger or, you know, etc., that may be sort of the glitch that they're unable to control, perhaps.
All right. Well, we're getting woefully short on time. So thank you for your call, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Art.
Right. Take care. Again, to the first-time caller line. How about that? You're on the air.
Good evening.
Good evening. Where are you?
I'm in Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay. Well, welcome. Reference right here.
An honor to talk to you guys. I was wondering, have children had any contact with the Men in Black, and what was the response to that?
Yeah, there actually are a few cases like that. Most of the ones that I've got where children have been involved, it involves sort of more of the shadow people type ones. There's one known as the Hat Man, which looks like a shadowy silhouette wearing an old star fedora. And I've got probably, I would say somewhere in the region of 20 cases from adults who had experiences with that type of, like the silhouetted MIB, when they were children, sort of back in the 50s and 60s. I've got a few cases from, you know, people like in their late teens and 20s who had experiences like this when they were 5 or 6. But they weren't sort of with, you know, the case they were, you know, at home on their own and the parents are out or something, they knocked on the door. It was always, it's sort of like the weird dream-like state where the Hat Man shadow person sort of manifested in the bedroom. So the children ones, the ones I've got at least, fall into that category.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for the first time call. Take care. And very quickly, Bob on Skype, you've got about a minute.
All right. I very much enjoyed the Dr. David Jacobs show. Anybody who perpetuates the black-eyed children is purely an urban myth. And anybody who perpetuates that is losing credibility.
Why do you think? Well, why do you? Yeah, good night. You hear that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I wouldn't say it's a case of perpetuating it. What it is, it's a case of the fact that people speaking on the record come to us and tell us their experiences.
Right.
So we investigate them and then we share them because that's the right thing to do if they're happy about doing it. So nobody's perpetuating anything for the sake of it. You know, people wouldn't be writing about the black-eyed children if there weren't witnesses out there.
And there are. I've heard them, Nick. I've heard the people call in and talk about them. So I know it is so. I've had emails about them. People see these things. So that part of it is not a myth. Now, maybe people are somehow perpetuating something. I don't know. But shadow people and all the rest of it, this is real stuff. It really is happening.
It is really weird, genuine stuff. It's very serious, very sinister, and there's some sort of agenda going on which we need to resolve quickly.
Nick, all my lines are full. I've got to go. I'm sorry. I wish I could take more calls for you. What would you recommend to people? Your book, your website? What do you want to do?
Well, people are interested. My new book, which has just come out last week, called Men in Black, and if people can find me at my blog, which is Nick Redfern's World of Whatever. If they type that in, they'll find the blog quite easily.
Nick Redfern's World of Whatever?
Correct. And the new book's called Men in Black.
Nick, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll do it again sometime. Take care, my friend.
Thanks a lot.
Yes.
See you later.
Good night. He's qualified to talk about so many things that I'm sure we will do it again. I'm Art Bell. I want to warn you tomorrow night we're going to be talking about something really serious and unfortunately increasingly possible, and that is global thermonuclear warfare. So be warned, that's a rough topic. But that's, some of what we do here from the high desert. Good night, all.
This is one of the most mysterious and controversial objects in the world. A crystal skull called the Skull of Doom. It's the inspiration for the latest Indiana Jones movie. And the man who made it famous was a real-life Indiana Jones, a flamboyant adventurer and buccaneering archaeologist. His crystal skull and a handful of others like it have given birth to a legend that has caught the imagination of millions worldwide. According to the legend, 13 ancient crystal skulls from a lost civilization, when united, will unlock the secrets of universal knowledge. But who made these skulls, and when? What is the truth about how they were found? It's a mystery that's obsessed archaeologists, scientists, and believers for over 100 years. Now, state-of-the-art technology will finally reveal their secrets. In Paris, one crystal skull goes back on display after months of scientific testing. In London, scientists try to establish the origins of a second crystal skull in the British Museum. In Washington, D.C., a 16-year-old investigation into a third crystal skull by the Smithsonian Institution reaches its climax. But this skull, perhaps the most famous of all, has been in private hands ever since it was discovered. It is the Skull of Doom, fashioned from solid quartz crystal. It has spawned a global movement of devotees who believe it has extraordinary powers.
It's a computer. It's already programmed, and you don't have to type on little keys. All you do is put your hand on it.
If people will accept the possibility of past life, I have a memory of working in the temples in Atlantis, where they had crystal skulls.
When you see it in a picture, it's beautiful. But when you see it in person, there's a beauty that you can really feel inside.
Its supporters believe that the Skull of Doom was created 3,500 years ago by an ancient American civilization obsessed with human sacrifice, and that for centuries it lay undisturbed, until the arrival of this man, Frederick Mitchell Hedges, an exotic English adventurer who some claim was a real-life inspiration for Indiana Jones. Mitchell Hedges was a lifelong rebel. In 1898, he dropped out of school at the age of 16 to travel to the Arctic. He claimed he fought alongside the Mexican revolutionary Pancho Villa. He was alleged to be a spy for British naval intelligence. And later, he roamed the jungles of Central America in search of ancient remains.
He was a man of action. He believed that you could not make great discoveries. You could not really understand what was going on unless you were out there, unless you were getting dirty, you were sweating, you were taking risks. And so he was at odds with a lot of the archaeological community for that reason.
Mitchell Hedges had an eye for the giant catch, and for the ladies too, especially if they were rich and aristocratic.
He travelled with a number of lady companions, most notably Mabel Richmond Brown, who was the estranged wife of a mad baronet and who had money.
You know, most women particularly, they found Mitchell Hedges a very attractive person. He lived a dashing life. He was the ultimate swashbuckling, adventurer.
In the 1920s, Mitchell Hedges embarked on the adventure that would make his name. He traveled to Central America to explore the 1,000-year-old ruins of the Mayan civilization. He made an extraordinary claim about the Mayan connection with the legendary lost continent of Atlantis.
I believe that Atlantis did exist, and when the earth moved and the waters came rushing in upon it, a continent was submerged, and that a remnant survived, and that from these evolved the great Maya civilization.
Mitchell Hedges was unable to furnish any evidence of this remnant of Atlantis, but he made a further claim that he'd come across a unique object used during ancient death rituals. A life-sized skull of pure quartz crystal. He named it the Skull of Doom.
It is at least 3,600 years old, and according to legend, was used by the high priests of the Maya. It is said that when willed death, with the help of the skull, death invariably followed. It has been described as the embodiment of all evil. How it came into my possession, I have reason for not revealing.
Exactly how he discovered the Skull of Doom was a secret Frederick Mitchell Hedges would take to his grave. It would be someone else, his adopted daughter Anna, who would tell the world and make the skull a global sensation. Their relationship was intriguing. Anna told of how she'd been orphaned as a child and looked after by an uncle who lived opposite a hotel by Lake Niagara in Canada. Mitchell Hedges, 26 years her senior, often came to stay there to fish and became fond of her.
According to her story, she was adopted by Mitchell Hedges when she was 10, I think.
Anna Mitchell Hedges would later state that in 1924, when she was 17, she accompanied Frederick Mitchell Hedges on an expedition to the ancient Mayan site of Lubantu in British Honduras, modern-day Belize.
She claims to have been with him on the Lubantu excavations in 24 and 25. she became a sort of a companion of his.
He hobnobbed with very exciting people. He was a fun guy to be around.
She was always, a lot of times, in the right place at the right time. She was like his luck, because his whole luck in life changed, and they were like a major team together.
Frederick and Anna Mitchell Hedges each recorded how at Lubantoon they became caught up in the adventure that would bring them fame. Lubantoon was almost unexplored and a potential treasure chest of Mayan relics. Mitchell Hedges, who'd had no formal training in the fragile science of archaeology, stumbled into action.
They hired local Maya who simply dug trenches into house mounds and collected the artifacts that came up. There was no sense of scientific excavation. There was no recording taking place. This wasn't archaeology. It was Sunday afternoon looting. There's a wonderful picture of Mitchell Hedges and Lady Richmond Brown sitting side by side on the steps of one of the pyramids at Lubantoon, from which they had just removed the top with dynamite in order to see if there was tomb inside. Now, not surprisingly, there wasn't a tomb by the time they got inside it.
At the time, Mitchell Hedges reported only minor finds at Lubantoon. But decades later, Anna claimed they'd made a remarkable discovery.
I was 16 when I spotted it. It was New Year's Day, 1st of January, 1924. I heard two of the Mayas say, if you go on top of that building, you'll have the most wonderful view. So I sneaked on top, and it was very dangerous. Something kept shining in my face. I moved one or two stones carefully. The sun was pouring on it.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The stones covered a large hole. Anna said that soon after, they were cleared by her father. It was her 17th birthday.
I was let down by two ropes. As I was going down, there were big snakes. I looked around, and I saw something shiny. It was the top of a skull.
The object Anna found was of magnificent workmanship, carved from a single block of almost flawless quartz. Mayan artifacts made of crystal were extremely rare. A Mayan crystal skull was unique. It was a world first. Yet Frederick Mitchell Hedges said nothing publicly about it when he left Lubantoon in 1926. The Skull of Doom was secretly stored in England, where he returned to live with Anna. For such a showman, Mitchell Hedges' reticence was uncharacteristic. One commonly held reason was that he needed to hide the skull from the benefactors who had funded his digs.
Basically, Mitchell Hedges never said a word about it publicly. The crystal skull was a footnote in his career.
Mitchell Hedges slipped into a more sedate middle age as a radio personality telling his stories of adventure. He died in 1959, and soon all those who might have witnessed the discovery of the Skull of Doom were dead too, except Anna. Now in her 50s, she started going public with the extraordinary events she said took place at Lobantun 40 years before.
And what did you find on these expeditions? Can you tell us something about that?
Well, we found a lot of potteries and jades and Skaladoom.
And did he find a sort of sunken cities?
Yes, he found the lost city,
Which was?
the Maya.
Anna had chosen a good time to publicize the discoveries. The 1970s brought a new fascination with ancient Americans, and sites like Chichen Itza provided new evidence and insights into the Mayan civilization that seemed to tie in with the idea of a skull of doom.
The skull rack at Chichen Itza was actually a war memorial. It is likely to have been a platform on which the skulls of sacrificed victims were piled. We have evidence for human sacrifice among the Maya, not just artistic evidence, but we actually have the human remains showing the effects of this.
After her adoptive father's death, Anna considered selling the skull, but experts doubted its authenticity. Its discovery had not been documented, and to some, her story sounded suspicious. In an attempt to authenticate the skull, Anna took it to a sympathetic art expert, Frank Dorland. Dorland arranged for it to be examined at Hewlett-Packard in California. Quartz crystal was an important part of consumer electronics, and HP had a crystal laboratory. First, the skull was lowered into benzyl alcohol to test that it was quartz crystal. If it was quartz, it would look as if it had disappeared. It did. Then, to see if the separate jaw was from the same piece of quartz as the main skull, the Hewlett-Packard scientists drew upon the law of crystal.
This is a natural quartz crystal. This is just the way it came out of the ground. It's just the law of crystals that they always have to show the same symmetry, the same basic shape.
Hewlett-Packard scientists observed that both pieces were from the same solid block of quartz. The next and most crucial question was its age. This presented a huge problem. Crystal contains no carbon, the standard means of dating ancient objects. Instead, the scientists looked for clues on the skull's surface, such as marks made by the tools that carved it. But the skull would defy their efforts.
The polish of the Mitchell-Hedges skull is so high, it's almost hard to look at under a light microscope because it just bounces back at you. Because it's so highly polished, it's like looking at a mirror.
The Hewlett-Packard scientists detected no signs of modern tool marks. For Frank Dorland and Anna Mitchell-Hedges, this supported her father's claim that the incredibly polished quartz could only have resulted from hand-rubbing with sand and water over many generations. There was a further revelation from the Hewlett-Packard tests that would add to the skull's mystique. It displayed so-called piezoelectric properties.
Well, piezoelectric, it's a great word, isn't it? But piezoelectric properties of quartz is one of the properties that's made quartz a very important technological material. If I take a quartz crystal and I apply pressure to it, I squeeze on it really hard, I essentially induce an electric charge on this crystal. Some of the electrons move to one end, some to the other, and we now have an electric charge on this crystal.
Scientists were well aware that quartz crystal contained electric properties, but Frank Dorland believed that crystal, through piezoelectric properties, could store consciousness, which he now claimed for the Skull of Doom. Anna Mitchell-Hedges paraded the Hewlett-Packard tests as a triumphant vindication of her account of the skull. She kept the skull and began to make startling claims for its powers. One was that it could predict global disasters by sweating.
Well, it's projected the one that the two girls were killed in Rhodesia accidentally, and it predicted that catastrophe
that happened in Mexico with all the earthquake. It's a world disaster usually it presents. Not a small thing like an airplane, but when it's a tremendous one, then it'll show us threat.
Anna toured with the Skull of Doom, and in 1980 was the star of an episode of the TV series Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World.
Heathrow Airport, London. Miss Anna Mitchell-Hedges, newly arrived from Toronto, Canada.
Anna told her favourite story of how she'd found the skull.
I went to pick it up because I had smaller hands than the other people did. And I picked it up and showed it to my father. And he just couldn't believe that we found this beautiful crystal skull. As you see, it's got all the little lumps that you have on your own head. And if you look deep down in the eyes, you'll see sockets down in the eyes. And the jaw moves like a human jaw.
In the New Age world of alternative lifestyles and spiritualism, the Skull of Doom began to be revered. Behind it, the inspiring figure of Anna Mitchell-Hedges. Chicago 2008, the Body, Mind, Spirit Expo. A chance for crystal skull devotees from all over the world to get connected and to get a glimpse of the most legendary skull of all.
I'm hoping to feel the energy that the skull has, and I'd like to witness its beauty.
How are we doing? Okay.
The heir to the Skull of Doom and its current keeper is Bill HOMELAND, who became Anna Mitchell-Hedges' companion in her old age.
Solid quartz. Crystal skull has so many different faces to it. And once you think you know it or understand it, all of a sudden it changes and it comes a whole new array of feelings and beliefs and everything too.
The Body, Mind, Spirit Expo offers a feast of modern skulls carved from old age quartz. And for some, the bigger the better.
This is Star Sirius, a 67 pounds of quartz. It is a short wave for spirituality. When a person touches it like this, it's making a connection. It's making a circuit. The skull is giving me information I need to know. As I'm giving it information, it needs to know.
Today, at the heart of many devotees' belief, is the story of the 13 skulls.
Now, according to legend, there are 13 ancient crystal skulls that were made by beings not from this planet to communicate with us, humans, and give us knowledge of the ages.
The legend says aliens made the 13 skulls and handed them to the people of Atlantis, who passed them on to the Maya. Once united, the skulls would reveal the full mysteries of the universe and the sum of all human knowledge. This will happen in the year 2012, the end of a 5,000-year cycle in the Mayan calendar. Some followers claim it's possible to communicate with the Skull of Doom about the other 12 skulls. Carol Wilson is a well-known medium in Ontario, Canada, where police have used her to help solve crimes. She has conducted seances with the Skull of Doom, in which she says it speaks through her.
13, this is the oral traditions of many of your native peoples. My concept of the skull is that it's, and I didn't have a word for it then, but it's a computer without having to, it's already programmed. And you don't have to type on little keys. All you do is put your hand on it. It will answer any question you pose to it.
Anna Mitchell-Hedges died in April 2007. She was 100 years old. She, far more than her adoptive father Frederick, had created the legend of the Crystal Skulls. She'd helped to inspire the movie that grossed over $120 million the first weekend it was released. Anna insisted till her dying day that her story of the Skull of Doom's discovery was true.
You all want to know how we found the skull. Well, I was only 16
when I heard after we cleared the jungle. And I heard two of the Maya say, if you go on top of that building, you have the most wonderful view.
Anna Mitchell Hedges had done more than anyone to promote the legend of the crystal skulls. And because quartz crystal is impossible to carbon date, it seemed no hard scientific evidence could ever refute her story. But even as Anna was dying, a new generation of scientists using state-of-the-art techniques subjected her claims to a more rigorous scrutiny than ever before. In 1992, an anonymous package arrived at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Inside was a previously unknown crystal skull.
I got a call from the curator of the Museum of American History, and he asked me if I knew anything about crystal skulls. And I said, yeah, a little. Why? And he said, well, we just got one in the mail.
Jane Walsh went to collect the skull and was given a dire warning.
Because he had said it was very heavy, I stopped off and asked for a cart. And they asked me what I needed it for. And I said, well, actually, I'm picking up a crystal skull. So the person who gave me the card said, well, don't look it in the eye. And I said, why? And he said, because they're cursed.
The only evidence about the Smithsonian skull was an accompanying note saying it had been bought in Mexico City in 1960. But it propelled Jane Walsh on a 16-year-long quest for the truth of the crystal skulls. She knew that the British Museum in London had a similar crystal skull. The museum had bought it in 1897, believing it to have been made by the Aztecs, the Central American neighbors of the Maya.
In the late 19th century, it certainly would have aroused interest and comfortably fallen with what people would have imagined to be something possibly Aztec or Mexican.
For today's devotees, the London skull is considered to be one of the legendary ancient 13 skulls. So too is a crystal skull in a Paris museum. Acquired in 1878, again on the understanding that it was an Aztec object. In the archives, Jane Walsh discovered a striking coincidence. Both skulls originally came from the collection of one man, a 19th century French dealer in antiquities called Eugene Bobin. Bobin's story would prove the key to unraveling the mystery of the London and Paris skulls. For Jane Walsh, the name Bobin rang an immediate bell. The Smithsonian houses some of his collection.
We have a few pieces from Eugene Bobin in this cabinet. As you can see, this is a very typical Aztec chili grinder. And it also has Eugene Bobin's tags on it.
Walsh headed for Mexico City, where Eugene Bobin lived in the mid-19th century. Her initial inquiries suggested that Bobin had set out as a purely amateur collector.
He found a lot of things. He found potsherds, he probably found bones. And I also think at some point he started to buy things because he became a dealer.
Bobin began to specialize in the Aztecs, a Central American civilization which, like the Maya, had been obsessed with skulls. By the mid-19th century, more and more Europeans were becoming interested in these ancient American sites and had a growing appetite for Mayan and Aztec relics. Not surprisingly, local craftsmen were soon producing them by request, using the grinding wheel, the key invention of modern carving.
The more people came in, the larger the demand was. So people started fabricating things to sell to these collectors. although these people aren't trying to fool anybody, they're making reproductions, and they're not saying they're, you know, that they dug them up out of the ground.
Around 1869, Boban, now with a reputation as a leading authority in Mexican antiquities, returned to Paris, where he set up shop in the 5th arrondissement. It was at this time that the Paris crystal skull first appeared on the scene, as part of Boban's collection. He sold it to a French explorer, who donated it to the Trocadero Museum. It was the first large crystal skull to go on public display, and created a sensation.
Cet objet clivant est considéré. His skull was greeted as an extraordinary discovery, dating back to the great ancient civilization of the Aztecs.
In 1881, a second large crystal skull went on show in Boban's Paris shop. It was listed for 3,500 francs, then worth $700, but failed to sell. Boban moved to New York and finally sold his second crystal skull to the jewelers Tiffany's for $950. 10 years later, Tiffany sold it to the British Museum. Both of Boban's skulls were now in prestigious museums in Paris and London, and labelled Aztec.
We have the museum's display labels of the time, which describe the two skulls as great masterpieces from the Aztec era. The crystal death masks, as they were called, both in London and in Paris.
It seemed to fit in with what was generally known about skull iconography in the Americas.
The fact that two great museums both had these objects meant that each endorsed the other's antiquity. Paris said the British Museum has got one, and the British said, well, Paris has got one too.
As the decades passed and archaeologists learnt more about the Aztecs and Maya, the idea that they made crystal skulls began to seem less and less credible, principally because their sites contained almost no other crystal objects. Finally, Jane Walsh teamed up with a British Museum scientist, Margaret Sachs. She would apply state-of-the-art science using electron microscopes that can detect even the tiniest tool marks. First, to understand ancient American carving techniques, Margaret Sachs examines a crystal goblet that was hand-carved by the Mixtecs, the Aztecs' neighbors.
We wanted to look at objects from well provenance excavation, and this is the largest rock crystal object that's been excavated. The tool marks are linear and they occur in random orientations, and they've clearly been made with handheld tools. For example, a file rubbed repeatedly backwards and forwards over the surface.
If the London skull is truly ancient, it should have similar marks to those on the Mixtec crystal goblet. She takes a small plastic mold from a part of the skull, in this case, the corner of the mouth. Now magnified up to 100 times, tool marks on the mold are clearly visible.
We see here the curvature along the depth of the mouth, which is characteristic of a wheel, a dish-shaped tool like this. So we can imagine the wheel moving along like this and cutting that feature.
The earliest carving wheels only arrived in America long after the Europeans invaded. So the Maya and Aztecs never possessed any such tools. There is only one certain conclusion. The ancient Americans could not have made the London crystal skull. Modern technology can also reveal where the crystal came from. Rock crystal usually has small impurities, known as inclusions, which are specific to the region where the crystal grew. And the inclusions in the British Museum skull show that its origin is nowhere near Central America and the Aztecs and Maya.
These particular types of inclusions have been reported from quartz from Madagascar and from Brazil. The best examples that I've seen in the literature of this type of habit, this vermiform habit, have been from Madagascar.
Madagascar started to export rock crystal to France in the late 19th century, as did Brazil. No crystal like this has ever been found in Central America.
The evidence of the inclusions allows us to rule out Mexico as a source for the rock crystal. The historical facts point to a date of manufacture for the British Museum skull in the second half of the 19th century.
Recent tests on the Paris skull also show modern tool marks. Both the London and Paris skulls have now been proved to be fakes, almost certainly carved in 19th century Europe and brought onto the market by Eugene Goulban, the man who set the crystal skull ball rolling. Jane Walsh now turned to her Smithsonian skull, delivered in its anonymous package back in 1992, and took it across the Atlantic for testing by Margaret Sachs. Like the London and Paris skulls, it shows the marks of a modern carving wheel. But there is something even more precise.
And we found a further clue to the dating of this skull, the date of its manufacture, is that some minute particles are trapped in the natural cavities in the material. And one of those we were able to identify by using X-ray diffraction analysis as being composed of silicon carbide.
Silicon carbide is a sludgy substance that can be coated onto a carving wheel to give a brilliantly smooth finish. The bonded silicon carbide, of which traces were found on the Smithsonian skull, only came into use in the 1950s.
This sets the date of manufacture in the 1950s, a mere 10 years perhaps before the skull was bought in Mexico City.
Washington, London, Paris. All three skulls of modern origin. All three have no connection to the ancient civilizations of Central America, which leaves the Skull of Doom. Today's guardian of the skull is Bill Homan, who became Anna Mitchell Hedges' longtime companion in her old age. He still endows the skull with special ancient properties.
The crystal skull is giving, if we believe it from the higher civilization, giving us this knowledge and this blessing. And how we use it and how it's used today is, for either our good or our detriment. And hopefully it's for our good.
Anna Mitchell Hedges claims she found the skull inside a Mayan pyramid during the excavations of the 1920s. But in the archives, Jane Walsh found a smoking gun.
This is an article that was published in the British journal Man in July of 1936. And it describes a study that was done in the British Museum on their own crystal skull, comparing it to a crystal skull in a private collection.
That privately owned skull seemed oddly familiar. As Jane Walsh looked at the photograph more closely, she realized it was exactly the same as another skull she'd seen, the Skull of Doom.
You can see that it's identical to the Mitchell Hedges skull, and in fact, it is the Mitchell Hedges skull.
But in this 1936 article, the skull is not attributed to Frederick Mitchell Hedges, and it's not called the Skull of Doom. It's called the Burney skull, after the man who then owned it, an art dealer named Sidney Burney. Burney kept it at his gallery here in central London. In 1943, he took it around the corner to Sotheby's auction house. The Sotheby's auction catalogue lists the skull. It was withdrawn before the auction and sold for £400 to one Frederick Mitchell Hedges, nearly 20 years after Anna claimed to have discovered it. Anna tried to explain this inconsistency, saying that her father, after bringing the skull back to England, had given it to Bernie as security for a loan.
When I asked Anna Mitchell Hedges to clarify this, she said, well, what happened is Mr. Burney was a friend of her father, and Mr. Burney promised that he would hold the skull until her father could pay back the loan.
According to Anna, her father repaid the loan just before the auction started and retrieved the skull. But there are further oddities about Anna Mitchell Hedges' story, notably the variation in the dates she gave for her discovery.
This letter, her statement of fact that she found the skull in the 1926-27 season is in conflict with various other statements she's made in letters, in publications, on websites.
Something kept shining in the page next to my calculator.
I've seen the date 1927, 1926, 1928, 1924 mentioned. And there's even a newspaper article quoting Mitchell Hedges himself, saying that he found it in the 1930s.
The ultimate test for the Skull of Doom is to subject it to the same examination as the London, Paris, and Washington skulls. After Anna's death, Bill Homan decides to put it under the microscope. Upon the outcome, a legend will stand or fall. So in April 2008, the Skull of Doom's keeper brings the skull to the Smithsonian Institution for testing by the latest microscope technology. First, Walsh takes molds from intricate parts of the skull.
We were trying to see the sides of this hole to see if we can see what kind of tool was used to cut through that. And that may be a little problematic to mount. What do you think, Scott?
The electron microscope analysis is finally about to reveal the truth of the Skull of Doom.
Where you see fairly cleanly, sharply defined marks with these beautifully parallel striations that I would think are permanently adhered diamond abrasive, because quartz is very hard. In order to cut through it very cleanly and sharply, you need some very hard abrasive.
This is not cutting, this is more polishing. Or is this cutting?
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Picture this. Somewhere in the world, an Apple Card user is getting 3% daily cash back on the purchase of an iPhone 16 at Apple. That's not all. They also earned 2% back on the new shoes they bought using Apple Pay. Visit apple.co/card calculator and see how much daily cash back you can earn. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
That's cutting?
That's cutting? Okay. Those marks right here?
The tools that made these marks did not exist until the end of the 19th century.
Probably the kinds of very fine carving tools that artists use, but also the kind of mechanized tools that were available even to dentists by the turn of the century.
The discovery of modern tool marks is powerful scientific evidence that Anna Mitchell Hedges fabricated her famous story. But for true believers like Bill Homan, it proves only how the skull was made, not by whom or when. He believes the marks indicate tools so sophisticated that they could not have been in use before the skull's first documented appearance in the 1930s.
Maybe in some people's minds it looks like, that it's put in a period of being modern, but when you look at what it really shows, the quality, the workmanship, the time that went into it,
it shows that in 1920s, there would be no one around that would put the time into or have the ability or the equipment to do that.
If Homan is right, then believers in the legend of the crystal skulls can continue to point to some extraterrestrial origin as the only explanation.
If these primitive cultures could not possibly duplicate what we're seeing with the ancient skulls, then where did they come from? Maybe they were done by some advanced culture that used lasers to precisely cut the skulls, which would be in Atlantis. But could it possibly be that they were the gifts from the gods? Because this is what the Mayans talk about. They say the grandfathers from the Pleiades brought them the crystal skulls. Well, this is implying a contact with an extraterrestrial race that's not native to the Earth.
But the science is certain. The Skull of Doom was made by humans in the early 20th century. So why did Anna Mitchell Hedges invent her story and continue to embellish it?
Well, we found a lot of potteries and jades and Doom.
We excavated for about 7 years, clearing the ground, and then one day we spotted something shining through the stones, and that was my 17th birthday. And it predicted that catastrophe that happened in Mexico with all the earthquake. And there,
When she was 89, Anna went back to Louvain-Tomb. By then, she had perhaps convinced herself that her story of the skull's discovery was indeed true.
I was back doing it again. It was the nicest part of my life. I dream a lot about it. I don't know how I got there. That's so wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always people saying, did she find it or didn't she find it? It might not have been exactly as she says, only for the fact is that, I tried to remember something back 10 years and try to put it in the right order and the time, and it's really hard to do.
Some days you never forget it.
Yeah. I believe Anna Mitchell Hedges always believed what she said. Her father loved playing practical jokes on people. And if there was any delusion in all of this, it might have been perpetrated by her father just to, as part of his way with her. But she believed it was real.
Could Frederick Mitchell Hedges have planted the skull in the Mayan pyramid for Anna to find, perhaps as a birthday present? That theory now seems highly unlikely. The combined evidence of the tools that shaped the skull and the date of its first documented appearance suggest it must have been made after Anna claimed to have found it in Louvain-Tomb. Jane Walsh has another interpretation for Anna's inventiveness. It goes back to the period just after Frederick's death, when Anna was trying to export the skull, along with other pieces from his collection, from Britain to North America to sell them.
She was trying to support herself. She had these objects that may or may not have been valuable. And there's a point at which she's already applied for some kind of a permit from the British government to take this piece out of the country for research. And I suspect she had to say that it belonged to her. So I think that may be where she started to say that she found it.
For over a century, the legend of the crystal skulls has intrigued millions and inspired Hollywood. The evidence now shows that the famous skulls in 3 of the world's great museums and the Skull of Doom itself were part of one of archaeology's greatest frauds. Anna Mitchell Hedges' story was one of its greatest fabrications. Science has revealed how the skulls were made, but we may never know exactly why or by whom. For Crystal Skulls devotees, their supernatural power remains. Exquisite carvings, mysterious to the end.
Gordon? All right. Just a little worried. 5 minutes going home. You know. Sure. You okay? I feel a little funny. Kind of sick to my stomach. Put your helmet on. Major, I've located trouble. Secondary servo break. All clear now. I'm returning to cabin.
When you enter the airlock, keep your helmet on, Mike. Nothing's happening here. Gavin and Halper have both experienced sudden weakness and nausea. We'll use our own individual oxygen supply the rest of the trip. Less danger of contamination.
Getting in, Major. Weaker.
No doubt about it.
This doesn't make much sense at all, Major. I worked as close to Howard's body on the autopsy table as Gavin and Halper both did. I don't have any symptoms at all. And you were nowhere near the laboratory table.
Better inform the base.
Yes, sir.
The specimens, Major. Plants are shooting off spores.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. For centuries, man has looked to the skies and sought to uncover the mystery of the universe. The telescope brought into focus the craters on the moon and the canals on Mars. But it was limited, and man's insistent hunger for knowledge and experience would not be satisfied until he broke the massive chains of gravity and set foot himself on a planet other than his own. Project Mercury was his first venture into space, a testament to his technical ingenuity and courage, a green light to 100 other projects which would take him still further. This is Project Adonis, a laboratory orbiting 1,000 miles above the Earth, a tiny, far-flung world connected only by radio and memory, and inhabited by a handful of men dedicated to removing the unknown for future space travelers.
At 10 minutes after 6 on January 8th, Lieutenant Rupert Howard stumbled upon something clinging to the wall of the space dock that appeared alive. He called them space barnacles for temporary identification. They were not.
Hello, Lieutenant Howard speaking. Well, I can't be certain yet, Major Dowling, but it's looking more and more like some kind of a dormant spore. I've probably been floating around in space for 1 million years or so. Finally found a home. Well, I should know more later on. I've got one in the incubator, and I'm about to make a slight study on the others. No, I haven't named it yet. Something Greek. Or maybe I'll just call it Mr. Donuts. Right. Right.
Major Benedict, please report to the communications room. Dr. Willis, you're wanted in the pharmacist room. Dr. Willis, please report to the pharmacist room.
Unto Almighty God, we commend the soul of our brother departed, Rupert Lawrence Howard, and we commit his body to the deep, deep heavens, in the sure and certain hope of the resurrection, life eternal. Through our Lord and savior. May he rest in peace. Amen.
Airlock secured, sir. Mike, come on, another one of these mushroom things. That's way to the airlock. That's the third one, isn't it? Howard used to call these things space barnacles. Hard to believe he's dead. It sure will be nice to lie in some good old-fashioned Earth-type sunlight after 90 days of this. Now, I put the sun lamp on the other two spores. Exactly the same thing happened. They seem to grow right in front of me. It must be the combination of the station's synthetic Earth's atmosphere and the sunlight.
That makes sense.
Oh, I'm not much on botany, Major. Howard's theory was that they are some sort of dormant spore, just probably floating around in space for millions of years.
Well, we'll let the lab boys try to figure it out. They know all the answers. Boys, try to get space project communications, will you?
Yes, sir. Major, I don't want to press the issue, but you know how closely together Howard and I have been working on cosmic radiation research. Now, I'd like to be allowed to stay up here and finish the work.
The answer is no, Mike. Emphatically no. Look, the human factor boys have got it all worked out. 3 months up here, 6 below.
What if I could find out what killed it?
That's problem number 1 for the news crew, not ours. Major Benedict, I've got space project communications. Gentleman Williams is on. Come on, you can say a few provocative words to your wife. Yes, Major. This is McWithers. Colonel, we buried Lieutenant Howard. Are you and the men all right? Yes, sir. But Dowling still requests staying on for another tour of duty to continue the lieutenant's work on cosmic radiation exposure. Put Dowling on. Hold on. I think you know what to say, Janet. This is Captain Dowling.
Hi. This is Captain Dowling's wife.
Janet. How are you?
I'm fine. Mike, I've missed you.
Well, I will miss you too. Janet, but... Janet. But hurry on down, Mike. He's been sitting on the edge of our oscilloscope for days now. Put Major Benedict back on. Yes, sir. This is Major Benedict. Major, about Lieutenant Howard. The Pentagon has asked for a full report on that. I'm preparing one now, Colonel. You'll have to fill in the space part. Ross is dead. All right, Major. Yes, thank you. We'll see you soon. Oh, Janet, would you mind checking out the recovery support system? We'll want it operational.
Yes.
You stop looking at me like that. Like what? Look, I had a decision I made. All these people here, they're my responsibility. As project officer, I have to consider the whole picture. Howard's body had just as thorough an autopsy up there as we could have performed down here. Lieutenant Halper's a fine physician, you know.
As I said, Max, sometimes one man is a small potato. A team of men might have learned more. Chief surgeon of this project, my advice was to bring Howard's body down here.
But what about the calculated risk? You said it yourself.
As a matter of record, I said it might not have been the cosmic radiation experiment that destroyed him. Howard's blood. Might have been some alien virus floating around. Something we know nothing about.
And you also admitted that such a virus could be contagious, and that our bodies probably have no immunity built up to fight it. Could I risk exposing this whole base to something that kills a man in a matter of a few hours without warning? No. Not knowing the cause of Howard's death, I just couldn't chance bringing him back.
The hemoglobin in the rabbit's blood has been destroyed.
Same with Lieutenant Howard. Everything's aboard the shuttlecraft, Major. We're ready to push off. Replacement crew standing by. Well, we got to put these four specimens aboard. Sorry, Major, I didn't know they were to go. I've already secured the aft cargo compartment. I'll put them up forward with us.
Position vector 326. Trajectory curve 32.0. Speed 16,003.
We're indicating yaw 1.3 degrees. Check attitude stabilizer.
1.3 degrees. Check. What is it, Mike? The attitude stabilizer seems to be overcorrecting. command control system is out. I'm going to put her in a safety orbit. Shuttle climb 1010. Adonis Smith calling. Over.
This is Shuttlecraft 1010. The attitude stabilization control system went out on us. We're checking it now. Craft traveling in safety orbit. Altitude 900 miles. Over.
Roger. Tracking station alerted. Notify any variance in orbit or altitude.
Seems like one of the servos. I'm going to have to leave the ship to correct it. Captain Dowling, leaving ship to make repairs. Maintaining safety orbit as previously stated. Out.
Gordon, you all right? Just a little woozy. Excitement of going home. Yeah. Sure. You okay? I feel a little funny.
Kind of sick to my stomach.
Put your helmet on.
Major, I've located trouble. Secondary servo break. All clear now. I'm returning to cabin. When you enter the airlock, keep your helmet on, Mike. Something's happening here. Gavin and Halper are both experiencing sudden weakness and nausea. We'll use our own individual oxygen supply the rest of the trip. Less danger of contamination.
Getting dizzy, Major. Weaker.
And no doubt about it.
Doesn't make much sense at all, Major. I worked as close to Howard's body on the autopsy table as Gavin and Harper both did. I don't have any symptoms at all, and you were nowhere near the laboratory table.
Better inform the base.
Yes, sir.
The specimens, Major. Plants are shooting out spores.
Now they're throwing out some kind of vapor.
You're right. The contamination must be coming from them. The aft compartment. Isolate them in there. Every plant, every spore. I'll inform the base. Shuttlecraft 1010. Calling Adonis.
Situation. Plants, the gas they release, poisonous, destroys hemoglobin in the blood. Gavin almost out, Halper already unconscious. Both turning like Howard and the rabbit. I'm beginning to feel weaker.
What about Dowling?
Dowling was outside of craft, not exposed to gases as much as we were. Aft compartment overrun with the plants. They fire spores hundreds at a time. They grow on anything. Even penetrate metal with their stems. It's a malignant thing, but don't let us land. Contamination. Destruct us. Destruct.
Major. Major Benedict. Come in. Over.
This is Captain Dowling. Major Benedict has passed out and I'm beginning to feel a little woozy myself. We'll maintain this orbit until ordered to destruct.
Alien plant life. Can they be? Where do they come from? How are they capable of destroying the hemoglobin in the blood?
If Dowling should pass out, that shuttle crashes to Earth. No telling how fast those plants could take root and multiply once they feed from the soil and are exposed to sun. Major Benedict may be right. Maybe the craft should be destroyed.
4 men in that ship.
We have the whole picture, please. That shuttle is loaded with destruction. There's no way of determining how many people could be contaminated by those plants. If they're allowed to reproduce down here as they're doing in that craft.
They're inside the craft, Mac. They're contained.
And the gas they release? Poisonous, the major said. How do we contain that?
But those men,
I know. You think I know?
if we get them back in time, give them a blood transfusion, maybe.
Yeah.